Welcome back everybody, you're joining us for the British Kart Championships Event 7. We're back at a scorching Whilton Mill today, right in the heart of the Northamptonshire countryside. This venue really does pose some stunning views across the county. The track is located right by the M1 and the A5, making it one of the most accessible tracks here in the UK. It's 1,200 metres long with 12 turns and 26 feet in elevation, established here in 1991. Offering everything from fast-flowing sequences to heavy braking zones. Starting with Oblivion, which is turn 1, this takes you through a sweeping left turn and into Crook. The drivers will then approach Fine Lady, leading them on the run-up to Christmas Corner, the gift that just keeps giving. They'll then be flat out through Inkermans, but it doesn't last long before a harsh break and right turn through Ashby. Here they will thread themselves through these two left-handers, Wilkins and Osiers, and along the back straight, which leads us on to, last but not least, the boot sequence, which has recently had some new improvements made to its heel here on the inside of the last chicane. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, that is the lap of the track here at Whilton Mill. The question is, who will be the first over this line?
Good morning everyone, welcome to Whilton Mill for coverage of event 7 of this year's Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. My name is Andrew Mather, Keogh Lynch alongside me once again. We're getting into the meat of the season now. It's the second time that we've been to this circuit this year. This time the turn of the ROTAX drivers. Racing gets underway at 9 o'clock this morning. Lots to talk about today. We will see an inaugural E10 Cadet Cup champion crowned today. Could it be Ansel Murray? Could he do it in the heats? We'll have to wait and see on that one. It's also the first round that counts towards the E-Plate. This is effectively a mini championship for all of the ROTAX categories at the end of the season. The racing here, the racing at Silverstone, that's what will determine who takes the English champion plate across all of those categories for 2026. And there's grand finals tickets up for grabs as well. Before we get into the classes though, let's learn a little bit more with the man with the history. It's time for history with Henry Baudet as he tells us a little bit of the story of Whilton Mill.
The first mention of Whilton Mill was actually in the Domesday Book, which was compiled in 1086. Some 500 years later, the Whilton Mill was actually built. The mill is still here. But it wasn't until 1991 that Roger and Sarah Ashby broke ground on what was to become Whilton Mill Go-Karting and Leisure, a multi-purpose leisure facility which, in about the first 10 years after rental karting became a thing, was the first of a new generation of kart circuit here in the UK, a world away from the airfields and tyre straw bales that we were used to. No sooner had Whilton Mill arrived, Butmore Park had its regeneration. PF International was built, and then Daytona Milton Keynes. It was clear that by the end of the 1990s, the corporate dollar had arrived in our sport. Whilton Mill is actually one of, if not the most significant kart circuit in the entire UK. Why? Well, a central location helps, but it's more to do with what Whilton Mill has and can host in terms of karting. Now, when it was built, it was an outdoor buggy circuit, driving on dirt. But as the corporate karting world demanded more circuits, faster circuits, more power, then the first initial international circuit layout, 900 metres, as well as the Bambino training circuit, which in those days was effectively for kids' birthday parties. The circuit was extended again in the mid-2000s to its current iteration, but the most significant change of all happened just a couple of years ago when the last couple of corners were changed. That changed allowed the circuit to become FIA graded. So Whilton Mill can host every single type of karting on the Motorsport UK karting pathway, from arrive and drive, kids' birthday parties, leisure and rental karting, to owner-driver practice and racing, every national touring series, and of course, the British Kart Championship. And with the FIA grading, it can host FIA-level karting events like it does in 2026. So it is down to the fact that Whilton Mill can and does host everything that makes it such a significant part of the British karting firmament. Since 1991, the sport of karting has changed irrevocably. Now, corporate people, businesses, sponsors, and all the major race teams are catered for in many ways. Back in 1991, before Whilton Mill came into being, the only food or drink you could get at a kart circuit was, well, maybe a burger of questionable quality from a burger van and some very watery tea, but not so now. So, Whilton Mill, a trailblazer. Roger and Sarah Ashby, thank you for everything you've done for our sport.
Another great piece there from Mr. Baudet. More from him later, and he's absolutely right. This is a great place with his cup of coffee to watch a race. Now, that was yesteryear. That's what Whilton Mill used to look like and how it came into being. Let's get a little bit closer into what it's racing like right now. We were here earlier in the year for Event 2. The track is still the same, but it's a very different set of conditions here this weekend, as we found out on our track walk on Friday.
Event 7 sees us returning here to Whilton Mill. Last time we got some insight on the track with some drivers. This time we're going to get some more with the ROTAX drivers here with us this weekend.
Caden Hanley, we're here at turn 2 for the start of our discussions of Whilton Mill today. Tell me all about this corner.
Very smooth corner. It's one of the fastest corners in the track, and you got to hit your apex.
And this curb on the inside, do we take a lot of this curb, or do we just kind of like tickle it a little bit?
Not even touch it.
Not even touch
right
it.
next to that white line.
I say we've got a bit of a rough curb here that can kind of bounce you off,
It
can't
won't
you?
slow you down too much.
Now, the other thing I'm noticing just under our feet, Caden, there's a lot of grip here this week, and what do you make of that?
It's very grippy, and you want to be nice and smooth with the steering wheel.
Particularly up the hill as well. This is one of the fastest. Is this one of your favourite corners? If so, why?
Yeah, it's a very good overtaking corner.
And how much speed do you reckon you want to take through here?
A lot.
A lot of speed up to Christmas Corner. We've seen Christmas Corner earlier on in the season, as well as Ashby Corner. Let's head a little bit further onto the lap to Wilkins. We're here with Alex Shepherd. Alex, we're on the entrance to Wilkins Corner. We're drifting over to the right because this is actually a really important piece of tarmac, even though it's strictly not as part of the layout we're using this weekend.
Yeah, well, we've got to use it to maximise the track that we're able to use to carry as much speed as possible to the corner. It's really like, and also where the second bit here is a good point to know to turn, so you can get the maximum amount of speed carried and just overall where to get the power on earlier. So it's good indicators on the track showing you where to do everything.
And we do sometimes, it's not the biggest overtaking corner on the circuit, but we do sometimes see a little bit of 2 wide, even 3 wide if something's been going on at Ashby.
Yeah.
But from my experience of driving through this corner, it's the exit that you almost want to be worried about, isn't it? Because it's one of those that comes up on you really, really quickly as you go through this left-hander.
Well, you've got to just make sure you get round and have a nice exit through the corner so that you can set up yourself for the next corner, because that's a really crucial overtaking point. But if you can see where all the marks are, you can just see where the line is abused to get the maximum out of the tyre on the track, so they can set themselves up for the next corner.
And there's this curb on driver's right as well that can catch the unwary out. You know, you don't really want to be anywhere near this. You definitely don't want to be going over the far side of it, because it really unsettles the kart, doesn't it, as you're heading then towards Osiers?
Yeah, as you can see, people do use the end of it, but it's just there really. Like, you don't have to use it. It isn't a big deal if you do use the end of it. It's just if you use a little bit too much, you can then drift off and have a bit of an unsettled track really.
Absolutely. So there you have it. That's a left-hander that on a map looks very, very simple indeed, but it's one of the trickiest corners here on the circuit. We looked at Osiers last time at Event 2. Let's go a little bit further onto the lap and to Kiel, who's through the newer sections of the boot.
Joining me here at the first part of the boot is Victor Hansen from Senior ROTAX. Victor, you have won a club championship here last year and you're doing well in it this year again. Talk us through this first part of the boot.
Well, this first part of the boot's quite interesting really, because obviously you've got the first curb over there, and if you get a good run from the first curb over there, you can almost send in a move here sometimes. It's quite risky, but you know, now we're getting to the last stage of the season in the British Kart Championship. Some people might be willing to take that risk just to get a gap. So, yeah, we'll see if anything happens at this corner this weekend. So that'll be interesting.
Exactly. Do you think drivers will need that at this stage of the season, those bold moves?
I believe so, yeah. You know, it's what makes a champion, isn't it, really? If you're able to do a move in a risky area and pull it off and get a gap, you know, it's worth it at the end of the day. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone's willing to take that risk. See, like, you know, it can decide who's champion, really, can't it?
We're now here at the second part of the boot, the final chicane. Talk us through this one, because last time the championship saw this, or we focused on this corner, this curb was a lot higher.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've shaved the curb down now, which is kind of helpful for a lot of people, seeing as I'm pretty sure many chassis were bent on that curb. So now they've sorted that out, it's a lot better, and probably a lot of money saved for drivers, which is very helpful.
Thank you very much for the insight. Let's go back to Andrew.
Thanks, Keel. Well, there you have it. That is your latest track walk here at Whilton Mill. A track that many of the drivers here this weekend know very well indeed. But here, at the end of the summer of 2026, with the grip levels on the surface, there's quite a few surprises in store here for the ROTAX categories.
I always love our track walks, Andrew, but is, like you said, those track conditions going to change how the drivers race here? We'll find out at 9 o'clock. Before that, though, here's a quick word from Wera Tools. Thank you once again to Wera Tools. Let's get into our preview of classes though, starting with Senior ROTAX. Two rather new names to the championship, Finley Jones and Liam at Kim Racing. Finley Jones had his debut with us at Kimbolton, did a good job, followed it up with a top 10 in Kart Masters. We heard from him earlier on this weekend.
Finley Jones, welcome back to Whilton Mill, here for another round of the British Kart Championships. Let's start at Kimbolton. That was your first appearance in the championship in recent times. A really good run for yourself and for Liam Atkin Racing.
Yeah, I think as a small team you can only ask for so much, but we definitely piled on the pressure of the big boys. Heat win, sort of the main highlight of the weekend, but we should have come home with a bit of a stronger result if it wasn't for the slow procedure at the end, which sort of threw us back in the chaos. But to be honest, really happy, couldn't have asked for too much more.
And a top 10 last week at the Grand Prix at Kart Masters, you must have been really proud about that.
Yeah, definitely. Last year we finished 18th, so you see the step, you know, from 18th to 10th. A polling group in qualifying, so again, lots of promise, lots of pace. It's just what we need to keep doing, pushing forward.
Tell us a little bit about your story and your dad's story as well, working on the kart, because unlike a lot of the drivers in the paddock, you didn't start when you were 7 years old. You started a little bit later on in life.
Yeah, quite the opposite. So I had my first test with ProTrain at 14, on my 14th birthday. I turned 18 last month. So a lot of drivers will be starting 8, some maybe 5 even in Bambinos, but we started in juniors. So it really is quite a contrast. And my dad learned at the exact same point, so we've built together, we've done everything together, and he is sort of the main reason I'm here, both financially, work rate, you know, all of the above that I can look up to him for.
And tell us a bit about Liam Atkin Racing as a team as well. It's one of the newer names amongst, you know, your Dan Hollands, your Strawberries, your KR Sports, still in its first year. How did that relationship with yourself and Liam Atkin Racing come about?
Yeah, so we switched to be a privateer sort of early this year-ish. Liam picks us up and sort of we're like, where's this going to go? We're sort of questioning, sort of, can we do it on our own? Maybe not, but Liam's proved to us that he knows far more than what we do. and it's really shown in the results. You know, the team's been going for 10 months-ish, and to be fighting at the front of all these big events is really what we want, and to be able to grow his team, the team, it's the ultimate goal. Get more drivers in, more data, you know, less struggle as a single driver team in these big events at the moment.
Now it's another championship round this weekend, the penultimate meeting for all the ROTAX categories, but something a little bit different for this weekend is the E-Plate, this being the first of a double race meeting, mini championship as it were for the E-Plate. You're going to be with us here and at Silverstone. Have you got your eye on that E-Plate? Do you reckon you've got a shot at that one?
Ooh, it's far away, I think, but there's a glimmer of hope there for it. You know, you can't come into an event thinking, oh, I'm not going to do too well in this. It's something that we can definitely push for, try and achieve, but ultimately it's a little bit far away at the moment, but we'll see what we can do.
Oh, we'll see what you can do as well from the comms box. Finley, thanks for your time and best of luck for this weekend.
It's good to hear that from a driver who came into this sport and this championship as a young man, and we'll see how he gets on this weekend. However, let's stick with senior ROTAX, because 2 years ago here was one of the most viral moments in karting and for Alpha Live. You saw it, we saw it. Let's see it again with Macaulay Bishop.
Macaulay Bishop, thanks for joining us, thanks for your time. Let's go back to 2024 at a place that's very special for you. You did a lot of your club racing here. You just won the Junior ROTAX British Championship. You've done pretty much everything at the junior level of the game. You've stepped up into the seniors. Going into that O-Plate weekend, do you think there was an element of the other drivers looking at you as the new kid on the block and needing to spend a bit of time working your way up?
There was definitely a little bit of that. Obviously, all the senior drivers they was looking at me from the year before. Obviously, I won both the junior titles, so there was no doubt that I would be fast when I moved up. But I was kind of surprised myself how quick I was. Like obviously, I moved straight up and I was straight on the pace. No complaints really, and yeah, no, it was really strong for the first couple of races. I don't think anyone really expected it, and yeah, it was really good.
If I remember correctly, the lead up into that final, you weren't that far up the grid for that final, so we were kind of thinking, oh, he's there, we'll see how he gets on. But were you expecting to get in amongst the top 5 in that race on that day? I want to say, was it starting about 18th or something like that?
Yeah, so I picked up a bad set of tyres for qualifying, and then we have to use the same set of tyres the whole race meeting, so I didn't have the best starting position for the final. And also halfway through the race, it sort of kind of slipped away from me, but I kept belief, and I picked them off one by one, and then eventually I made the move for the lead, and yeah, I managed to keep on to it.
Let's get into the move then. You've cut your way through, you're up to 3rd place, you've got Matty Higgins and Lewis Gilbert ahead of you. I think Kai was already out of the race at this point. There'd already been a lot of drama. You're heading up the hill, you're out of the crook. What's going through your mind at that point as you see Matty and Lewis pull to driver's right?
I don't really remember too much, but I was focused on getting past them. I wasn't focused on staying behind them for another corner. I saw that they darted to the inside, and yeah, I just used the rest of the track really, and just broke late, went in hard, and sent it around the outside. So, and it's like no one's going to forget the move anymore. I pretty much got a move named after myself. So.
I was going to say, it's quite often a thing when we do see a move up there. We've seen it once already this season in these championships, that people look to replicate that move. Do people ask you about the move even now, 2.5 years later?
They asked me a little bit. Obviously, it was a lot worse when it just first happened. So 2024 and also a little bit of 2025 my phone was definitely blowing up a lot. But no, it was good to see the support from everyone, and yeah, everyone was pretty surprised, just the same as me, really. Because
that's one of the things that moment really went viral. I think it's something like 4.5 million views across all the various different platforms. I know for Alpha Live, one of their most viewed races of the week, and all of that. What was that like, dealing with that as well, and that kind of newfound attention?
I mean, obviously it was a very good race, and I was very happy after it. And then, like you said, you guys posted a video and it just took off. Obviously I saw it, reposted it, liked it, everything. And then I checked back like 3 days later and it's 3.5 million views. I'm thinking, wow. And yeah, it really took me from a big name in the UK to more a big name around the world. So it's definitely helped me get opportunities and things for the future as well.
So since then, British Championships, Grand Finals champion. How much do you think that moment at that O plate influenced everything that came afterwards and even into today?
It was important that we caught it on the video because you didn't really see much of me through the race. You didn't see how much I was fighting for each position. And then obviously it gave me good exposure as well. So, yeah.
Going into this weekend, we always have to talk about it a little bit when we come back to this place. You're looking good. Practice went well earlier on today. Do you think you could do something similarly spectacular this weekend?
I mean, we'll have to read the race. I mean, it's not impossible, but I don't think anyone will let me do the same thing to them again. I think they'd rather really winning to crash than to be posted on social media again. So, yeah.
And last question, in terms of the championship this year, you've got a slight thorn in the side of a certain Mr. Lloyd, looking pretty quick so far this season. But this is a good circuit for you. You know, and everything for Silverstone is a little bit unknown because we've never been there. Do you reckon you can still take the title this year?
I mean, it's not just one driver. Obviously, Freddie Lloyd's very quick, so is Matty Hingley, and so is myself. So there's a good 3 or 4 of us that can definitely take the championship. It's just I've just had unlucky moments this year. Yeah, qualifying at Warden Law and starting last in the heats just didn't help. And obviously, like when you have a bad qualifying, it just sort of just sets the tone for the whole weekend. And then obviously the other rounds, we had some good points, but the whole weekend as a whole, it hasn't been great, you know. So that's what we're searching for this weekend.
Absolutely. Macaulay, thanks for your time. Best of luck this weekend. Let's have a look at that big moment once again from 2024.
For the last 2 years will not continue to 3, and it's 1, 2, 3 clear of the field. Gilbert defends the outside, Bishop around the outside. That is outrageous.
Me.
The junior champion from last year has done thousands of overtakes around Whilton.
Well, there you go. That is it, the most viral move that we've seen in recent years in the British Kart Championships. Could we see another one here this weekend?
Indeed, Andrew, and we've already seen one like that back at Event 2. If we talk more recent successes though, Kart Masters, we've got drivers running their brand new GP plates, one of them being Mini-Max driver Jackson Hilton. Let's hear from him.
Here we are with the latest GP plate winner, Jackson Hilton. Jackson, first of all, has it sunk in yet that you won last week at Kart Masters?
Not really, not yet.
Tell us about the story. What was last week like?
I mean, it was good. Obviously, when I come off, I was still in a bit of a shock, so I didn't really know what was going on. Yeah, it was good.
Tell us about the team and what they've done with you and with the chassis and the engines.
Yeah, it's good. Like, this Hunters was actually my first team when I first started, so obviously coming back, it's just like, obviously I already know everyone in here, so I'm just fitting good. The power's good, everything's really good. And
also mentioning that Kai himself, you know, he's won a few GP plates in his day, British Championships as well. You've got your first GP plate. Are you going to be after his record now?
Yeah.
They take the next couple of years to do that. Let's talk about this weekend. Now you're back into British Championship form. Does last week's result, does that kind of change how you think about this new race at Whilton?
Yeah, I feel a bit more confident. I feel like I've got a bit more pace, obviously, to get in the top 3 and win it.
Now, I want to ask about your helmet, because it's one of my favourite designs on the grid. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, obviously, got the Jamaican in there with the wood bar in the back of it. Obviously, because from my dad's side, obviously Jamaican, so that's just something that they say.
So we're very much hoping for anyone watching in Jamaica that they're going to be supporting you for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
E-plate this weekend and for the next weekend at Silverstone as well. Potentially a ticket to the Grand Finals. How much would it mean to win that?
Yeah, it'll be very big. I mean, I really do want to go to Grand Finals because I feel like I have a good chance.
Fantastic. Well, Jackson, well done once again. Brilliant win last week at Kart Masters, and best of luck for this weekend here at Whilton.
Good to hear once again from Jackson Hilton. The question is, will that weekend kickstart a good end to his year with now those E-plates on the line? We're going to take a quick break. You're going to hear from Demon Tweaks. We'll see you shortly.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from ROTAX parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Thanks again there to Demon Tweaks, and welcome back to the build-up show here at Event 7 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Now, what does it take here at Whilton Mill at the end of the summer to put a quick lap together? We saw one from Will Archer.
We're here in the race centre. You know the drill. It's time for our on-board lap. This week, we've got Will Archer from the KR Sport team with us. Will, this is our ROTAX visit to Whilton Mill. Talk us through a lap. It's different to when we were here with the other half of the championships for event number 2. Talk us through the first half.
So obviously, first few corners, very fast corners, open it up as much, very fast. We need a good run up to Christmas, so we need to get these few corners perfect. Over the curb, keeping it left before going right, using a lot of track to carry as much speed up to Christmas. Up to Christmas, very hard braking zone. Want to carry a lot of speed, but also we need to get it not going too hard.
This next section, as you come through and down, I'm just wondering with the grip levels, particularly as we go down into Ashby Corner, are we going to see a lot more overtaking through this part of the circuit if there's more grip on the inside this weekend?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, the last few flowing corners, easy to get up to someone through the slipstream, and going into Ashby, very obviously easy enough overtaking spot because it's a wide ride, quite wide through here. Hard braking spot, so I think we should see some overtakes into here.
After Ashby, you've got these two left-handers coming up, Wilkins, Oziers. These again are quite key overtaking areas, aren't they?
Yeah. If you get that first left-right, this second left's definitely a lot easier to overtake, but they're very flowing, so sometimes can be a bit tricky.
Now, this particular lap, this was from your practice session. We've got Oliver Liversidge right ahead of us. An area we've talked about at length in recent visits to Whilton Mill is the boot.
Yeah.
The boot is trickier, isn't it, than it used to be since the new chicane came in. I'm interested to know, when you're in this situation, you've got a driver right ahead of you, and you've probably got a little bit more speed on this lap. How do you deal with that as a situation?
Yeah, obviously, there's not really any other overtaking opportunities now through the rest of the lap, but you just got to try even just staying on the driver ahead, not making any mistakes, and try not to bump watch too much. Just look at the apex and try make it as the best lap you can when you have someone ahead of you.
And then the flow off the final corner, still that right-hander, so key to make sure that you get a good run onto the next lap.
Yeah, obviously, if that last little chicane is very hard to get right, but when you get it right, normally it's a good lap, and it also leads on to another good lap, because that coming out, if you get a good run out at that last corner, the next few corners are crucial, and then up to Christmas, it's all pretty much a fast-flowing section of the track, so yeah.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck for this weekend. Thanks for your time.
Very much.
Thank you for that, Andrew. We'll see how Will can put that practice into play very shortly. Of course, racing starts here at 9 AM. Before that, though, let's talk E10.
Yes, indeed. So today we will see the crowning of the inaugural E10 Cadet Cup champion as part of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. But let's have a bit of a challenge. Let's forget about one driver for an interview. How about 10 drivers all at once in one interview? Kiel caught up earlier in the weekend with the E10 drivers.
Our E10 cadet class is back with us here at Whilton Mill. We've got the whole grid right here. Introduce yourselves.
Zach Andrew,
Ansel Murray,
Leo Hartley,
Cara Zubaida,
Jamal Pomeran,
Stanley Gale,
Arthur Thompson,
Caleb Hiles,
Arthur Harrington,
And last but not least,
Buddy Hugo,
all right, favourite kart track, please?
Rye House,
Whilton Mill,
Shannington,
PFI,
PFI,
Silverstone,
PFI,
Monaco,
Silverstone,
Kim Bolton.
Now it's Friday practice here at Whilton Mill. What overtakes are we going to see from you this weekend?
A dive bomb,
no brakes,
dive bomb,
all of them,
round the outside,
switchback, dive bomb,
dive bomb,
A lot of dive bombs.
dive bomb,
wherever there's a gap.
All right, favourite Formula One team, one more time, back down the order.
I really like Haas,
McLaren, Mercedes,
McLaren, McLaren,
McLaren,
Oh, a theme?
Red Bull.
Mercedes and Ferrari.
Ferrari.
McLaren.
There's some insight from our E10 cadet class drivers. Who's going to be on the podium this weekend?
I love the enthusiasm of the E10 drivers in that segment. Since then, we've actually been joined by an 11th driver. Heath Smith wasn't with us on Friday. He got involved in the action on Saturday. He was looking really quick, in fact. We'll see the E10s again when they're out on circuit for both of their heats in the early part of the day and then their final later on this afternoon. Right, another part of being part of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships is talking to us lot, talking to the media, getting involved, telling us the stories that are going out there on track. Sometimes you need a little bit of help with that. It's a bit scary, isn't it? Well, on hand here this weekend are Chris McCarthy and Neil Cole, part of the Purple Sectors team. Great to have them back in the paddock. We had them at Kimbolton last year. They've been giving some of the drivers some media training here this weekend. But what is Purple Sectors? What's it about? Kiel, you caught up with Chris and the team to find out more.
Joining us here this weekend at Whilton Mill is Chris McCarthy and the team over at Purple Sectors. Chris, we all know you in the paddock, but for someone who may not, can you introduce yourself and what you're doing here today?
Yeah, so I'm the lead commentator for Formula 2 and Formula 3 and also the English commentator for 24-hour Le Mans. But I also, away from commentating, have set up Purple Sectors. We are an organisation which are trying to bring people back into the sport who can no longer race due to the fact that they've been diagnosed with epilepsy, something that happened to me. I managed to stay in it through commentary, so we're trying to do the same for other people. And we've got two drivers with us today, one of them coming back into the paddock for the first time, Wilf, along with Ollie. And while we're here, Neil Cole is going to be doing free media training for the paddock, so it's going to be a really good day.
It's great to have you guys here with us. We're going to learn more about Chris McCarthy and Purple Sectors as we go around with them for the day. Now, Chris, let's talk where you fit in with Purple Sectors. Of course, it's a charity that's very close to your heart, hence why you found it. Talk to us more about your journey.
Yeah, actually here at Whilton Mill has a big part of my journey. I began racing here in 2008, and then I had to subsequently stop racing here in 2012 in August because I had a seizure over on the exit of the boot, actually, which is right in my line of vision. But then to stay in the sport, I started filming races here as part of coursework for my college, and then that turned into a bit of a small business where we'd come down with college mates and film the club races. My races never got filmed, so I always thought it'd be so cool to see others get filmed, and so that's what I did. And then I started live commentary here when I finished college as well. That was one of my first jobs, which then led me to do Kart Masters. So it has a big part of my journey. I always love coming back, and I still host the awards for the club here every year, their end of season awards, which is always really good fun.
And it's nice to see how much this track means to you. Coming back now, being in a completely different position, you've of course been through that, the disappointment of having to not race anymore. You then found your new career within this track. What's it like now, kind of inspiring the next generation being back today?
Yeah, I mean, I always say my epilepsy was a blessing in disguise, really, because it led me into this whole career, which has been absolutely fantastic. But I was always very quiet about my epilepsy, didn't really like telling people. And then the first time I went round a paddock, actually with a charity T-shirt on, I was getting asked so many questions. I got such a good response from the paddock when I first posted online about the fact I had epilepsy. And so with that, I just wanted to try and get other people to come out of their shell, if you like, people that have epilepsy, because it's nothing to be embarrassed about, and there's lots of help out there. So I know how it feels to lose your race license because of epilepsy, but I know that there's another career out there as well. So that's what I want to try and do for the next generation now, is try and get them to talk more about it and come and work in the paddock, because there's so many opportunities here.
Yes, and that's exactly what you're doing with the two boys here today. But it's not only the two people that have been in the same position of you, it's the rest of your team here today as well. We've got media training with some drivers happening shortly. Let's move along though, because time's ticking and we've got to spend the rest of the day with Purple Sectors. Now, I know we've touched on the people you have here with you today, Chris, but these two drivers here in the McLaren tops are the perfect example of people that you're now helping, because when you maybe discovered that you had epilepsy, this wasn't a position that you were in to have kind of a community around you.
Yeah, exactly right. Nothing like this existed when I was diagnosed, so I didn't really know where to go. So we're showing Ollie and Wilf with us here today that there's different areas to the sport that they can go and seek careers in, even though the racing isn't working out for them. So, and we are, you're precisely right, we are trying to build a community within the sport that didn't exist a few years ago, and it's becoming very strong already in its third year, so it's really great. And we've also now got our first Purple Sectors ambassador as well, which is a GB4 race winner, Connor Willis, who's here with the drivers today. And that's another thing we're trying to do to really fly the flag both on and off the track, and that's now a new thing that we've launched for this year. So it's really great to have everyone here, and the community is here behind us.
And what you're now seeing is not only drivers that have been in the same position as you, but now you're seeing drivers advocate for you and teams with all the work that you're doing. Is that nice to see it kind of pay off?
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, having Connor is so great. There's going to be more Purple Sectors ambassadors, so keep posted for that. But it's just great to have a community within the sport. It's becoming so strong, and we just want to keep building on that now going forward. And the event we have on the 10th of November will be another big chance to bring everyone together and kind of had a celebration for the end of the season, but also celebrate what we're doing and have a really fun evening.
That's right. We'll touch on that event later, but the team here at Purple Sectors have media duties to get to. We'll see you there. Now, we're here at a Purple Sectors media session with Neil Cole here in the background. We've got some very familiar faces with us that are racing this weekend, like Finley Lyons and Emerson McAndrew-Uren. It's great to have you guys here. It's a good opportunity for the drivers to get some more practice, really. But can you explain what he's really doing back there?
Yes, our second year doing this. Neil Cole is one of the co-hosts of Purple Sectors with myself and Jenny Gow. He's also the host of the FIA Awards, which is the biggest awards evening in motorsport. So he knows how to be comfortable in front of camera. He's a professional at teaching drivers to do that and broadcasters as well. He actually taught me how to be a presenter, so it's very valuable for the drivers to get a free media session with him this weekend. And also it shows that Purple Sectors, we're not just helping people with epilepsy, we're trying to help the whole paddock as well by doing things like this. So we plan to continue doing this and grow it going forwards.
Thank you, Chris. Before we move along, let's see more of what he's doing.
You transition to the message that you want to get across. So you've got something, you've got a story to tell. So it's like, yes, but this happened, and then at the end of it, something really positive. So whether the interview's been positive or negative, whether your experience has been positive or negative, at the end of it, the sell is, but I love the British Kart Championships, and I can't wait to get back out on track later on with my amazing kart and my team here at Whilton Mill. So what is it again? A, answer. T, transition. And give me an example of some transition words. However, but, brilliant. Any more? Because, the thing is.
Thank you, Chris, and the team for joining us here today and giving the drivers some education on the media. If people want to hear more, learn more about you guys, where can they find you?
Yep, you can find us at Setting Purple Sectors on the social media channels. We've now also got a website, gopurple.org.uk, and make sure you join us 10th of November, Simply Race in Milton Keynes, where we will be racing for a reason. You can come and have a lot of fun and make a big difference at the same time, so we'd really appreciate your support.
That's right, we hope to see you there.
Really superb to hear there from both Neil, or seeing Neil in action, and hear from Chris as well. For Chris, it's really coming full circle this weekend. This is where he raced, as we found out. This is where he started his now commentary career, and a great effort there showing that being in motorsport is not just about being on track. There are so many roles to get involved with in this fantastic sport. Right, let's pass to a newer driver. We talked earlier about drivers who made their breakthroughs at Kimbolton. Another one was in Micromax, Kaya Vieira, on the podium at the first time of asking a month ago. Can he continue that form into this weekend here at Whilton Mill? We caught up with him earlier on in the weekend.
I'm here in the Evolution awning catching up with rookie for Micromax, Kaya Vieira. Kaya, it's good to have you here at the British Kart Championships. Now, you're new as of Kimbolton. Tell us how it's been joining.
I've really been enjoying British Kart Champs. I think that it's a very big honour to be here. When I was a kid, I used to watch it all the time and always want to participate.
Now, your first ever event with us was Kimbolton. You'd never actually been there before, but you put it on the podium. Was that something that you were expecting?
Not at all. I was expecting to be further down the pack, but it was a quite nice surprise to be at the front.
Following on from that, Kart Masters, you also got a podium at Kart Masters. How did those events kind of differ? Because especially for a young driver like that, you're a rookie into this championship. You did well at both events. How do they differ from each other?
I think that Kart Masters was slightly easier and more expected, as I've been there for a couple more times than Kimbolton, and I've been quick there before.
Well, back for another event of the British Kart Championships then, here at Whilton Mill. What do you think of Whilton Mill?
I personally really like Whilton Mill. It's close to my home, so we come here quite a lot, and it's very nice to be also towards the front and British here as well.
A local track for you. Do you think you can convert those podiums into a win this weekend?
Hopefully. We've had good momentum, so hopefully we can carry it on and hopefully win here.
How have you fueled for this weekend? What have you prepped in between here and Kart Masters?
We have got a new chassis, but that's kind of basically it.
And Netflix and eggs by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kaya. Best of luck.
We'll see later on today whether Kaya Wera can do it again, get on the podium here at Whilton Mill. Racing not too far away. We're going to take another short break after this advert from Kart Sim.
What a start from the hard, heading up into the top section.
Thank you once again to Kart Sim. Let's think back though to Kimbolton. One driver who seems to be on a really good run at this point in his season is Lenny Barton. You, the public, voted for him as driver of the day. Let's hear what he had to say.
We're here with Lenny Barton. Lenny, let's go back to Kimbolton, the last time the ROTAX classes raced. Tell us a little bit about your weekend.
Yeah, really good weekend. Made 8 places in Super Heat. But yeah, good weekend.
I say that heat win that you got, that was one of your best drives of the whole season so far. Tell us what it was like racing it in that one, particularly because it was a really hot weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the tent, just keep cool, and in the race, just when you do the move, you've got to, when you do it, you've got to finish it, but yeah.
And racing with Strawberry as well, it's such a big team, isn't it? Have they been a big help to you this year?
Yeah, really big help.
And you are Wera Tools Driver of the Day. That's an award voted by the public as well. How does it feel that the public have chosen you as the Driver of the Day from that race?
Yeah, really happy. Never got Driver of the Day at like a national thing before, but yeah.
Who do you like to thank for this award?
The whole team. The whole Strawberry team, my manager Cal, and Horizon and D&D Carpentry.
Fantastic stuff. Well, I'll introduce Keol in to present to you with the award. Lenny Barton, our Wera Tools Driver of the Day from Kimbolton.
Big well done there to Lenny Barton. It's not long now until we see how he gets on today.
Absolutely. We're going to stick with the themes of Micromax and award winners. We've talked about our driver of the day. Let's go across to the Wera Tools Excellence Award. Now, the winner from Kimbolton has been on the tools for every single event so far this season, helping out one of our newest and youngest drivers in the paddock, Arthur Bowers. We caught up with him earlier on this weekend. Here he is, your Wera Tools Excellence Award winner, Joe Bleakley.
We're here in the race centre with our Excellence Award winner from Kimbolton, Arthur Bowers mechanic, Joe Bleakley. Joe, we've also seen you as a driver. What was the transition like for you into mechanicking?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the driving in the British Kart Championships, the little amount that I did. But yeah, the transition into mechanicking has been very good for me. I've been working with KR Sport for 6 years now, since being a driver. And I really enjoy my job and working with the future talents like Arthur. So yeah, can't complain.
Like you said, we've seen you in this position for years now. Arthur is the youngest driver that you've worked with to date. What's it like kind of nurturing the talent right from the start?
Yeah, it's good. It requires sometimes a lot of patience and to build on his consistency and things like that, which comes with natural age and maturity. But his raw speed and natural talent's good enough for him to get there. definitely.
And it must be nice to get the recognition from the team here at Motorsport UK to win all these Wera tools.
Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah, thank you, whoever nominated me. I think I know who it is. I think it might have been Arthur's mum, and she knows I'm not, you know, I think she's done a bit of a stitch up for me to be on the camera doing this. But yeah, I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We hope you two have a great weekend.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Hope so.
Well done to Joe. I'm sure those new Wera tools will be put to very good use indeed. One more class to go before we go racing at 9 o'clock. It is, of course, Junior ROTAX. Now, a number of the drivers in this class were here 2 weeks ago for the club round, getting a little bit of extra practice in. On top of the pile 2 Sundays ago was Blake Southern. He's been on a tremendous run so far this season, getting better and better every time. Before the racing here at Whilton Mill, we caught up with him.
I'm here in the DHR awning, catching up with Blake Southern for Junior ROTAX. Blake, you're a good example of karting pathways. Just a couple of years ago, you were doing arrive and drive karting. Can you explain to us how you've come up to a national level over the last couple of years?
Yeah, so I started off with like normal arrive and drive, like Daytona. Then we went to Club 100, and then we joined Jack Decks in 2024, decided with Club 100, and really like pushed that and just introduced myself into owners originally. Then last year in 25, we went all out in like the club championships like PF, Whilton, Kimbolton, Shannington. Then we won Kimbolton and Whilton. So we really did well in the 2 others. So yeah.
Speaking of club championships, you were here just a couple of weeks ago for the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship and you won. Do you think that that win is going to help you prep for this weekend?
Yeah, definitely. Like help me learn this track. Not like I already know it, but just help with the track conditions and if anything's changed.
This is also a local one for you. Do you think with your previous club experience and everything involved, do you think this could be your first podium this weekend?
Yeah, definitely. I'm trying to go for the win as well.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Good to hear from Blake there. Seems in very good form heading into today's finals. But that's enough talk. Let's get into the business of racing. It's another big day in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Event 7, Super Heats, are up next. Good morning once again, everybody. Welcome to Whilton Mill for Event 7 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Our ROTAX categories are ready to go racing here today in Northamptonshire. Sunny skies for us in this part of the world. The track looking really, really quick so far this weekend. And this is going to be a very intriguing day for the championships as well. We will see a champion crowned today in the form of the 10s. Myself, Andrew Mather, Henry Baudet will be with us in a little bit. Keol Lynch currently sitting alongside me here in the commentary position. Keol, this circuit, 1,200 metres, 12 turns, 26 foot in elevation from top to bottom, established in the early 90s. I've been coming here, since what, 2014. I have never seen Whilton Mill so grippy, so grippy before a race meeting. Weather today, clear skies, low 20s, little bit of breeze across the circuit. Perfect conditions for kart racing, not too hot for the drivers, the mechanics, the tyres, the engines. But Keol, just to bring you in there on that bit about the track, we talked about it a little bit earlier on today in the build-up show. It's feeling very Euro, to use that phrase. You walk out on the circuit and you've got to pull your feet off of the circuit, particularly through the corners, because so much rubber has been laid down. It's quite different to what we're used to at this place.
No, that's right. Of course, we were here for Event 2. It was not really anything like that. Of course, this time we're here with ROTAX and E10. Like you said, Andrew, there's going to be a champion crowned this weekend so far. And of course, it's the first championship point scoring round for the ROTAXs towards their E-plate later on in the year. But there is the track. You can see, like you said, if you tuned in to our build-up show, you would have seen us on the track walk with some of the former club champions and local drivers. The track is incredibly sticky, it's hot, and I think that is definitely making for a new challenge for the drivers so far this weekend.
Some of the drivers are a little bit excited there. It's out the door the first thing in the morning. That was Logan Roll for everybody. Right, let's get into the schedule. So at the start of the morning, we'll see the E10s out on circuit at 9 o'clock sharp for the first of their 2 heats today. They had their qualifying practice yesterday and a series of practice sessions. For the juniors, their super heats will go from 9:15. 2 super heats to whittle the field down from just over 40 down to the top 36. So that'll be 9:15 and 9:35 for both of those races. Senior ROTAX, they'll have 2 super heats as well for the same story, whittling down to 36 at 9:55 and 10:15. Minimax will go at 10:35, Micromax at 10:55, and then the second of the E10 cadet heats will be at 11:15. But let's get ready for it then. Coming up, first heat of the day for E10 cadets. So there are our drivers, and there in the foreground is your championship leader. Ansel Murray can wrap up the E10 Cadet Cup if he finishes in the top 8 in the intermediate classification. So if you're new to this championship, if you're new to this form of motorsport, what we mean by that is all of these drivers will take part in 2 heats over the course of the morning. The results from those heats will be combined. That will give us the order for the intermediate classification, and then the championship points are awarded from that. When we get to the final, that's a standalone race for another set of championship points. But Ansel Murray can wrap up the title through this phase of the morning if he can finish on average across those 2 heats in the top 8, which on the basis of his record so far this season, Keel, that's very achievable for Ansel. He's currently on a maximum score. He's had 4 championship scoring stages. He's taken a maximum 65 at every single one.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. If we look at the odds of so far his championship, it's been pretty faultless from Ansel Murray so far. The likes of Buddy Hugo and Heath Smith have been trying their best to kind of challenge him so far, but at this stage, he hasn't yet been challenged.
He hasn't at all in terms of the race wins, but today could be a different day. Ansel Murray does start this race from pole position. Heath Smith alongside him on the front row. Buddy Hugo and Jamal Pumaram, they go from row number 2. Zach Andrew and Stanley Gill will start this race from row 3. Arthur Thompson and Leo Hartley there on row 4. Arthur Etherington, the new driver, the new name to this E10 grid for this weekend, is on row 5 with Caleb Hiles. And Cairo Zubaida completes the 11-strong field. Just to run through the rest of the score. So we talked about Ansel Murray, 260 points on the board at the moment. 19 points is the lead over Buddy Hugo. Heath Smith is a further 3 points back, so that could be a very close run for second place in the championship. Jamal Pumaram on 234, as is Stanley Gill. They're tied for 4th place at the moment. Arthur Thompson, Leo Hartley, Arthur Jardine, Adam Alahi and Kyra Zubaida all in the top 10 in the scores at the moment. This will be an 8-minute plus 1 lap race. And the first of 2 heats for the E10s. If you're new to this category, this is an all-electric category from ROTAX. Let's see how they race here this morning at Whilton Mill. Into those tram lines. Big day of motorsport in this part of the world, and we're going to get things going here at Whilton Mill with the E10 cadets. Good start for Ansel, straight into the lead of the race. Up to Christmas Corner they will go. Good scrap going on there for 3rd place in the early stages. There at the inside is the number 81 of Heath Smith aboard the Richardson Chassis Engineering Kart. Gets through past the number 27 of Zach Andrew, who's also had a good start. Whoa, big lock up there from Buddy Hugo. Buddy did fantastically to hold on to that one, Keel. And that's the first little difference, perhaps, that we're seeing here at Whilton Mill versus previous events. There's a lot of grip down there into Ashby Corner, but it's still Mr. Gravity is against you at that point, pushing you on through the corner. Buddy had that little lock-up, but thankfully didn't run too wide.
Well, exactly. Around the boot they go now. This was their first opportunity to kind of suss out the track conditions in racing format. They only had qualifying and practice yesterday. Over the line, Ansel Murray goes then your championship leader for the first time today, and he leads by 9/10 already. This isn't a good sign for Buddy Hugo and Heath Smith there in the 2 places behind him in the championship through Christmas Corner then. And yeah, like you said, the track conditions are sticky here today. They've not yet raced this. So this is, especially these first couple of laps for these young drivers, it's really sussing it out like we saw there on the first lap for the likes of Zach Andrew, who gained out of that, really.
Did indeed. So 6.5 minutes of this race to go. Running out of Ozzy's corner and onto the little back straight here that charges the drivers towards the boot. Smooth driving at the front of the field then from Ansel Murray. A win in this heat will do his already sky-high confidence a lot of good here, Keel, because I know we say, oh, top 8, you know, got to get a top 8. That's all just on paper. It's not as easy as that when you're out on track and you know that everybody's looking at you to deliver. If you can get a win here, that'll calm maybe some of the nerves overnight, knowing that he won't necessarily, or just need to roll round basically and get some form of result in the second heat, and that should be enough to get into the top 8 and secure the championship. Why are we saying championship at the early part of the day? Well, this is where drop scores come into play. 3 rounds, 2 scoring opportunities in each of them, and then it's the best 5 scores out of those 6. Those are the ones that then count towards the championship at the end of today. So quite simply, if Ansel Murray could win through both of these heats, there's nothing more that he could do in terms of the championship. He will have 5 perfect scores. No one will be able to beat him, even by winning the final later on this afternoon, and it will be championship time for the inaugural time in the E10 Cadet Cup for Ansel Murray. But that's all what's got to happen for the race leader. There's still a good race going on for many of the other drivers. This is the battle for 6th place on your screens. Leo Hartley and Stanley Gill. Leo Hartley in the number 37, getting back ahead there of Gill. Oh, runs a little bit wide. Thankfully uses that runoff curb and does get down the inside there into Wilkins' corner, back into 6th place.
There's an indication there from Stanley Gill to start working together. We still have 4 minutes and 20 seconds left of this one then. Like you said, Ansel Murray is in that position where realistically today all he has to do, it's a maintaining game. There he is over the line once again. However, though, Buddy Hugo is gaining this gap back. He's reeling the leader back in with now only a 5/10 gap. At this stage in the championship, Hugo and Smith, they've had the opportunity to kind of learn that this is what they now need to do. It's too dangerous to let Ansel Murray keep getting past.
Just to note as well, sadly we've lost Jamal Pumaram from this race. So Jamal in the Jack Dex Racing number 55, in fact there he is, looks to have suffered some form of technical issue. Hopefully they can get that kart working again. And well, whilst Jamal more than likely will be classified 11th in this one, they might be able to get him back out and go for a bit of a glorified test run across the course of this heat, and then learn a little bit more for the second heats later on today. That'll be at 11:15. If you're having to pop out and you can't take us with you, but you do want to be in here for the E10s, 11:15 is when that second heat will be taking place. 3 minutes of this one to go. Murray leads from Hugo, Smith, Andrew, Thompson, Gill, Hartley, Etherington. Good drive there from Arthur Etherington. We've not seen Arthur race in this category before, and at the moment is in the top 10 ahead of Caleb Hiles and Cairo Zubaida. Fastest lap of the race at the moment being held by Heath Smith there in 3rd place, half a second covering the top 3. And Heath Smith responding as well, Keel, has gone purple through sectors 1 and 2.
That's right, we have just heard that Pomeram had a power issue with the car in the pits, unfortunately, so it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get back out. This battle, though, that you're seeing on your screen is the championship battle for those second 2 places. You've got Buddy Hugo and Heath Smith. Unfortunately, neither of them have been able to take a win so far this weekend because Ansel Murray has taken all. However, that could be different this weekend because once Ansel Murray does these heats, if he's in a position where he has won, you don't know how he'll race the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, you sometimes see it that the champions, if they've got enough points before the final race, they elect to sit out. Personally, I hope that doesn't happen. I don't think it will happen necessarily. I don't think that's the style of Ansel and his dad and how they go racing. And I think they'll have the confidence with the performances that we've seen so far this season to keep racing on. If you're new to the sport, why does that happen? Well, there's rules regarding disqualifications, which have been refined in recent times. It's basically if you get disqualified from the event, if you do something very naughty indeed, you're not allowed to use that as a drop score. So previously, it used to be a case of if you got disqualified for a technical infringement in a final, something like that, that you wouldn't be able to drop that score. The rules have been refined, as I say, in recent times to make sure that that is not now the case. I think that's a positive step because it means that a lot more drivers do race when they've got the championship wrapped up, when they've got far ahead enough before drop scores come into play.
That's right, just under 1 minute to go then for our first heat of the day here at Whilton Mill, and it's getting closer between your championship leader. The top 3 here in the championship are the drivers to look out for. The fastest, though, of the 3 of them is Heath Smith. They're in 3rd. Round the boot, they'll go once more. Still time for a couple more laps, Andrew.
Yeah, this is actually one of the closest races that we've seen so far this year at the very front in the E10s. Ansel Murray under a little bit of pressure from Buddy Hugo, who has just set the fastest lap of the race. And don't forget that Hugo and Smith, they are fighting for 2nd place in the final championship standings. 3 championship points between them at the start of the day. So if they can't win the championship, they would love to take that P2 spot. This won't be the last time that we see the E10s in action this year. We will see them at Silverstone in October. That will be their E-plate. That is a standalone meeting for the E10 drivers, unlike when we start talking about the other ROTAX categories here this weekend, whose E-plate campaigns has already started. They started with their heats yesterday and will be held over this meeting, and then the double-header at Silverstone in October for the E10s. The E-plate is just all around Silverstone when we go there for the end of the season. Time is up. Last lap board is out. Heath Smith has just put in the fastest lap of the race. Is there going to be a move here from the RCE driver? Well, it's an RCE 123, I should say. So the Richardson Chassis Engineering squad will be very happy with this. Buddy Hugo would love to take the early advantage, though. Ansel Murray has a quick check over the shoulder. Has driven very, very well indeed in this race. This is not easy for any young driver with the weight of expectation on Ansel's shoulders. But at the moment, it's looking good. You know, you'd take P3 if he wasn't able to quite get this one over the line. That would be a solid result in this quest for a top 8 in the championship. But that's not Ansel's style. He likes winning, particularly here in E10 Cadet Cup, and is going to start the day that could see him be champion with a Heat 1 victory. P2 for Buddy Hugo, P3 for Heath Smith. Zach Andrew is the first of the R1 racing team home there in 4th place. Arthur Thompson in 5th. Stanley Gill 6th. Leo Hartley will come over the line P7. There was Arthur Etherington over the line. Great start for Arthur. First time that we've seen that kart and that driver in action in E10 Cadet Cup so far this season, and a P8 finish is the result, and ahead of drivers who've been with us since PFI. 9th for Caleb Hiles, 10th for Kyra Zubaida, and Jamal Pomeram was the single retirement in that race. But there is your race winner, the young man from Oxfordshire, so relatively close to home. Starts the day perfectly with a race victory. Looks very calm there at the wheel of that kart. And, well, we'll do the maths between now and 11:15, but I reckon if Ansel Murray just gets round, gets a score, even if it's for last place, that will be enough to be in the top 8 in the intermediate standings through this part of the day. That will be enough to be champion even before we get to the final. I am joined in the commentary box by Henry Burdett. Henry, you had a little brief glimpse of that race. A good drive there to start the day for Ansel. And as I say, not easy. I know when you've won all the points so far this season, it's like everyone then expects even more from you. And these drivers so young, probably the least experienced drivers in the category, in the whole paddock as well. And that was really impressive from Ansel to take yet another victory.
Yes, it was. I was watching that race from a different point of the circuit. I've been waylaid doing a few things at the track this morning. Ansel Murray, you'd think, okay, he's won all 4 point-scoring rounds or all 4 point-scoring points of the championship so far. This is the biggest weekend of his career.
Yep.
Because, of course, this will have, this is the championship decider. We look from the start. I have to say that the circuit, the paddock, is absolutely chock full this weekend. Even down towards the fields, towards the camping area. More people staying at the meadows this weekend, which is good to see because you get to this level and you think, it's not about people staying at the track anymore, and it's not about the sort of the family atmosphere. But no, this weekend is proving the lies that. But it was a very, very special result there for Ansel Murray. This is their 3rd and final round of the championship. It's the opening round because I think we are going to see the E10s again at Silverstone.
And that'll be, unlike the other categories, that is a standalone E-plate meeting. Okay,
because of course the E-plate is also, points for the E-plate begin this weekend. In the mini, micro, junior and senior, that'll be the best sort of points over the 3 rounds. But for the E10s are a standalone. And Ansel Murray, he has just taken, you can see him there with his mum and dad. You can see Reese Richardson, who of course helps to run the Richardson Chassis engineering team. And Keogh caught up with him on the paddock show, and Reese said, I'm just helping the team out. And he does. And you can see Dave Richardson there on the left, the man behind RCE Chassis. This is a great, great team.
Ansel's dad does a great job with the facts. And another new fact from off track, Ansel also won his first Fortnite online match this week. So well done, Ansel. He continues doing the winning.
Is it 2019 all over again and people are playing Fortnite? Is that still, is it a thing? It's a thing.
It's still a thing. Let's move on. Junior ROTAX up next. So, let's find out who is going through to the final. Cian Bernard starts this superheat on pole position. Blake Southern alongside on the front row. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Lucian Smith go from row 2. Ellis Bell, Theo Bradshaw, there on row number 3.
Alex Shepherd and Ryan White go from row number 4. Alex Goodson recovering very quickly from a wrist injury, and Josh Cormack are next. Fletcher Jameson and George Fountain on row 6.
Kartik Kometa, Jack Beasley there on row 7. Finley Smith and Isabella Stansmore Wilson on row 8. Ava Lawrence, who had a great result in Kristianstad last week in the FIA Championship, starts on row 9 alongside Nelson Taylor. 2 drivers on the outside looking in at the moment. Louis Radcliffe and Max Douthwaite must have good races here in this superheat. Otherwise, Henry, it's bye-bye time, sadly. There's about 4 or 5 drivers who won't make the cut of 36 from the full number of 41. I think we've still got everybody in the original entry list.
Do you know how quickly karting changes? The last time I commentated on Ava Lawrence was the final round of the UAE ROTAX Max Challenge in April.
Yeah.
When she was in Micromax.
Wow.
This April. So Ava Lawrence, the young lady from Australia, as we go green, off and racing. We'll talk about the young lady from Australia who is starting, but she's in the top 36 in points, but up at the front. It's a great start from number 2-8. Oh, that is it says Louis Ratcliffe in the... looking at the back there, 282, Cian Bernard. I'm getting my Sam Pollitt Racing 217s and 282s mixed up. But out of first couple of corners, we're down towards Ogiers now. Into the back straight. Looking over his shoulder, you can see that Luca Holmes-Ballack and the number 246 of Ellis Bell, the tiny Carter from Scotland. there in third position. Rumour has it, now, the Ultimate R team, we've spoken about Ben Hingley getting married. The Ultimate R team have been doing a lot of sort of private high-speed testing on Jonathan Buck's driveway, and if you're concerned about health and safety, it's a gated driveway, so that's fine.
Private residence.
Private residence, so it's okay. Oh no, and there's number 243, the Zip Kart of
Theo Bradshaw.
Theo Bradshaw running wide at Christmas corner.
Not a good start for Lucian Smith. Lucian, I want to say, was off at turn number 2, or they got that kind of transition from 1 into 2. There was one of the KR Sport drivers losing a number of positions, and Lucian down 13 spots. Now, Lucian's under no threat of being eliminated, but for the drivers at the front, they want to keep that form that we saw yesterday during the qualifying heats going to get championship points as well after these races. It will be the first time we see championship points awarded to drivers in junior ROTAX so far this weekend. And then the final again is a standalone race. There is Lucian Smith trying to find a way back through.
Yeah, that
stuck
looks
behind
like
Ava Lawrence at the moment, that 688 machine.
Yeah, that looks like recovery drive all over. Just by the way that Lucian was being quite aggressive going into Christmas corner. Ava Lawrence, a guest driver, not scoring championship points, not taking championship points up with the drivers. The guest drivers in each class, their karts start, they're numbered in the 600s across any class. So although you can see the juniors, the numbers start with the 2s, the seniors, they start with the 3s, but guest drivers are the 600s, and they are the 600s in every single class. You've got 2 in junior, Nelson Taylor and Ava Lawrence. Nelson Taylor is up to 18th as we look at the 296 of Fletcher Jameson, who of course was one of the heroes of Kart Masters last weekend. Fletcher moving up into 6th position.
Difficult weekend so far for Fletcher Jameson, and it's just got a little bit more difficult. Despite that move, he's got a 5-second in-race time penalty. So right now, Fletcher would chop all the way down to 18th place. Is similar to Lucian Smith, not under threat of elimination. Has got a good buffer over that drop zone from 37th downwards in the intermediate classification. But that's not what he wanted at this stage of the season. Number of drivers looking towards the end of the year.
Oh, why is Ellis Bell slowing down? Why is Ellis Bell slowing down? Ellis Bell is retiring. And I've got to look at the radiator moving around.
Bracket's broken.
The bracket has broken. The tiny car. Oh, and that tells me he knows it wasn't an accident. It wasn't his fault. It was just pure, cruel luck.
And that's second place in the championship. Once again, well, we saw it with a number of runners who were trying to chase Jacob Ashcroft 1 year ago at the visit to this place. And they always say this was the weekend where Ashcroft just got that grip on the championship, and it was because drivers 2nd, 3rd, 4th in the championship could not score, could not start to turn the pressure on the championship leader. Is it happening again here at Whilton Mill? This time to the benefit of Charlie Wolfett, who we'll see later on in the morning. There is a scrap between Kartik Kumeta and Alex Goodson. I've got to be honest, Henry, I was very surprised to see Alex Goodson back on the entry list early on this week. The last time we saw Alex was at Kimbolton only a month ago, having quite a hefty impact, having a wrist injury. He's been working on the fitness in the oxygen tent for the last 4 weeks. Is not 100% fit, but fit enough to race. So fair play to Alex that he's got straight back on the horse, as it were. He's having a good scrap there to try and get in the top 10.
Because this circuit is possibly, I would say this circuit is one of the hardest physically to come back to. You just look at the bumps, look at the way the drivers and the karts are moving up and down on the circuit. That is pure bumps in the tarmac. And of course, you know, your wrist, these drivers' wrists, they bear the forefront of all that pressure that is, you know, sent from the circuit through the car into the driver's body. The wrist is the first flash point that has to deal with that physicality. So for Alex Goodson to come back so quickly is great. To come back to this circuit, first of all, is even tougher. The fact that he is just outside the top 10 is incredibly praiseworthy.
I can vouch for that. I have personal experience of that when I had my wrist injury. Wilson was the first place I came back to.
And
I got put in a marshal post that day.
Oh, really? What?
It was great.
What, they said, Andrew, you're not a driver, you're a marshal, or somebody else went, no, Andrew, you're going in the marshal post?
No, get back off track, go back on. I was driving.
Oh, you were driving? Oh, so somebody put you in a marshal post?
Yeah, I got put in a marshal post.
Ah, there we go. How was your wrist?
No, it's fine.
Fair enough.
Ego was a bit harmed, but there we go.
Well, that's
6 minutes of this race to go. Cian Bernard leads this one from Blake Southern. Southern in good form around this circuit. Was here 2 weeks ago. Won the clubby round that quite a few drivers in this category, and the same with Minimax, raced at that meeting to get a little bit of experience in. And we always say it with Whilton Mill, a driver's B game is not enough round here. There's so many championships that visit this place.
Very, very, very true.
If you are not on 95% level or more in terms of your scale of performance, probably higher, you're not going to have a good day. So good to see Blake doing a good job there at the front of the field. This is Luca Holmes-Ballack on your screens. This is the fight for third place. Fletcher Jameson just behind. Fletcher Jameson carrying that 5-second in-race time penalty from earlier on in this one. Ryan White just behind. Josh Cormack there in sixth place. Josh Cormack starting to get a little bit of a rhythm. Now, we often say this with drivers in their first year of juniors. You normally have to wait about 6 months for drivers who are very strong in Mini to start shining through. Could this be the weekend where that starts to occur for Josh Cormack, who finished the Mini season last year in very, very good form, won at PF International. That was the last time we really saw him at the front of the field. He's there in this pack fighting for third place, which at the moment Luca Holmes-Ballack continues to hold on to.
Yeah, here comes the Falkirk Titan MOT sponsored driver, Josh Cormack, who has been, well, like I said, he's learning a new class.
He's learning year.
However, it has been, a tough first 6 months. So, I'm looking back thinking didn't qualify for main event, for finals, superheats at places like Kart Masters, places like Le Mans, which is going to be, disheartening for a driver who is a race winner, a multiple race winner in this championship, both in Micromax and Minimax. Josh Cormack has won every single level on the ROTAX ladder that he has driven at in this championship. And of course, it just takes time. It gets harder and harder the further up the ladder you go.
Alex Shepherd in this group as well in the Evolution racing car. Alex took part in our track walk on Friday night and gave us some really, really good insight into this part of the circuit. Unfortunately, though, Louis Radcliffe was straight down the inside there and into 7th place. Louis Radcliffe up 11 places. This is a weekend-saving drive here from Louis Radcliffe, who is one of those drivers outside the top 36 overnight. Remember, it's a bigger weighting of points in these superheats in comparison to the qualifying heat. You can make a big difference to your day by having a strong run in this one. That is what Radcliffe is doing. With that kind of result, he should be now making it through to the final. Here are your leaders.
Yep, out of Inkermans, down towards Ashby, the 250. Blake Southern now just sitting, learning. Cian Bernard had a long chat with Cian's mother yesterday. And of course, Cian, initially from South African heritage, just talking about the difference in the two countries and how achingly beautiful South Africa is, having been there earlier this year. But Cian will not be thinking about that. Plain white crash helmet through oblivion, out of Fine Lady, up the hill towards Christmas Corner. They are nearly 5 seconds in front of this group. Fletcher Jameson, to coin a bit of a footballing phrase, Fletcher Jameson must be as sick as a parrot, Andrew, because if Fletcher had gone with the top two, he would have negated his 5-second penalty. As it is, he sat in third position, holding up a good half a dozen, not holding them up, but battling with half a dozen drivers, and his penalty will drop him at the moment from, well, he'll drop to a 10th, there or thereabouts.
Yeah, 9th or 10th at the minute. 1.5 minutes of this race to go. Now, what could be quite useful here for Jameson is that Josh Cormack looking a little bit defensive now. That split up the chase pack. Cormac moves to the middle of the road. No opportunity there for Ryan White. Oh, Louis Radcliffe, all of that hard work nearly fell apart there. There's Finlay Smith in the 2:34, who gets through and past Alex Shepherd. Alex Shepherd, another one of the drivers who's very strong around this circuit in the on the club scene, for example. Evolution Racing, we've talked a lot about them in terms of what they've been doing with Freddie Lloyd so far in 2026. Don't forget how much they've been winning races, getting podiums at the club level as well. Here, just up the road at Shennington, they've had a good number of results with their growing roster of drivers. And across the line they go then for maybe 2 more laps of this one, or thereabouts. Theo Bradshaw started to come back through the field as well, Henry. We saw Theo in a bit of bother early on in this race. Just got ahead of Alex Goodson for 12th place.
Up a Christmas corner, through Inkermans, down to Ashby's. Out of Ashby's, up the straight towards Wilkins. Out of Wilkins, you've got to be so careful. If anyone makes a move, you've got to dive across to the inside, going downhill into Osiers. Out of Osiers, staying off the curb on the exit of the corner, through the back straight, into the boot. Boot 1. Meanwhile, the 2 leaders still, Blake Southern has not made a move. Cian Bernard is aware. He takes a long look over his shoulder.
And they did get over the line with 4 seconds to go, so they've got another lap in. Well, I'll note that for looking at some of the notes in terms of whether the track is running a lot quicker or not, because I remember last year we had some very close calls in terms of time versus last lap and all of that business. So is the track running a good degree quicker than previous visits? Maybe so. That won't be bothering Cian Bernard right now. He's got the lead in this race, was on the podium last time out at Kimbolton. How he would love to go 2 places further here today. He's not had a win in the British Championships since PFI 2023. That was back in his Micromax days, but he's in good form at the moment in the mid-summer. But right now he's having to work hard to keep Blake Southern behind. Blake Southern, will he look down the inside into Ashby? Bernard comes off any kind of move. Southern could draw alongside, but it's going to be on the outside now for Wilkins. That's well covered off to the inside. He's going to get down the inside. Oh, Bernard just about shuts the door there on Blake Southern. He shakes his head. He knows that that was his opportunity, because if you're not through by this point of the boot, you've got very little opportunity. It's so tight through this new chicane. First junior ROTAX superheat of the day is going to go to Cian Bernard, and that will be pole for the final for Cian Bernard. He had a 2-point lead overnight. He will not add to his score. That is good. At this stage of the day, there is nothing that the likes of Findlay Lines and everybody else will be able to do in Superheat B. They will not be able to beat the score of Cian Bernard through the 2 heats and the Superheat. Great performance there for Sam Pollitt Racing.
Just look as you see Fletcher Jameson, although there's Graham Bell beginning the long trudge up the hill towards Ellis Bell's stricken cart. Do you notice Fletcher Jameson crossing the line in 3rd position? Now, 2 laps ago, we talked about how Fletcher was at the head of a very large train of cart. Well, it seems, though, over the last lap, Fletcher Jameson and Luca Holmes-Ballock were able to get away, I think probably because Josh Cormac, quite understandably bearing in mind his trials and tribulations at the start of the year, Cormac parked the bus. And that allowed Holmes-Ballock and Jameson to pull away in the space of 1.5 laps, 4 seconds. Andrew, they pulled away. That's something for people to consider later on, before they begin to defend their positions. As we look down the remaining order, so with Louis Radcliffe gaining so many places and putting himself into the top 36, the nearest the 2 drivers who are on the outside looking in at the start of this, well, on the 2 drivers at the back of the top 36 in points at the start of this race, Ava Lawrence, 33rd in points, and Nelson Taylor, 35th in points. Taylor had a better run in that one. Nelson Taylor to 15th for Thule Motorsport. Ava Lawrence, 19th. That's going to be a nervous wait. But before we say anything else, I'll remind you once again, ladies and gentlemen, that in April this year, April 2026, Ava Lawrence was driving in Micromax.
Here we see some of your highlights. That was the moment for Lucian Smith that dropped one of the strongest drivers from yesterday down the order. Bernard led in the early stages. Blake Southern had a very good start. This is his move on Luca Holmes-Balak.
Any indication on Ellis Bell's kart at this point of something not right? Now,
Yeah,
you can see it.
loose there.
Yeah, I noticed it on one of the earlier shots coming across the top that it was looking a little bit, technical term alert, ladies and gentlemen, it was looking a little bit wibbly-wobbly.
Fletcher Jameson put in a good number of moves in that race, up 8 spots on the road. He'll lose some of those as a result of the 5-second in-race time penalty, but a good effort nonetheless. After being on the podium 7 days ago at Piaf International, that was the near moment for Louis Radcliffe where it nearly unravelled for him. This was the good scrap for the race win. Calm stuff from Bernard and good racing room left between Bernard and Southern. They raced each other firm but fair in that one, which is what we want to see. More from those drivers later on. We'll see the vast majority of them in the final, which will go later on today at 12 o'clock. But right now, we're going to pass down to Parc Fermé for the first time today and over to Keogh Lynch.
Very much, boys. For the first couple of heats for the day are finished here at Whilton Mill. I'm going to be down in the pits joining you for the rest of the day. We've got Cian Bernard, winner of the Super Heat A for Junior ROTAX. Cian, it's been a really good start to your weekend compared to kind of the rest of your year. How are you feeling heading into this one?
Yeah, it's really confident going into the final. Obviously, at the start of this weekend, I just aim for consistent results, and that's what's been happening so far. So, yeah, obviously a big relief taking that win in the Super Heat. So, yeah, really looking forward to the final.
Now, Blake in that one, towards the end of that race, he did have kind of a similar pace to you, really. He puts you under some pressure. Is there more to give for you today?
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, I was pushing as hard as I can the whole race. I didn't really look behind, so I didn't really know what was going on. But then as soon as towards the end of the race, I looked behind, I saw he was behind me, then I knew what I needed to do on the last couple of laps.
Well, best of luck.
Cool, thank you.
Tunnel vision there for Cian Bernard. That's it for the first half of the Junior ROTAX. Let's go straight along to the next.
Thank you very much, Keogh. We're getting ready for Super Heat B in Junior ROTAX, so we know who's going to take pole position in this category. The question still remains is who's going to start on the outside of row number 1. Now, this is another one of those circuits where maybe you want P3 on the grid for the final, but we'll see what happens over the course of this one. Formation lap underway. Finlay Lyons starts on pole position at the venue where he won the Minimax O-Plate back in 2024. Emerson McCandy-Uren comes into this weekend, the newest winner in the FIA European Championships, back in British action this weekend. Your winner from Cumbolton starts on the front row. Charlie Wolfett, championship leader, starts alongside the very much in form Zach Turner for Coles Racing. That's row 2. Sebastian Chowan Clark and Tom Reed go from row number 3. Row 4, Harry Taylor and Connor Large. Riley Morrow and Aidan Clark go from row 5. Jensen Chalk and Tobias Johns, they're on row 6.
Row number 7, Nathaniel Gray and Ronnie Smart. Harry Radcliffe and Joseph Berkery, Thomas Jackson and Bailey Collins. Now, Samia Paul and Clark Naylor. The 2 drivers on the outside. So we did have 41 drivers on the entry list. 40 have come out to play this morning.
Sam Kohler, I want to say, was a withdrawal earlier on in the weekend.
Okay.
Going back into the memory bank on that one.
I haven't called his name. So commiserations to Sam. Well,
good front row, this.
Yes.
Finlay Lyons and Emerson McCandy-Uren into the tram lines. We are green on our screen and racing in the Super Heat. Very good start for those at the pole side. Charlie Wolfett gets the jump on his Dan Holland Racing teammate as they run up towards Christmas Corner. Emerson McCandy-Uren swings around the outside. May get his teammate in that one. No, not quite. Good racing at the start of this Super Heat, but Lyons will lead from Wolfett, from Emerson McCandy-Uren has been a good start as well for Sebastian Chan Clark in the KR Sport 251. Looks to be up to 4th place. Good, aggressive start, but not overboiling here in the heat at Whilton Mill, Henry. Good to see from the juniors.
This is going to be a very, very interesting fight between Charlie Wolfett, between the race leader Finley Lines, and between Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who earlier this week celebrated his 13th birthday. Finley Lines has proved himself to be, and again, not panicking, not defending on lap number 3. No, he's lost 2 places. This is the key area for Finley Lines. He has proved himself time and time again as one of the best juniors in the country, across any class, and Finley races both divisions. But the finals are the next part of the puzzle for Finley to unlock, because as he comes back at Charlie Wolfett, easily done, new leader Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who will be riding the crest of a wave, I am sure, because it's not just a case of, oh, he won a round of the European OK Junior Championship. He won it for the Factory Tony Kart team. And how do we say this? The Factory Tony Kart team in Europe have...
It hasn't been the weapon of choice in the last couple of seasons.
That's an excellent way of putting it. And in fact, I couldn't have put it better way. The engines, the engine builder, and the chassis itself...
Joseph Berkery out of the race. And
he's being...
Nose cone is not in factory state at the moment.
And he's being coached this weekend by none other than Gus Lawrence. So that is an early bath for Joseph Berkery. So to win on the package that he won on was even more impressive. So for any driver to get a scalp here comes Finley Lines. That is excellent.
Brilliant.
Because Emerson defended, he didn't defend all the way. And Finley said, okay, I'll go a little bit deeper. And Emerson goes, anything you can do, I can do just as well. And now Lines is going to be, got to be careful because he gets swamped back to 4th, 5th. You can see the Coles racing cart. Zach Turner coming into play over the grass. Is that Sebastian Chowan Clark going over the grass?
Yep. That was not what Clark would have wanted.
Well, this
at
is
that
good.
Stage.
So Emerson McAndrew-Uren, age 13, is now up against Charlie Wolfett, Zach Turner. We joke about Wolfett and Turner, you know, driving to the circuit, dropping their kids off at school before they come and practice. They're not. They're a couple of years older. They're at the higher end of the junior ROTAX age bracket. The 15-year-old. Now, 2 years may not seem a massive difference. It is when you're this age in terms of kids are still growing, kids are developing. You can have a 15-year-old with a voice like this, you know, and shoulders about 8 foot wide, and a 13-year-old going, hello, I'm 13 and I'm a kart racer. You know, there's a huge difference in the physical and mental development of people between the age of 13 and 15. So that's why we joke. But
I hope I don't embarrass Emerson too much. It was something I noted when doing the FIA highlights on Tuesday, that his voice hasn't broken yet compared to the competitors in that division. Well, he's just taken the lead of this race, so that was a proper shush mather moment.
Well, actually, no, it's a very good point, because Wayne and Sarah, Emerson's parents, they're just clinging to that last little bit of... As they watch baby Emerson go out and beat the best in Europe on the highest stage, they're thinking, you know, factory status. Of course, Emerson's got to spend so much time in Italy that Sarah's had to give up her job. So that because they have to have one parent with him because he's a minor. But of course, it shows. Now that is, someone frame it and put that shot in the Louvre, because that was art. But of course, it goes to show just how much work and how much sacrifice goes in to these drivers, especially when they get signed as a factory driver to one of the big European kart manufacturers. They've got to be based in Italy so much. Well, you can't just send a 13-year-old to Italy on their Todd. It's kind of not allowed. So a parent has to go with them. And the parents, Sarah's had to literally give up her job to go and support Emerson, and then she'll go home, maybe say hi to Aston, say hi to Emerson's brother, say hi to Wayne, her husband, as Wayne then goes to Italy to help run Emerson at the next event. It is obviously a huge opportunity for any driver to be signed by a kart manufacturer as a factory driver. And when I say factory driver, that means he doesn't have to pay, But with those opportunities comes huge decisions for every family to have to make. And from the outside looking in, 5-second penalty for Sebastian Chowan-Clark. But for every opportunity, it comes with sacrifice. Side-by-side move between Harry Taylor and Connor Large there. I think Taylor picks up the position. Good drive from Connor Large. He's new to karting. Another driver on the older end of the junior age bracket, leading the Strawberry Racing charge in junior ROTAX. That is not a sentence that you say lightly.
Don't indeed. Best result so far this season for Large, a P10 back at PF International. Meanwhile, Emerson McAndrew continues to hold the lead in this one on home soil for the Dan Holland Racing team. Their headquarters, their operation is just a couple of 100 yards behind us here in the clubhouse. There's a nice move from Finley Lines up to P2, gets through past his adversary for the championship. Charlie Wolfett, though, with the number of points that he's got already this season, knows he's in a similar position to Jacob Ashcroft at this stage of 2025. He doesn't need to go all-out attack. It's on everybody else to start picking up those race victories and hoping that dramas befall Gold Chain Charlie. But in the form that he's in and the maturity that he's shown across the course of the season, Henry, that is all theory. This will do at the moment for Wolf at this P3. Right now, the grid for the final would look like this. Bernard and McAndrew on the front row. It would be Lines and Southern row 2, Holmes, Ballack and Wolfett row 3. So another decent haul of points for 6th place through the heats would be coming the way of Charlie Wolfett.
Yes, but of course you can never say never. Cast your mind back, ladies and gentlemen, to last year's Junior ROTAX Championship. There was an incident at Ashby's with Charlie Wolfett and another driver. It can happen at any time. Finley Lines making Emerson McAndrew defend. 4 minutes to go. And, this is, the drivers are sort of looking at Emerson thinking, right, we've got to beat him because... Yeah. However, it does motivate them because they can think this is not an anti-Emerson thing. This is a pro-Finley Lines, Charlie Wolfett, Zach Turner thing. Yeah, I know that you won the round of the European Championship. Well done, congratulations, really pleased for you. Oh, yeah, but the last time me and you raced together, I won. Yeah.
3.5 minutes. Here was a replay of, now this is what happened to Joseph Berkery, I think, earlier on the race, who has rejoined, by the way.
Yes.
It's 2 laps off the lead, and that's on the basis that we saw a little bit of this at Kart Masters last week, didn't we, where Joseph is not completely safe yet from elimination, so heading back out there, 3 minutes to go. If somebody else were to retire, there's enough time and enough laps to get their position. That would constitute an extra point in the intermediate standings, which could make the difference between 36th or 37th. So that's why Joseph's gone back out there. That was the replay showing how he got that damage.
I want to just quickly say about Samir Paul.
Yes.
17th position, privateer driver, number 211. Spoke to Samir during last night's paddock show. It's just Samir and his dad. His dad is a software engineer. Oh, and Finley Lines has a move, and Emerson McAndrew urine breaks. There was that looked like a little bit of smoke, a little bit of a front tyre hitting rear bumper. Harry Taylor passes Connor Large. Now Lines has to defend into Ashby's with Wolfett and Turner right there. 5-second penalty for Ronnie Smart. Now, Smart was already at 18th. That will drop it back even further. Samir Paul said a win for Samir would be making the final.
Yep.
Now, with 40 drivers, 36 places in the points, Is it 36 or 34?
Well, 36. That's a change for the British champs for this season.
Okay.
So the 3 points is the deficit that Samir had overnight. Now, we should remember Louis Radcliffe did a brilliant job in Superheat A, so I don't think Samir is going to be able to get ahead of Louis Radcliffe. So consider one of those spots already taken. So you're really looking at the likes of Nelson Taylor,
who finished 15th.
Who was finishing 15th. So I say Samir can maybe get up into that top 15.
Well, Bailey Collins is but behind.
Yeah.
So Samir Paul has already gained 1 place. And Samir Paul has now moved into 16th position. Clark Naylor. He passed Clark Naylor. Clark Naylor was down in 40th, so it's unlikely we'll see Clark. I think Ava Lawrence in 33rd. I didn't see where Thomas Jackson finished. So Joseph Berkery going back out. I think it's effectively Joseph Berkery versus Samir Paul versus Ava Lawrence, who's already raced for the 36th and final place in the main event. And again, we're not talking about the leaders. You can see the leaders. If anything happens between the leaders, you, the viewers, will see it. However, there are battles and victory battles for each one of the drivers that are here this weekend. And Lines has a look at McAndrew. And oh, now there was a touch there. It was clear to see. You can't escape it, Andrew. As Lines went in, Emerson McAndrew just a slight bit of nerfage. Just to the outside, it's cost Emerson, count them back, 1, 2, 3, 4th position as the clock strikes 0.
And at the moment, it's cost him a spot on the front row for the final as well. Lines leads from Wolfett, from Turner, from McAndrew, and then Tom Reed there as well, his rival from Minimax last year. Those two had a great scrap in the Grand Prix last year. And Tom Reed is currently the holder of the fastest lap in this race. Now there, out is Clark Naylor. That's weekend over, I'm afraid.
Yep,
for Clark Naylor, was outside the top 36 overnight and will not go forward. That is a real shame, but that could open the door now for Joseph Berkery. Although, is there enough time? We're on the last lap now for our second Superheat in Junior ROTAX. Zach Turner defends from Emerson McAndrew, just covers off any kind of big move down the inside there from last year's Minimax British champion. Turner checks the inside again, downhill into Ashby. Runs a touch wide, but not too wide. Harry Taylor's there as well in the yellow and gold helmet. Kart 253. There is Finley Lines on your screens. Looking good to take this one on the road. Emerson McAndrew trying to go. Makes the mistake, goes off the road. Will rejoin in the middle of the boot. Now, that's going to lose him a number of positions. He tried to do the switch back there on Zach Turner. It didn't work. Lines wins. Wolfett second. Turner third. Taylor fourth. Clark, Reed, McAndrew, Clark, Chalk and Johns is your top 10.
I got to say, I didn't like the way that there was the return to the circuit. I think Zach Turner will be quickly on the phone to the nearest laundrette for a new race suit, if you catch my drift.
5-second penalty for Riley Murrow has just come in as well, so this is a provisional result. Finley Lines thumbs up and takes that one on the road. Charlie Wolfett second, Zach Turner third, Harry Taylor and Sebastian Chow and Clark top 5. Tom Reed, Emerson McAndrew, Aidan Clark, Jensen Chalk and Tobias Johns in the top 10. Good drive there from Tobias Johns, up 10 places. Thomas Jackson up excellent. 6. Thomas will make it through. Was 34th overnight and will go forward with that result. Riley Murrow had a margin, so I think Riley will be okay, but will drop down from 12th place. That could help others behind, though. Harry Radcliffe, Connor Large, Nathaniel Gray, and Samir Paul in the top 16. Was Paul within 5 seconds of Murrow? No. So that penalty won't benefit some of those looking for points. Ronnie Smart 17th. Bailey Collins, I think that's all she wrote. 18th. That is not as good a result as what Louis Radcliffe got in Superheat A. So I think that's the end of the day for the 2-1-4. Joseph Berkery is going to have a bit of a nervous wait. Clark Naylor will not go through to the final.
But as we look at the highlights at the start of that race, if we think back, Joseph Berkery came into the pits, went back out. Clark Naylor retiring gained Joseph Berkery 1 position.
Yep.
If we see Berkery in 30, well, at the final grid, that could well be a result of whoever told Berkery, "What's the matter with you, boy? Get back out there." That could be the reason. Now, it was some great racing at the front. I think at the end it may have got a little bit excitable. Hormones meets horsepower, I think, is the way that someone described Junior ROTAX. That just, I love that. Speechless. Connor Large passing Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor did take his revenge. Oh, there is the demise of the
That was the demise of Berkery. And that was the move by Lines On Macandia.
Yep, that's... Oh, Connor Large getting tipped around into a spin, and that's terrible luck for Connor, who was driving so well. And there, I wonder, Emerson did everything he could to try and avoid that collision, then sort of came back on track. We'll have to see where that leaves us, with Finley Lines taking the win on the road.
He does indeed, and we'll see the Junior ROTAX drivers again at 12 o'clock with the first final after the lunch break. We'll take a little moment, head down to Park Fairway over to Keogh Lynch.
Finley Lines takes the win then for the second of the Junior ROTAX heats. Finley, talk us through that move on the second to last lap at the chicane that you made on Emerson Macandia, because that was the move that really got you that race lead back.
Well, yeah, Emerson was defending the whole race. Every time I stuck a nose, he shut the door, and every time I kept backing out. So that time I stint back out, and he shut the door, and he got pushed wide.
Now, you've had an up and down year overall over here at the British. Talk us through the weekend so far. Has your mindset changed because you've had a really strong weekend so far?
Well, obviously it hasn't been great. The British so far have had an up and down weekend. Really good weekend at PF, not so at Kimbolton at Wardenlaw. So the championship is kind of a bit far in the distance. So I just thought there's no point worry about the championship. I just got to go and score points and do the best for me.
At this stage in the championship where, like you said, maybe you're running 7th in the championship right now, what is kind of the mindset? Are you going to try and do the best you can? Do points still matter, or is it really wins for you now?
Obviously the points always matter, they always matter, but at the end of the day I'm not fighting for the lead at the minute, so hopefully we can just gain some points this weekend and take it to Silverstone.
Thank you very much, best of luck.
Thank you.
That's it from Finley Lines then here for Junior ROTAX. We're going to go switch it up now with Senior ROTAX.
We are indeed. We'll get ready for Superheat A for Senior ROTAX right now, in fact. Very close picture in Senior ROTAX overnight. Half of the grid, half of the field will race in this one. And then we'll have the next half in Superheat B. Pretty much the same situation as we had in Junior ROTAX in terms of the number of drivers heading home after these races. Let's take you through the grid, though, for Superheat A. Harry Freeman is at the top of the table overnight, took one heat win and a fourth, and it got him onto pole position for this superheat. Ewan Charman starts alongside, 1 point the difference between those two overnight. Freddie Lloyd sits 3 points back. He starts on the inside of row number 2 and is joined by Evolution Racing teammate William Webb. Jack Lilly and Guy Cunnington, they go from row number 3.
Albie Lapper, the new FIA Academy senior champion, goes from row number 4, grid 7, alongside Pearson Bullock Carter. Then it's Eva Morris and Joshua Turnbull rounding out the top 10. Ryan Gandor and Matteo Palazzo on row number 6.
Leon Hasty and Oliver Smith, they go from 7. Miles Roby and Victor Hansen start on row 8. Victor Hansen, a club champion here at Whilton Mill. James Testo and Oliver White, they go from row 9.
Row number 10, here are the 3 drivers currently on the outside looking in. Arav Dewan, Leo Steed and Connor Tubby. 41 drivers have made it this far in seniors, so 5 will go home. We will do our best to give you the updates on who is battling for some of the last places in the main event, as well as what is going on up at the front. Lights are out, we are off and racing. The one driver that is now under pressure to perform in this race, believe it or not, William Webb. Why? Well, because William is new to the championship, and William is running in exalted company much higher up the order than his, how should we say, his racing CV on paper would suggest he should be at. Incredibly impressive for William Webb. Was that William just running a little bit wide in the heat of battle, or is that William now? The Evolution Racing team, they are growing, and I think that they're growing because of the success that a number of drivers, specifically Freddie Lloyd, is having. Of course, you know, win on Sunday, twice at Kart Masters, sell on Monday. And by that, I mean sell places in your awning on Monday.
It's Joshua Turnbull who was also running wide out of Ashby Corner. Here's a move by Lloyd. Down the inside, takes the race lead away from Harry Freeman. Championship scenario heading into this weekend. A solitary point is the advantage for Matty Hingley over your new race leader in this one, Freddie Lloyd. Leon Hasty in third place, Macaulay Bishop in fourth as Freeman goes back in. I like that. That's a good move from Harry Freeman. I've been impressed with this young man in the KR Sport team so far this weekend. He's driven with a good degree of maturity, an increased level of maturity so far. That's what put him at the top of the order overnight. And I like that he's gone straight on the counter-attack there and shown Freddie Lloyd, no, you may be the man in form. Fred, you may have your 2 GP plates from last week, but I'm going to take this race to you. Whoa. That's Lloyd's response. Back down the inside into Christmas Corner and retakes the race lead. Guy Cunnington's up to third. William Webb, the championship rookie, there in fourth place. William Webb, a great example of when we were talking earlier about the club scene as Cunnington gets through past Freeman with a no-option move there. If Freeman turned in, he was going to end up in the grass. So a forceful move from the former British champion, gets him up to P2. Here goes William Webb, though. William Webb wants to make this an Evolution Racing 1-2, not quite yet. Freddie Lloyd's disappearing up the road. This could, in theory, give him pole position for the final. It'll depend on how results go in the second superheat later on today. Here comes Ewan Charman now down the inside, takes third place, away from William Webb. Freeman trying to fight back, finds the door shut there. And the little kink after Christmas. It's all going on here in Senior ROTAX. There's Albie Lapper. Albie Lapper had a great week last week, fresh off winning the FIA Karting Academy Trophy in the senior category. He's up into the top 10. Proper Senior ROTAX racing this.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. Guy Cunnington keeping the older generation of Senior ROTAX drivers right at the sharp end. Freddie Lloyd just up the road. This is what this does, is it means that unless Matty Hingley can win his superheat, we'll have a new championship leader going into the main event. There's Victor Hansen in the number 321, club champion here at Whilton Mill, making a move. Ewan Charman having a really strong just period of time. The Hunter Motorsport team, likewise, enjoying a boon, as it were. A GP plate with Jackson Hilton in Minimax last weekend. And here, Ewan Charman battling to take second place away from Guy Cunnington. Still a long way to go through oblivion. Out of Fine Lady, up the hill, Charman to the inside. Cunnington does not fight it. Guy Cunnington, you could see Guy Cunnington had a look. He had a sort of a half glance over his shoulder. Charman went, I'll take that as a signal that you're okay with me overtaking you. I will overtake you. Guy Cunnington went, you're correct. You may overtake me. And they didn't lose so much as a tenth of a second to Freddie Lloyd, because Cunnington is still thinking 7.5 minutes. This race isn't over. I know Lloyd has a lead, and this is the difference between an experienced mind and a not so experienced mind. What has Guy Cunnington not done? He's not pressed the panic button.
Nope.
A younger driver might think, oh no, he's gone, that's it, let's just fight for second. But that's not the case at all.
Not at this stage, with 7 minutes to go on the clock. Just looking a little bit further down the order. Who's on a bit of a hero run? to try and get them through into the final. Victor Hansen up 5 spots. Wasn't an immediate danger, but that will help. Hansen back up to P11 for the Zip Factory Racing team. Arav Deran up 3 spots. The driver flying the flag for India for KR Sport. That will be useful in a quest for a top 36 spot. Connor Tubby is up 2 spots in the back of the field, but probably needs a little bit more than that to make it through to the big show at the end of the day, and he's just lost one of those spots to a returning Joshua Turnbull. Remember, Turnbull was off on lap number 1, so we know he's got good pace here this weekend. He started a good way up the grid ahead of his Coles Racing teammates. Those are the stories happening in the second half of the field right now. Here is your, I wouldn't say battle at this stage, Henry, because they're working together, Charman and Cunnington, for second and third, trying to chip away at Freddie Lloyd's lead, but to get the memes out, one does not simply catch Freddie Lloyd in 2026. Right now, he's just set a personal best through sector number 2 and extends his lead to 1.26 seconds.
Well, the additional, the second little part of text on that meme is one does not simply catch Freddie Lloyd in 2026, and then in sort of Hunter Motorsport blue and black, unless one is driving a Hunter Motorsport wagon, of course. Insert other team name there. I'm sure Guy Cunnington would insert his team name there as well. But it's not growing anymore, the gap, but it's not shrinking either. That's the problem. They've managed to sort of peg Lloyd back a little bit, but Lloyd, again, just you see in the timing and scoring pylon on the left-hand side of your screen. The gap started this lap at 1.21. At the end of the middle sector, it was 1.26. At the end of the last sector, it was 1.24. So Lloyd is in, say, cruise control mode. That's not fair. There's the 338
phase again.
Oliver Smith moving back up. Eva Morris continues to run in 9th place. Leon Hasty, 3rd in the ROTAX the ROTAX International Trophy at Le Mans in his first year as a senior. Hasty passes Morris for P9.
4.25 minutes, thereabouts to go. Here's the scrap a little bit further down the order. 3:38 there of Oliver Smith, another of the runners for Evolution Racing. If you're wondering why his the colour on the timing tower is a little bit different, that's indicating that Oliver is a rookie, not to karting, but to this championship, to the British Kart Championships.
Same for William Webb in the number 389, running in 5th position. He hasn't got the green backing behind his race number on our timing and scoring pylon.
Situation in the points. Do bear in mind there's still the other half of this senior ROTAX field to run in the second superheat, but reading the scores as they are right this minute, Harrison Crowther on 4, Macaulay Bishop on 5. They are both yet to run this morning. Freddie Lloyd, unsurprisingly, is the highest ranked driver of those on track right now on 7. So that would mean that for Crowther and Bishop to not slip behind Lloyd when they take their turn in the next 20 minutes or so, they would have to win that superheat. Neither of them win that superheat. Freddie Lloyd could be on for pole position here today. But I think more crucially at this stage of the season, Henry, he'd be on course for another maximum haul of 65 championship points.
Yes, and looking at the situation, Matty Hingley on 14 points, so even if Hingley were to win...
Yeah, he won't be able to,
we will have
to get back ahead of Lloyd.
So that means that Lloyd will lead the championship going into the main event.
Correct. Correct indeed. 2.5 minutes of this one remaining. There is Guy Cunnington, who's lost 3rd place to Harry Freeman. William Webb just behind, then Jack Lilly, Albie Lapper there in 7th place.
How impressive is Ewan Charman, however?
Yep.
Because since Lloyd took the lead, Charman has been the only driver matching Lloyd lap time for lap time, pace for pace. Now, Ewan has been a championship regular. He is a veteran. I remember him, back in 2020 as a Honda Cadet driver for Ambition Motorsport. You have the Ewan Charman statistical database in front of you, Mr. Mather.
He likes around at Whilton as we have a look at Webb down the inside of Cunnington. He did race here at Honda's in his Honda days. He won here.
Yes.
One of his 3 British Kart Championship wins. But yeah, just had a little look at what his results at Whilton are like. He's had quite a few podiums here over the years. You comparing those results to other circuits, this is a really good one for him. Quite often finishes in the top 5 around this place. Last time he had a podium round here was 2 years ago in this category. Finished 3rd. So showing good form again. 2nd place at the moment in this one. Over the line. Now I have one problem with William Webb's helmet.
Okay, how much yellow does it have?
It's not got any yellow on it at all.
What?
But it is blue-white with a little bit of fuchsia, which is very similar to Freddie Lloyd's.
Ah, yes. I thought you said blue-white. I thought it was very similar to Sheffield Wednesday, which normally brings you out in hives. Yeah, you are right though. But it is a metallic reflective blue.
Yeah.
Guy Cunnington was having a quick look at that as he drove past it, and Guy Cunnington retakes 4th position. So you're looking at 4th, 5th, 6th with Jack Lilly, 7th for Albie Lapper, then Pearson Bullock Carter in 8th. Hasty is there at the back of this group in 9th, and the KR Sport Machine just a little way behind the Potenza racing cart of Leon Hasty is Eva Morris. Behind Eva Morris, as we've got 15 seconds of this race to go, is Victor Hansen. I was speaking to Albie Lapper last night.
Mm-hmm.
If you cast your mind back, there is a TikTok that has done the rounds going up to Christmas Corner a couple of years ago. I think the TikTok is mainly because as you and I commentate on the action unfolding in front of us, I make a very strange sound. Because as you're commentating, I'm looking at Albie Lapper, and in 2024, I knew what was coming. Lo and behold, Victor Hansen was on the receiving end of that, and I talked about that incident to Albie Lapper, and he was like, yep. That young man has not only changed as a driver, but as a person. He is so in tune with what he used to be like as a driver to what he is now. He's very self-aware that a lot of work needed to be done on Albie Lapper, by Albie Lapper and those around him. And it took Liam Wright a good 6 months to sort of get to know... first of all, get to understand Albie, but then recalibrate him. As the checkered flag comes out for Freddie Lloyd, Ewan Charman second. There's Pearson Bullock Carter's dad crossing, watching Pearson Bullock Carter lose a couple of places on the last lap to Eva Morris, to Leon Hasty and to Matteo Palazzo. In fact, Bullock Carter drops to 12th on the final lap. And who is that has just cried enough in the foreground? That will be, we'll wait to see.
Joshua Turnbull.
Turnbull.
So that is not a good race for Joshua Turnbull.
On
he had
the
enough
last
points. He had enough points to get through to the final already, but that's not how he wanted to start his finals day. Well, if our scores and calculations are correct, there is your new Live Championship points leader in Senior Rotax. Freddie Lloyd takes the win, and it could get even better for Freddie, depending on how results go in race number 2. He will at least start on the inside of row number 1 for, the inside of row number 2, I should say, for the final. He could well start on the inside of row number 1, depending on how Harrison Crowther and Macaulay Bishop get on in a few moments' time. Charman from Freeman, Cunnington, Webb, that's the top 5. Lilly, Lapper, Hasty, Morris and Palazzo all in the top 10.
So, I think Freddie Lloyd is at the moment second on the grid for the main event. Why?
Yes.
Why?
No, I see where you're going.
Because Crowther has 4 points.
Yep.
Bishop has 5. Lloyd has 7. So you get 0 points for winning.
Yep.
So we'll say if Harrison Crowther wins, he stays on 4 points. Bishop would, if Bishop comes second, he would then have 4 points for finishing second. He would go to 8 points.
Correct.
The only if Bishop wins the next race and Crowther is second, then that puts Crowther and Lloyd in a tie on 7 points, and I don't know how the tiebreaker
then we go back to TQ on Saturday.
Would be time qualifying. How whoever qualified higher, Crowther or Lloyd. And there's lots of ifs and buts here, ladies and gentlemen. However,
so Crowther,
as we're looking at the highlights now, we're looking at the highlights of that race. William Webb eventually finished in the top 5. Who, we're trying to say, we haven't got the access to the qualifying results for us yet. There's Victor Hansen.
Crowther would take a TQ tiebreaker, was second yesterday, 4th for Lloyd.
Right, so
6th for Lloyd, rather. But anyway, still the same case. Crowther would take
so
a tiebreaker.
A win for Crowther would put Lloyd second on the grid. A win for Bishop and a second for Crowther would put Lloyd third on the grid. Are we about to see Freddie Lloyd standing and cheering for Macaulay Bishop in this next race?
No.
Or does Freddie Lloyd not care where he starts because
Lloyd cares.
He's driving with he's on such a high, a wave of confidence at the moment. As there is Pearson Bullock Kart. That's the reaction of a karting dad who's just seen their son, their driver rather, lose 4 places in the last 3 corners of the race. Keogh Lynch is down in pit lane with Freddie Lloyd.
Very much, Freddie Lloyd. After, of course, Kart Masters last weekend, you must have gone into this one in general feeling pretty confident overall.
Yeah, Kart Masters was very, very good doing the double, and coming into this weekend I feel confident, and the speed's been good so far, and well, took a win there and see what we can do in the final later on.
Why aren't we seeing a GP plate being run this weekend?
Just don't want to use it.
Didn't feel like it. Fair enough. You've got 2 spare at home then if anyone wants them. Now, you've just taken the championship lead. Heading into this one so early on, was this the plan for that superheat?
Well, the plan is obviously to win, and we did do that, so we're happy with what I've done there. See if I can keep championship lead throughout the weekend.
Good job. Best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
That's it from down here in the pits with Freddie Lloyd. We're now going to see the rest of senior ROTAX and how it plays out for Matty Hingley, who Lloyd just took the championship lead off of.
Yes, there is, well, that was Matty Hingley, the driver in question. There is Macaulay Bishop. I spoke to Macaulay, had his younger brother Mason back with him last weekend, and I said to Macaulay, said, you know, did that make a difference? He went, do you know what? It did. I was really happy. I was bouncing around, and he was.
Yeah.
Mason's not here this weekend. But that just goes to show that sometimes, you know, when Macaulay's used to having his younger brother Mason mechanicking for him, and then Mason wasn't there for the first half of the season, he was at Kart Masters, and Macaulay was like, oh, I know, yeah, but it didn't matter about the racing, I was just really happy we had everyone around us. Makes a huge difference.
Just a quick clarification. We've spun the internet pot to give us the update. Lloyd's on 7, so either way, if Bishop wins, he stays on 5, Crowther second goes to 8, would drop behind Lloyd. If it's the other way round, Crowther wins, Bishop goes second, Bishop would still drop behind Lloyd. So don't worry about tiebreakers. Lloyd is guaranteed at least second on the grid because it's 4 points if he finishes second.
Yes, of course. Yes.
So Crowther and Bishop there on the front row. Cian Geraghty and Matty Hingley row number 2. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Joshua Smith, they go from row number 3. Row 4, Noah Barham. Alongside Joshua Graham, Philly Jones and Oliver Liversidge on row 5. Deacon Russell and Mikey Walker go from row number 6. Row 7, Jack West back with the Strawberry Racing team is alongside Hugh Moulton on row 7. Dan Kilpatrick and Zaki Hussain on row 8. Will Archer and Charlie King go from row number 9. On the outside at the moment looking in, Rex Ashley, Ollie Miller, they both start on row 10. They need good results here in this one, otherwise they're packing up early and going home.
Yeah, we didn't really cover the back of the field too much in the first senior superheat. Arav Dewan was the only driver at the back who was making some reasonable progress.
And lost it all on the last lap, unfortunately. Into the tram lines we go for the second superheat here in this category.
And we have not gone green. So we are not racing. We will try again. Joshua Smith there, the red and white KX UK kart, entered officially as a privateer. I'm not quite sure why, because that is a KX UK livery. Same for now the Liam Aitken Racing team.
Yes.
Finley Jones. So impressive at
Oh, we may have just put the curse on him, though.
I do not believe it. Someone get Keel back in the commentary box. That's it. I'm going to go and apologise to Liam Aitken and Finley Jones. That's the ultimate curse, the commentator. The kart literally heard its name called and broke down. Oh, Finley, I'm so sorry. Whoops.
There's nothing more I can say on that one. Finley will make the final. He's got a good delta over the drop zone. So maybe a little bit fresher for that final later on today. Who's going to be on pole for it, though? We're going to find out in the next 12 minutes, plus 1 lap. Great start for Crowther. Bishop's going to have to be patient here. He's dropped to 4th place. Cian Geraghty got through, as did Jared Fox-Whiteley. Up towards Chris Muscorda. Bishop's doing Bishop things. Straight back up to P3. Round the outside of Jared Fox-Whiteley. Down towards Ashby now. There's Matty Hingley in that number 5 machine. He knows he's going to lose his championship lead through this stage of the day. What can he do, though? Can he minimise the losses before we get to the final? Crowther leads. Did win one of the heats very impressively earlier on in the weekend. Beat both Freddie Lloyd and Macaulay Bishop in the first heat for this senior ROTAX class, and he leads at the end of this first heat, first lap of the super heat. Crowther from Geraghty, Bishop, Fox-Whiteley, Graham, your top 5.
Yeah, a very, very close start up the hill. Crowther, recall, you think Ewan Charman has got a good record at Whilton Mill in the British Championship? Harrison Crowther, equally as successful, won around in Minimax, I'd like to say about 2020, 2021. Oh, there's the Sam Pollitt Racing, number 357
Rex
going
Ashley.
backwards. That doesn't bode well for Rex making it to the main event. Crowther, the On Point Media backed driver. Across the line, Geraghty and Bishop right behind him. Again, Coles Racing haven't had a win in the British Championship. You know what? It wouldn't surprise me if Harrison Crowther's win at Whilton Mill in 2021 or 2020. I'm sure Coles Racing have had a win in the British Championship since then, but not many. Oh, Will Archer.
Will Archer in trouble, and Will Archer was on the bubble. He did not have many points over the drop zone of 37th place. Is that the last time we will see Will Archer in competition here this weekend?
A flip-flop gets flipped, flopped and flattened by a number of drivers. Track limits, Andrew?
We have seen it in play this weekend.
Yeah, and there was an awful lot of flip-flops being flipped in that individual camera shot. I've got to say, it's a tricky area to impose track limits because you can't tell if the kart is on the track or not because the wheels are in the air. It's very difficult when all 4 wheels are off track. Oh, there's a move. Half a move, the 337 of Jared Fox-Whiteley diving to the inside into Osiers. And there's Joshua Smith, that KX UK kart losing a position. Hanging on to what I believe is now 8th position. Oliver Liversedge in 9th. But up at the front, Harrison Crowther isn't being caught too quickly by Bishop and Graham.
Well, at the moment, they had some great exchanges back and forth about a lap ago, did Macaulay Bishop and Joshua Graham. But Macaulay Bishop starting to get a bit of rhythm going, has just set a personal best through sector number 1, took a 10.5 out of Crowther's lead in that 14.5 seconds worth of track alone. See the Liam Atkin Racing number 323 of Finley Jones was just being towed in the background there out of this one. Apart from that, all of the 19 drivers still racing in this one. 8 minutes to go. Crowther leads from Bishop by a third of a second, ahead of Graham, Fox Whiteley, Hingley, Cian Geraghty, Noah Barham, Joshua Smith, Oliver Liversidge and Jack West. That is your top 10 right now. Bishop, though, last time around, Henry, 46.162. That was a tenth and a half quicker than Harrison Crowther. that rate, Crowther is going to be, with that impending doom of Bishop behind him in about 2 laps.
I think the phrase you're looking for, Andrew, is that in about a lap and a half, Macaulay Bishop is going to start asking Harrison Crowther some rather pertinent questions about who they both feel should lead this race. The problem is, if it becomes too pertinent, then the answer to the question will be Joshua Graham.
Yep.
If you catch my drift.
And also for pole position in the final later on today. That's a big move from Matty Hingley. He needs that. He needs to be aggressive in this superheated. He gets 4th place off of Jared Fox Whiteley. Cian Geraghty just at the back of this little queue as well. Should note is under investigation. So an incident involving the number 7 is having a further detailed look. Or the officials are having a further detailed look at it. 6.5 minutes remaining of this one. Bishop pops in another purple sector through sector number 2. The gap was a third of a second last time around. It is now, it's actually gone up. That's a great response from Harrison Crowther, particularly through the 3rd sector there. Gets the gap back up to 0.4.
Harrison Crowther going, what are those commentators on about? This ain't no quiz show. No one's asking me a question. But Bishop, no sooner does he do that, through the 1st sector, Bishop comes back at him. Personal best 1st sector for Bishop. A purple 1st sector for Joshua Graham. Graham's thinking, yeah, I'm going to win this race and I'm not going to need Bishop and Crowther to slow each other down to do it. Joshua Graham, the top 3, well, Graham in 3rd place, the top 3 separated by 0.7 of a second. Hingley in 4th place. That's a big gap to bridge with 6 minutes to go. Fox Whiteley, Geraghty, Smith, Barham, Liversedge and West, followed by Deacon Russell, Mikey Walker, Daniel Kilpatrick, Zaki Hussain, Hugh Moulton, Charlie King, Ollie Miller, Rex Ashley and Will Archer.
This would be a great run for Oliver Liversidge, and another driver that we've not talked too much about being at the very front of the order. Was in the top 10 through the heats last time out at Kimbolton, then had problems in the final and was classified 35th. So good to see again Jack's Motorsport continuing to grow their stock at the pinnacle of British karting in the ROTAX categories. 5 minutes to go then. Gap still holding quite nicely for Harrison Crowther. Crowther, whoa, that was a big lap from the race leader. Purple through sector 2 and sector 3, new fastest lap of the race.
It's easy to sort of not include, it's not easy, that's not the right word I'm looking for. Harrison Crowther is often overlooked in terms of the top table of talent in senior ROTAX. Why? Because he doesn't do the Euro Trophy, he doesn't do the international trophy. He's a UK only racer, pretty much, Harrison Crowther. He races to his budget, and what the family can afford to do, and for that reason, and it's probably, that's probably my fault as much as anything else, that he's not seen in the same stratosphere as Bishop, as Graham, as Lloyd, that we see as Lapper, as we see racing all around the world on a regular occasion. And yet Crowther and the Coles Racing team have quietly amassed a season, in fact a season and a half, I would say, but certainly 2026 that is as good and as praiseworthy as anybody else in this championship. He just doesn't have the win to show for it.
Hasn't had a win in the British Championship since his mini-match days in 2021 at PFI.
And that was Coles Racing's last win. So Coles Racing ride a win for Harrison Crowther, and Coles Racing would be the first for both in over 5 years at the British Championship level. Which just goes to show, considering how successful Coles Racing have been, multiple championship winning team in Minimax, in the early years of the modern era of British karting, 2019, 2020, Coles were the team to beat.
We were indeed. Less than 3 minutes of this race to go. This is the scrap on your screens for 7th place. Cian Geraghty holding on to it at the moment, ahead of Noah Barham, and Oliver Liversidge just behind. Jack West there, the number 9 seed from last year's championship, in the top 10 right now. Just to note further down the order what's happening in terms of trying to qualify for the final. Ollie Miller's giving it a good go, Henry.
Yes.
3 places so far in this race to P17. The trouble is, I think Ollie needs a little bit more than that. I'd say more like 6 positions is what he would need in this race to overturn the deficit. Will Archer's going to have a nervy wait for the final results to come out. I think Rex Ashley, well, we saw Rex Ashley in trouble earlier on in the race, is off the back of the pack by 5 seconds. I think that's going to be game over.
Yeah, that's all she wrote on that one.
Likes of Charlie King is going through at the moment, has gained 2 spots. Zaki Hussain as well also looks to be going through today, with a gain up to 14th.
You're about to see on the top of your screen a little graphic pop up. It's going to say fastest lap of the race, and it's going to be the number 6 plate kart, Macaulay Bishop, 45.745 seconds. It's taken him a while to get the right phrasing, but now Bishop gets to ask his question. Now Bishop gets to ask his question to Harrison Crowther. And now we get to hear Harrison's response. A minute to go. That'll be about 3 laps of this Whilton Mill circuit. Andrew is looking at the lap records here at Whilton Mill. Just how quickly is Macaulay Bishop travelling, Andrew?
Considering that they're on worn tyres, they're only about a quarter second off the best lap time this year. They are really, really motoring on right now. 40 seconds to go on the clock. This is going to be a big test for Harrison Crowther. He passed a similar kind of test back yesterday during the first heat. Takes a good amount of curb through the first corner. This is for more than just a superheat win. This is for pole position in the final and a full complement of championship points in the British Championship. We're going to have 2 laps between Crowther and Bishop. Bishop gets into that tucked position, isn't close enough this time around to go for a move through Christmas Corner. That was a good run from Harrison Crowther. He just edged away a little bit from Macaulay Bishop there over the top of the hill. But as soon as we say that, Bishop's back on the pressure pedal, right on the rear bumper once again of Harrison Crowther. 1.5 laps to go.
So far, Harrison Crowther has answered every question. Will Macaulay Bishop, in his own words, have to get a little bit creative? That's the word he used to describe the move. You know the move.
The move.
The move. He said, yeah, well, just got to get creative sometimes. I think Harrison Crowther has stolen Bishop's pencil case and he can't get creative. This is a drive and a half from Harrison Crowther. Yes, it's a superheat. You've got to put it into context, ladies and gentlemen. This is a superheat with the driver that people, they can like him or hate him, but every single driver respects the heck out of Macaulay Bishop for what he can do in a kart. And Crowther, a lot of looks over his shoulder, so he knows how significant this is. He's not going to let this one slip. Harrison Crowther, that is the best drive I've seen from you in a long, long, long time, young man. Well done. Holds off Bishop. Didn't even give Bishop a chance to make a move. But, I mean, we know Macaulay Bishop. If he sees half an opportunity, he's going to go for it. No matter what the situation, no matter what the time, that is the way that Bishop drives, and it is what has driven Bishop to the Grand Finals title and so many more. Crowther, under immense pressure, didn't even give Bishop half a chance to even think about doing a move.
Very impressive. Harrison Crowther will start on pole position for the final in Senior ROTAX later today, and he will look to break a 5-year barren streak to try and take his first victory in these championships. That race will be at 12:35. And you best be with us for that one. Could well be race of the day. Macaulay Bishop with that second place will start on row number 2. We'll give you a full breakdown of how the grid's looking in a moment. Joshua Graham third, Matty Hingley fourth, Jared Fox-Whiteley in the top 5, Joshua Smith, Cian Geraghty, Oliver Liversidge, Noah Barham, Jack West, they're all there in the top 10. Deacon Russell, Zaki Hussain, Mikey Walker, Daniel Kilpatrick and Hugh Moulton, they'll all be in the final with those top 15 places. Charlie King, I think, will be through as well. Ollie Miller, don't think that's quite going to be enough today, but a gain of 3 in that one. Rex Ashley, Will Archer, they were the last of the 19 finishers. Won retirements effectively. It did not start in that race. Finley Jones had problems on the formation lap. Crowther 4 points, Lloyd 7 points. That will be your front row at 12:35. Ewan Charman 9 points, Macaulay Bishop 9 points. We go back to TQ yesterday and it goes in the direction of Charman. So Charman will start on the inside of row number 2. Here are some of the highlights from that second superheat, Henry. And that was a nice appetizer before we get to the final later on this afternoon. Oh, that's how we lost Rex Ashley from competition.
I mean, it wasn't without its moments, as you just saw there. Jared Fox-Whiteley, another driver that put on a very, very robust move. That's not at this point. But Joshua Graham moving past. Cian Geraghty eventually faded to 7th place. And this is Geraghty making the move on Joshua Smith. This was an important move by Matty Hingley. He will be 2nd in the championship at the start of the main event. He's going to be 2nd, but he's going to be 6th. So if there was 1 point in it, Freddie Lloyd has taken 62 championship points for 2nd. Ewan Charman, 60 for 3rd, 59 for 57. I make it that Freddie Lloyd will have either a 4 or 5 point championship lead at the start of the main event. But it's like Harrison Crowther. And I'm making light of this, and the drivers, the families know that I'm being serious. Harrison Crowther, he has already passed the Macaulay Bishop level, but now in 2026, Harrison Crowther has to face the Senior ROTAX final boss in the final, and the final boss is Freddie Lloyd. Keogh Lynch is down with Harrison Crowther. Is he ready to take on the final boss?
Harrison Crowther, good job. Now, Henry Burdett has one question for you, so we're going to lead with that because that's what we just went into. Are you ready to take on Freddie Lloyd later on today?
Yeah, I think so. I believe I'm ready. Me and Bishop, we just had a really good race. I'm not sure what happened behind, but whenever I look behind, I only saw me and Macaulay. So hopefully we'll be good enough for the final. We'll see how it's all to play for, really, isn't it?
You've come into this one really consistent. What do you think's been that step for you this weekend? You had a win heat yesterday and you had a P4.
The P4 yesterday, the kart setup wasn't completely right. It was understeering a bit. And I believe it's just been a really good weekend from me. And hopefully I can just carry this on for the rest of the season.
You've mentioned that in this heat, this track is one of the hardest. Do you think that's going to set some people apart this weekend?
No, because everyone on this grid is fit enough to be here, or they wouldn't be able to do it for the race distances. It is one of the hardest tracks because of the bumps and the grip and the heat. So yeah, it has been a challenging weekend driving-wise with the fitness and stuff.
Well, best of luck. We'll see you on the grid later.
Thank you very much.
That's it from our Senior ROTAXers here. We're going to move now to Minimax, and we'll see more of these later.
Minimax up next then for their superheat. All drivers all in the single superheat for this category. And Austin Oman starts on pole position. Joshua Cook alongside him on the front row. Otis Cleary was on the podium last week at the Grand Prix. Starts on row 2 for this one with Flynn Grantham, Charlie Page and Dean Singh Pahal. They go from row number 3. Logan Rolfe, round winner at PF earlier on in the season, starts on row 4 alongside Lewis Herbertson. Row 5, Oscar Kenny and Eddie Duncan. Jack Fulbert-Harmer and Thomas Laidler, the wild card, go from row number 6.
Teddy Murphy and Maximilian Abrahart are next up. James Roots, Maria Roberto, Ethan Lloyd and Harris Barber, row number 9. Ralph Martin and Jackson Hilton round out the top 20. Then it's Dimi Uzanov after a poor day yesterday. James Carver, James Devereux, Ted Hayward. Still, the drivers keep coming. The last row, Sam Dixon. I hope that Jensen Skeffington is out there. Jensen was walking around yesterday afternoon with his arm in a sling after a race-stopping incident in one of the heats yesterday. Now, we're getting word that
James Devereux in the 146 has stopped out there on circuit, so we're missing one from the order. I don't think we've got Jensen Skeffington either. So into the tram lines we'll go for 24 drivers in this one, but not quite yet. That's a false start, not to the standards that our race directing team of Nigel Edwards and Dan Ashton are looking for. There is the 146 of James Devereux.
The MLC Motorsport Kart sits forlornly at the side of the circuit. That is a huge shame. Now, it's interesting. Keogh Lynch asked Freddie Lloyd, where's your GP plate? Some drivers, they don't like using the GP. Kai Hunter was another one, I believe. And I asked him once, and he said, it's a target.
Yeah.
It's a target. Lloyd, I think, maybe, he'll have his own reasons, but that is, a valid reason. He's in the midst of two very, very tight championship battles. And everyone knows what number he runs, but that GP plate, it does act as a bit of a homing beacon, doesn't it?
Can sometimes. Just a note in the championship, it's not just your first and second drivers through yesterday's action at the front of the grid. It's first and second in the championship as well. 7 points between Owen and Cook at the start of the weekend. After this race, the first haul of championship points for this race meeting will be awarded. Who's going to get the full 65? We're into the tram lines. We're green on our screen. We're racing for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Away goes Austin Oman. Good start for the winner from last time out at Kimbolton. There's a little bit of a melee in the second half of the field, but they're all still pointing in the right direction. Good start for Otis Cleary as well. Immediately up to second place. Josh Cook has settled into third. He'll be happy with that at the moment. Difficult to start P2 here at Whilton. That swing out to the inside was from Charlie Page, the Pergo-backed privateer. In the 114. That's a good start for Charlie Page in his first year in Minimax. He's got Logan Rolfe for company immediately behind him. Good, solid first lap then from our Minimax drivers. The lead in terms of the intermediate points overnight was 5 points for Austin Owen. It will extend now to 11 points. Owen in a good position here, Henry.
Yes, he is. New crash helmets for Austin Oman this weekend. Stefan de Resta, who is here at the circuit, and I know that there's a couple of other drivers I spoke to last night that are looking to try and catch up with Stefan because they've got some potential work for Stefan, who has been away from this paddock for, he said about 17 years. I don't believe that for a minute, because if he has been for 17 years, then the time that I'm talking about, the last conversation I had with him, could not, impossible to be 17 years ago. We are not that old, Stefan. It's okay. Joshua Cook is now your new race leader, with Otis Cleary running in second place, Oman down to third. Then a gap, Flynn Grantham for Thule Motorsport. The recovery as Oman. And the Thule Motorsport, that is Maria Roberto out, not out of the race, but struggling. The progression of Thule Motorsport this year has been one of the things that personally I've enjoyed watching the most. Just, the work that Drew Thule puts in. His team was born out of the fact that after winning the Junior ROTAX Kart Masters Grand Prix in 2007, like Chris McCarthy, who was here yesterday with Purple Sectors, Drew Thule suffering an epileptic seizure ending his racing career, went and set up a team, became very successful, then decided to go and get a job outside of karting, shut the team down. That job obviously wasn't to Drew's liking. And then a few years ago, came back to the sport, came back to the British Championship paddock to start the long process of building up a team again from scratch. And it has been a tough and a long road. This year, Thule Motorsport are finally back to where they need to be, where they belong, up the front with a number of drivers, the farmer Tom Reed being one, Flynn Grantham being another.
8.5 minutes of this race to go. I'm going to pull another football phrase into this one,
Oh,
Henry.
go on.
This is a bit of a six-pointer in the championship between Cook and Oman. And the reason why I use that phrase is there's a move from the 132 down the inside. That's a good move for James Roots and that Dan Holland racing machine. It's 3 points the difference between finishing first or second in one of the championship points awarding stages. So right now, Oman is extending his championship lead by another 3 points over Joshua Cook. But only if Oman holds on to that second place on the road in this very superheat. If Otis Cleary can get back ahead of Austin Oman, that will switch Oman and Cook in the intermediate points. That will change who has hold of pole position for the final later today and take those 3 points extra away from Oman and hand them straight to his title rival Joshua Cook. We'll see if that occurs or whether this set of positions holds. That was a change. That was Teddy Murphy on the move, back ahead of Maximilian Eberhardt. My heart yesterday went out to Maximilian Eberhardt, who had yet another technical flag. I have lost count now of how many times Eberhardt has had horrid luck or misfortune, particularly in the heat. I haven't done the maths yet, Henry. Maybe I'll do it after next week once we've got a little bit of a late summer break. Eberhardt's got to be up there in terms of the league table of most positions gained across heats, superheat and finals.
Because
so
he's constantly
recovering. Constantly having to fight from the back because of these bits of misfortune so far this season. And he's doing so again here. He's gained 3 places so far in this race. But yeah, I just want him to have a clean day. I just want him to have a trouble-free, all-good day because he's got loads of pace in that Coles Racing 161. It's just sometimes the technical gremlins, the naughty carters, or naughty things out there on track have befallen him.
Yes, that's right. But even with the disappointment, and we saw, I think as Jackson Hilton took the GP plate last weekend, there's a car to the background reversing into the barriers at the last corner. That was Maximilian Eberhardt. It's not just exclusively reserved, his misfortune this year, for heats. Keogh Lynch, what have you got for us down in the pits?
Thank you very much, boys. Now, what I think is so nice about the community here at the British Kart Championships is the drivers, the driver community we've got. Here are the restricteds cheering on their teammates. Boys, quickly, who are you cheering on?
Joshua Cook.
All right, Bobby Slade's cheering on Josh Cook.
Otis.
Okay, Kaio, who are you cheering on?
Otis Cleary.
Who are you cheering on, Hendrik?
Otis Cleary.
All right, there we go. One thing to note as well, you can see Maria Roberto there in the background. She, of course, had that problem at the beginning, but she is still trying to make up the positions. Back to the racing.
Thank you, Keogh. Again, a large Otis Cleary fan club there, including Keogh Lynch, who will watch it. Now, Andrew, am I allowed to use a footballing term?
Go on then.
Cardiff City 3, Swindon Town 2.
Is that yesterday?
I didn't say it was anything to do with karting. I
just wanted to know that Cardiff City won a football match.
Yeah, that's all right. That's okay. Sorry, carry on.
5 minutes of this race to go. Here's your battle for 7th place. Dean Singh Pahal, Oscar Kenny, Teddy Murphy. In a line here as Murphy goes down the inside of Oscar Kenny. Should note as well, we talked about Jackson Hilton, the GP plate win last week. How big a part was Oscar Kenny in that effort from the Hunter Motorsport team?
Because Oscar had a penalty.
He had a penalty, knew he was, unless something quite remarkable happened, was not going to be able to win that race. So he got his got his gloves on to work for the team and help his teammate and Hunter Motorsport get their first GP plate and take that back up to Warden Law. Hello to everybody at Warden Law, if anyone's watching. There's a big race there today as well.
Question, I mean, we took looking at Dimi Uzanov.
Yes.
Or rather, we're not looking at Dimi Uzanov because he is down at the very back of the field. A driver. Now, he didn't have a great Kart Masters, and he's not having a great day today. It's easy to, unpick. These are drivers that are 11, 12 years old, 10, 11 and 12 years of old. I seem to recall, Dimi is the only driver here on a Birrell ART kart. I do recall a couple of years ago, Ewan Charman, he wasn't in Mini, he was in, I think it was his first year as a senior. He was on a Birrell. Here's a move. There is the move or not. Oh, dear, Pahal. And the number 117 over the ground, Teddy Murphy. Oh, and that's got a little bit...
I think Pahal was round in the middle of all of that. One driver having to take avoiding action in the second phase of that one.
That was, unfortunate. Just to quickly finish
was that Jack Fulbrook-Harmer? I think it was an MLC kart that went off the road.
Yes, he's another driver just having a torrid time luck-wise. Thinking of just finishing my Dimi Uzanov point. I'm not sure, but I seem to recall Ewan Charman literally on a Birrell for I think a different team, not the same team that Dimi's with, but saying that the Birrell, this weather, this circuit Birrells do not like it. It's way too grippy. And I'm wondering if part of the Uzanov problem is the fact that that Jason Dredge just cannot get that kart to free up enough. Possibly. Just going back to memories of Birrells at this circuit in this weather. You need to be Eddie Hall to lift it off the ground because it just sticks. Oh, now Keogh Lynch mentioned that Maria Roberto was back in the race after her problems. That is no longer the case as she sits alongside Dian Singh Bahal's abandoned kart.
It was Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, the second of the MLC Motorsport drivers who was just in the wrong place, wrong time. Unfortunately, not Jack's fault, but he's still going, but has fallen down to 22nd place. So, 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Cook leads for moment. At the moment, Oman holding on to a 1-point advantage in the intermediate scores. But more importantly, at this stage of the season, that's going to be, for the fourth time this season, a full complement of 65 championship points heading to the young man from Stockton-on-Tees. If it's happening in Stockton-on-Tees. If you know, you know. 1 minute and 13 seconds to go in this one. Joshua Cook, it would extend the championship lead to 10 by my mental maths.
Yeah, Cook, Oman, Cleary, Grantham, Page, Rolfe, Kenny, Roots, Duncan, Lewis, Herbertson. The top 10 separated by 10 seconds, which is not very Minimax-esque. Dimi Uzanov has moved up to 19th position. Ralph Martin having a quiet run, the inaugural Might E Bambino British karting champion, running in 17th position. The GP plate holder, Jackson Hilton, likewise a quiet run. Kart Masters took place 7 days ago in very similar conditions on a circuit with very similar grip levels. So why have we got drivers struggling in one and not the other? The simple case of circuit layout, abrasion, and the
gearing.
bumps, gearing and the bumps. I'm seeing an awful lot of nose cones being stoved in. I'm not seeing an awful lot of nose cone penalties, which tells me that, and it's something that's being discussed. I was shown some photos of some noses that did not incur nose cone penalties, and the noses were not factory spec. The teams have a job to do. The teams, their job...
Not factory condition, they'll be factory spec.
Factory, yeah, of course, they'll be very good points. They'll come from the factory. The teams have a job to do. Their job is to look at the regulations and to then look at the grey areas. to see how they can maximise the regulations. Not break, not cheat, I didn't say that. Maximise the regulations in their favour.
And and the manufacturers of the equipment as well.
Yes, and the manufacturers of the equipment as well. It is a cat versus mouse game. At the moment, the mice have stolen the cheese, if you catch my drift.
We're on the final lap. Leaders coming into the last couple of corners. Joshua Cook is going to take the race win. But there in second place is Austin Oman, and that result will put Oman on pole position for the third round in a row in the final. He won last time at Kimbolton. Oh no, it's problems for Thomas Laidler getting together with the 115 Thule Motorsport of James Carver. Both of them fall down the order. There's no threat of a cut-off in this one, but that's not how you want to end the superheat. That's a real shame for Thomas. I've seen Thomas racing a lot on the club scene so far this year. That's a little bit of a setback here in the National Championship.
We're going to have a look at the results here. You're looking at a smiling Cookie Monster. Joshua Cook won the opening round of the championship as well, did he not? And it was his very first round win in the British Championship. That round win, which has come after a number of big one-off races. And you and I spoke about this on the Bump Draft podcast, available on Alpha Live, saying that's a worrying thing. If I was a Minimax driver, I'd be worried because Josh Cook has now just realised what it takes to win a championship round as well. Big one-offs, fine, but he'd never been able to win a championship round. He learnt that at the opening round of the season, and he hasn't stopped learning.
That's his best championship score since Warden Law. He was on the podium last time out at Kimbolton, and well, that second place will give him 62.
So look, there's Dave Hillary. That cart, and I'm not going to give the number, but that cart had a nose cone stoved in. That one doesn't and gets a nose cone penalty. There's Jackson Hilton. So the nose cone that we saw through that was stowed right in, that passed the Hillaryometer, which tells you all you need to know about what is, the teams. There's Dimi Uzanov. Dimi Uzanov, nose cone bracket deployed. That nose cone doesn't look like it's had, but that's the whole point. The nose cone's not. And there's another cart going through, nose cone stoved in. I wondered if that driver got a nose cone penalty, which just tells you he did. I'm getting word that he did. That's something, and I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist or anything. I'm just saying that, the teams work very, very hard. It's what they're paid to do. It's what they should do. And now the manufacturers, the rule makers, need to work very, very hard. That was Maria Roberto. Oh my goodness me, young lady.
Good to see that Maria was okay after that one. That's the Steve Brown area of the circuit.
Yes.
If you know your YouTube, that's not a happy place to have an off.
No, it's not. That is the area of the circuit that effectively put a stop to Steve Brown's sort of burgeoning owner-driver career because he was doing very well, and then it realised, when you have a big off in a race kart, it is a big deal, and you don't, looking at some of the drivers yesterday, I mean, and here's the demise. Now, what happened to Dean Pahal? There he spins
on off the grass.
There goes Jack Fulbrook-Harmer.
Rest of the highlights going through. We'll be switching to Micromax. In fact, we'll cut to that now. Micromax up next. Here we go then for Micromax UK, race number 17 of the weekend. Jayant Prakash and Arthur Rhodes will start on the front row for this one. Albert Farrow and Freddie Baker go from row 2. Sebastian Crawford and Lenny Barton start on row number 3. Row 4 will be Ronnie Allen and Ralph Ewer. Hendrix Fallon and Kaya Vieira are inside the top 10 for the start of this one. Keep an eye on Oliver Woodall starting on row 6 and is joined by Tommy Lovejoy.
Arthur Bowers and Benjamin Schliever on row number 7. Jensen Darlem and Arlo Gamble. Elliot Hitch and Will Wainwright. That's your top 18. Caden Hanley and a very, very happy Freddie Slater, who's been bouncing around the paddock. He starts P20th, but he's a really, really great little kid. Jensen Drummond, Logan Edwards, Rio Pocock, Lucas Seabright. Lucas Seabright, Andrew.
Only started karting in March. This is his first national race. We're racing in the Superheat for Micromax UK, and it's a good start. The championship leader. Oh, incident in the second half of the field.
Lenny Barton, he's back under power. Lenny Barton didn't take his foot off the accelerator. A full 360, nose first into the... Arthur Bowers is up and out of the cart. Joe Bleakley won the Excellence Award, but at least he's got some tools, some Wera tools to fix the Arthur Bowers cart with. Hendrix Falat is aboard the White Knight. They decided to keep the special British Grand Prix graphics kit. I spoke to Hendrix's mum, and Hendrix was like, I'm glad they chose the White Knight because I hated the other options.
11 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. Hey, it was the public who chose that final option. Jay Prakash leads in this one ahead of Arthur Rhodes. Top 2 looking to break away. Classic cadet racing strat. If you're in a top 2 and you've got a gap to 3rd, try and push forward and fight for the win later on. Here goes Sebastian Crawford down the inside on the GSF Car Parts Origin machine into 3rd place ahead of Albert Farrow. Farrow, who did not race at Kart Masters last week, so a little bit further back in the season since we saw Albert race last, was your race winner, final winner at PF.
Sebastian Crawford, you may notice that white race suit looks a little bit different to the other race suits. He is wearing the aero suit. We speak to Sebastian on the paddock show, and that Danro aero suit, Sebastian says it's just so quick.
Yeah.
And you speak to Sebastian, he goes, you can feel it so much better. I'm just reporting the facts.
Yep. 10 minutes of this race to go. Prakash and Rhodes, line astern at the moment. There is Sebastian Crawford in that number 8 machine. Best result so far this season for Sebastian Crawford, right at the start of the season in terms of championship points. He was 2nd through the heats at Warden Law. He's looking to get to that kind of level once again. Right now he'd be 3rd on the grid for the final later on today. Prakash holding a 10-point lead in the points as things stand, so be quite happy with this. Right now will be the GP plate holder. Now an established name at the front of the Micromax field. The newcomer to the front no more. How this sport changes so quickly.
Absolutely.
Through into turn 2 they go. This is good tactics from both Prakash and Rhodes at the moment. They're doing exactly what they need to right now, Henry.
As well, we're looking at, where's Ralph Ewer? Ralph Ewer is up into 6th position. There he is, number 53. That's the MJR Racing kart. He's brand new to this class, is Ralph Ewer, but MJR Racing, they brought a driver brand new to Micromax, the Kart Masters, last weekend. It was Sawyer Henderson. He did all right. Well, he did more than all right. He did absolutely outstandingly. Spoke to Martin Jackson, and Martin was saying, you know, yeah, he's new, we're learning. This is a team and a driver learning a new class on the spot, and yeah, the 53 kart. Ralph Ewer having a storming run. Benjamin Schliever right behind in the Sana Racing drive. It's a privateer chassis. He's got Lewis Malin back on the spanners this weekend after Lewis took a little bit of time off last weekend to go to a wedding in Guernsey.
New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Freddie Baker. I want to say that Freddie had a little bit of bad luck yesterday, and that's why he's a bit further down the order. He's had bad luck in this one as well, but he is starting to charge back through, having started up in the top 5. It's him back to 20th place now and holding that fastest lap. A little bit wide there. Oh, it's Ollie Woodall's out. The young man from Leeds in the dirt. And, well, after a great run last week at Kart Masters, that's not what one of our driver of the days from earlier in the season would have wanted. That looked to be at Ashby Corner on the quick view that we had on our screens here, but either way, that is going to be a bit of a setback for Ollie Woodall, who we normally see in the other half of the championships. As here goes Crawford down the inside. This is for second place through Christmas corner, and has got it there out as well. It's Caden Hanley. Caden Hanley, who was on our track walk earlier on in the week, will be walking back to the paddock after this race. Problems, big problems there, looking on the radiator flap.
Yeah, that radiator flap was well out of position. Normally, that doesn't just happen by itself. Yes, should we say that? Crawford up to second. He's passed Rhodes. Prakash, who has his regular mechanic, Scott Gollings, back with him. Now, Prakash, the last 3 times JM Prakash has sat in his Mini-Max kart. Well, the most recent time was last weekend at Kart Masters. Won that. Time before that, Le Mans. Won that. Time before that,
Kimbolton.
Won that. But he's not winning this race. Not anymore as Sebastian Crawford. At the end of the longest straight, and the end of the longest straight, Sebastian says, that is where you feel the benefit. At the end of a straight, there's less resistance over your shoulders, and it's, I mean, he would have got a slipstream. I'm not saying that it's just because of the race suit, obviously. However, what I am saying is that it's helping.
It's those little percentages, particularly in a class like Micromax, that can make a big difference once they all add up. Sebastian Crawford leads this one with 5 3/4 minutes to go.
Crawford is not winning just because he's wearing a different race suit. He's winning because him and his family and the team, Origin Motorsport, and him as a driver have done an incredible amount of very hard work. But you look, okay, there are 100 different elements that go into winning a race. Let's maximise each element. One of them, equipment. Race equipment, okay, we've maximised that. Tick that one off the box. It all adds up.
There is the number 81 of Kaya Vieira on your screens, having a scrap with Benjamin Schlivar.
Another story, Kaya Vieira said, Henry, did you watch qualifying yesterday? I went, I didn't watch it, I was busy. He went, good, and just walked off. And then I noticed he was starting a long way back to the driver who finished on the podium. Now, this is 2 appearances. Kimbolton, first appearance in the British Championship, podium. Kart Masters, first British Grand Prix, podium. Kyle Vieira were also part of Dan Ashton's winning quiz team, along with Frank Morris and Will Wainwright, who still has some of his winning money left over.
4.5 minutes of this one to go. He's closing in here. The top 6 covered by only 2 seconds. Will Wainwright up 7 spots is your biggest movement. Oh no, not quite. Jensen Drummond is at the moment up 8 spots to 13th. Jensen, another driver who we've not seen so far this season in the championship. So good to see another new driver, another privateer as well. Always like that, having a good run here in Micromax.
I just want to say that talking about the quiz last week at Kart Masters. The Kyle Vieira, Frank Morris, Will Wainwright team of contestants, they beat a team of Dan Holland racing mechanics in a tiebreaker in a karting-based general knowledge quiz.
Excellent.
So it's official, ladies and gentlemen. A bunch of 8-year-olds are faster than Dan Holland's mechanics. a bunch of 8-year-olds are smarter than Dan Holland's mechanics. The 8-year-olds may have had a little bit of help.
Don't tell them to do that.
I mean, I was just their advisor.
Consultancy fees.
I don't charge a consultancy fee.
3.25 minutes of this race to go then. Crawford leads by about 1/10 of a second, 2/10 now. There is Benjamin Schlivar in the bright green and black livery with Arlo Gamble just behind. Arlo nicely getting on with his work so far this weekend. He's moved into the DHR awning midway through this season. Best result of the season so far last time out, the P5 at Kimbolton. Best result, in fact, he's ever had in the British Kart Championships there in Cambridgeshire.
Yes. And last thing, one of the questions of this quiz was what is the name of the Grand Finals venue this year? And Kyle Vieira, I know this. Henry, how do you spell Cartodromo Internacional do Algarve? Because he knew what it was, he just couldn't spell it. One of his teammates, another one of the questions, the answer was Gus Lawrence. One of his teammates said, Henry, how do you spell Gus? Just...
I would say maybe they were wanting for the full version, the full Augustus.
Which, if you say that to Gus Lawrence, he will give you a look that will turn man to stone. Crawford leads, Rhodes second, Prakash third. 2 minutes to go.
Down the hill towards Ashby Corner. Arthur Rhodes driving very, very nicely here. Hasn't had a top 3 score at a championship stage so far this season. He's about to break that record. He's looking at P2 at the moment in the intermediate standings that would convert through to 62 points, but here could be a move down the inside. Crawford leaves him just enough room.
Good racing.
That's nice defence there from Sebastian Crawford. Left some racing room, as you say, Henry. And they carry on. Keep an eye on Ronnie Allen there in the number 57. 4th place at the moment for the second of the DHRs. On the road right now, up the hill towards Christmas Corner. This one is coming to the boil quite nicely. No move yet from Arthur Rhodes.
Yeah, Arthur Rhodes started the year, his first year out of Bambino Racing, by finishing second in the ROTAX Winter Trophy at Houston Speed Sports Park in Houston. He finished second to Freddie Baker, who took the tickets. Micromax tickets for the ROTAX Grand Finals are the hardest tickets in the world to win. There's only 36 of them. There's only 36 DD2 Masters tickets. How many countries race DD2 Masters?
Not as many as Micromax.
How many countries race Micromax? Every country races Micromax. So it is the hardest ticket to win.
Just a note on championship situations. This result for JM Prakash, third. Oh, now that's an interesting little move. JM Prakash gets onto the rear bumper there of Arthur Rhodes and survives a bit. That's a near miss. That's a proper near miss for JM Prakash. I think he's going to lose pole position as a result of that. He only had a 2-point advantage over Arthur Rhodes in the intermediate scores before that more than little moment out of Christmas Corner. Now he's still going to extend his championship lead because he's ahead of the likes of Albert Farrow and Caden Hanley in those points from the heat. But that will have caught his attention. We're on to the final lap here, Henry.
Yes, it shows even the very best can make mistakes when the pressure is on. Can Rhodes pass Crawford up the hill towards Christmas Corner? Crawford not defending. Prakash trying to do the crossover on the number 57 of Ronnie Allen.
Prakash is going to be okay.
He's done a great move into the inside of the Ashbys. Can he get the kart slowed down? Here comes Prakash's Sam Pollitt Racing teammate, Albert Farrow as well. Prakash does get the position back, and Kyle Vieira now joins the party. Here we go. Crawford or Rhodes into the boot. Prakash has third and will hold on to third. Oh, Rhodes has got a gap. Rhodes has got a gap. Crawford holds him up. There's going to be a drag race. Rhodes is going to get the run. He's not got enough time. Great last couple of corners. Well done, drivers. Sebastian Crawford takes the win.
And will be third on the grid for the final. Not a bad place to be here at Whilton Mill. Arthur Rhodes with that P2 will be on the front row, but won't be on pole. Jane Prakash does enough to take pole position for the final. That is another 65-point haul in the championship. We'll do the maths over the lunch break, but that could be quite useful for Jane Prakash and his championship hopes. Ronnie Allen 4th, Albert Farrow 5th, Kaya Vieira, Ben Schlivar, Arlo Gamble, Ralph Ewer and Tommy Lovejoy all in the top 10. Will Wainwright up 7 spots in that race to P11. Hendricks Fallat 12th, Jensen Darlow, Jensen Drummond and Freddie Baker all in the top 15. Drummond also up 7 places in that one. Really good effort. Elliot Hitch 16th. Logan Edwards, Rio Pocock and Oakley Howlett all moved up at least 5 places in that one to get in the top 20. Tough race for Lenny Barton, was involved in the incident off turn 2 on lap 1.
But still finished.
Bobby Slater, P21, Lucas Seabright, P22, 3 retirements in that race, Caden Handley, Ollie Woodall and Arthur Bowers.
All 3 retirements, potential race winners,
Yeah.
in my mind. Bowers, Caden Handley, who crossed the line first at Kimbolton, let's not forget, and Oliver Woodall, who was a podium finisher at the British Grand Prix last weekend.
Drivers heading on in. That is their superheat done. We'll see them again later on today. At 1:45, here are your highlights. And this incident through turn number 2, oh, that was a bit of a scary one, particularly for Arthur Bowers.
Didn't see the number on the RCE cart that was turned around. Was it the number? I'm just trying to think. That might have even been Caden Handley, or possibly Logan Edwards. I couldn't. There was a 2 in it, which I think says it was Logan Edwards to me. There is the end of Oliver Woodall's race. There is the end of Caden Handley's race. The move for the race lead came at Christmas Corner. And now that was when Crawford took the lead. Rose, I think, understood the danger, was quick to respond. And this is the only mistake that we saw, that we have really seen from J.M. Prakash. Tells me, did J.M. Prakash crack under the pressure at the International Trophy at Le Mans? No. Did he crack under the pressure at the British Grand Prix? No. With the Wera Tools British Kart Championship on the line, did we see a mistake? Yes.
Yeah.
It just shows you how vital, how important, how much weight being a British kart champion carries, not just in the UK, obviously this is the main British championship, around the world.
Yeah.
Everybody knows, they look at this championship, especially in ROTAX, as a global leader, and the British champion is a driver that just whenever that driver turns up in a ROTAX paddock around the world, I'm in ROTAX paddocks around the world all the time, people from other countries always say, there's the British champion. He's going to be good, she's going to be good. That is how much weight this championship carries. Keogh Lynch is down with, hopefully, our winner in pits.
Thank you very much, Sebastian Crawford. Great job. Wasn't all easy though. How did you find that superheat?
It was good, but it was quite stressful towards the end with rods right on my bumper.
Now we're getting into a heated part of the season. You're yet to have taken a win. How much would it mean to you this weekend?
It would mean a lot because obviously it would be my first win of the British Kart Championships.
Now you're starting on the 3rd place of the grid. You're starting just behind the pole sitter. What do you make of that position?
Where I'm 3rd? I think it's good because if you're right behind the leader, you can push for a few laps to get away from the rest of the pack, and then you can overtake, and then you can get the victory.
And show us your suit, because this is one of the first appearances I've seen of this aero suit here in the British Kart Championships this year. Do you think it's giving you some more speed this weekend?
Yeah, it's really aerodynamic, and I think it's helping me a lot.
Tell me, in this heat, do you think that's making you cooler than what you would have been in your other suit?
Yeah, I think it's keeping me a bit cooler, which is helping me out on track.
Thank you very much for the insight. Best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll see Sebastian Crawford over on the grid later on. And just like that, we have got one more superheat to go. Now, we could see a championship closed out right here. I'll let you find that out, though, with Henry Baudet and Andrew Mather.
Yes, indeed. This could be the race where we see Ansel Murray secure enough points to provisionally be declared the first ever E10 Cadet Cup winner. As part of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Oh dear, are the problems there for Arthur Thompson in the number 47. Let's take you through the grid for this second heat. This is based on the second fastest lap for all of the drivers from yesterday's timed qualifying. Ansel Murray starts on pole position. Heath Smith alongside on the front row. Buddy Hugo and Zach Andrew on row 2. Stanley Gill and Arthur Thompson hopefully starting there on row number 3. Row 4, Jamal Pumaram and Leo Hartley, Arthur Etherington and Caleb Harles on row 5. Kairo Sabada completes the 11-strong field for this one. If you missed the result from earlier in heat number 1, if you don't want to hear it, put your fingers in your ears now. But it was Ansel Murray ahead of Buddy Hugo, ahead of Heath Smith. That was your 1, 2, 3. Zach Andrews 4th, Arthur Thompson 5th, Stanley Gill, Leo Hartley, Arthur Etherington, Caleb Hiles and Kairo Zabida, the 10 finishers. There was one retirement in the shape of Jamal Pomeram. And good news, hopefully, is that number 47 back in place.
I'll have a little look down at the dummy grid. I can't see that Kart still on the grid.
Yes, the 47 is there. It's not quite been able to take its original position on the grid, but is on the grid.
So we can say good news in a style of somebody else.
Into the tram lines. Is this going to be the moment where we see Ansel Murray take a clean sweep in the points of the championship? We are racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a good start for Ansel there in the RCE. Number 96 will lead up towards Christmas Corner, but here comes a potential challenge from Buddy Hugo. Now, was that Buddy getting on the boost button? There's a different thing about these E10 Cadet Cup karts versus other forms of electric racing, that they have this power boost button that the drivers are able to deploy, but it's a very tactical part of this class. That was a great bit of speed for Hugo to take the race lead through Christmas Corner.
Well, I think that was, if he did use the boost button, that was an excellent place to use it. Get into the lead early. Once you're in the lead, then you can manage things, or you can, getting to the lead is the hard bit. Buddy Hugo, in a situation where, in all likelihood, Ansel Murray is between this race and then the final. Ansel Murray is odds-on favourite to take the title. But it's not mathematically secured yet. And until it's mathematically secured, Buddy Hugo knows, as long as I win my race, as long as I win on the track, then I've done everything I can do. So Hugo has made that move. Of course, at the end of today, and I don't know if the ticket is going to be handed out today or if it is going to be handed out at Silverstone, but Britain will have its second E10 Cadet team member for Team UK, the Grand Finals. The first member of Team UK in E10 Cadet is actually a driver that I spoke to earlier this week, and I said to this driver, his name is Oliver Churches. He won at the ROTAX Festival at Dunkerswell, and I have been ROTAX official speaker now for 13 years. I have seen dozens of members of Team UK as Ansel Murray retakes the lead in the number 96 kart. I said to Oliver, Oliver, you have already broken a record. You are the first member of Team UK that I've never met, because I haven't commentated on him. The first time I will commentate on young Oliver Churches is when he will be in his Team UK race suit at the ROTAX Grand Finals. So, and that tells me that that Oliver Churches is in for a bit of a culture shock when he gets to Portimao. Hugh, that's one thing. Keol Lynch is down in pit lane. Who have you got for us, Keol?
Thank you very much. Now, we did just see Ansel Murray take the lead, but that's not all that he's racing for right now. He's racing for a whole championship. Here is his dad and mechanic. How proud of you are of him right now?
I'm so proud. He's worked so hard, and he seems completely unflappable when he's driving. He doesn't seem to get nervous. He just takes it all in his stride. But yeah, he's also got the focus to talk to the mechanics, really learn from his coach and understand what he needs to do. And on the track, he doesn't get bothered. He didn't seem to get bothered when he got overtaken earlier. He just dealt with it and then waited for the moment and took the lead back again. And that's Ansel all over.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say to you. What was your advice heading into this one? Because mindset-wise, he seemed pretty chill all year.
Well, into this particular race, I think he's got. I think even if he finishes last, I think he's probably going to win the championship. So I just said, look, relax, enjoy it. You can have fun. There's no pressure on you, and I think that's what he's taken into this race.
And after this, for the rest of today and the rest of this season, he can absolutely enjoy it. Do you think he'll still be racing his heart out after this?
Oh yeah, he's a racer through and through. He's not going to stop racing. I said, you could just stop and not do the final. No way, I'm going to do the final. Absolutely do the final. Yeah, he just races any chance he gets. He wants to race.
That's what we love to hear. Well, best of luck for him for the rest of this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Keel, and I'm very pleased that Ansel Murray will race in the final, irrespective of what happens in the next 3 and 3/4 minutes of this race. And yeah, Ansel's dad is right, that in terms of how these points are working, Ansel just needs to get home, get a score. It could be a score for 11th place, and because he won that first race, he'll still be up in the top 8. That's what he needs. He needs an 8th place finish at one of the championship points awarding stages. So that's either right now off the back of these 2 heats or in the final, and that will be enough to make him champion. But at the moment, Henry, Ansel is doing this in style.
Win out from the front.
Yeah.
And for those of you that, one of Andrew Mather's personal bugbears is and mine, but
and some of others.
And several others as well, is that drivers winning championships and then not going out in the final. There are reasons why, but Ansel Murray will not be one of those drivers. He will win and he will continue to race even as a champion, because of course he's thinking, well, I've done it. I've done all the hard work here, and I haven't had a disqualification. I haven't. So why would it start now? Why would I suddenly turn into a weapon or a hazard?
Let's talk about some of the other bits happening out on track. Let's try and have a look at the battle for 6th place. Jamal Pomeram in the Jack Dex Racing kart, number 55, had a retirement earlier on in this race, but in fact it's not a battle at all. Jamal has surged ahead of Arthur Thompson and is back up into the top 6. So that's really good to see for Jamal. We've seen quite a few times this driver out in on circuit on Alpha Live broadcasts in the recent months. Full credit to Jack Dex again and all the hard work that he's doing with this effort and this team. And well done to Jack as well.
Yes.
Because it's since we last did a ROTAX round of the British Championships that Jack had a very good result at Le Mans, Henry.
Yes, Jack Dex, the owner of Jack Dex Racing, became the first driver to qualify for the grand finals for Team UK in the DD2 Masters class in 7 years. He does 1 race a year. It's Le Mans. It's the International Trophy. This year, Jack Dex will do 2 races. The second of them will be the grand finals themselves, and it means that Team UK will have a driver in... I'm not sure they're going to get a driver in E20 or E20 Masters, but in Micro, Mini, Junior, Senior, DD2 with Mark Kimber, DD2 Masters and E10 Cadets. 7 out of the 9 classes that we run, the grand finals will have at least 1 British driver in them.
Every internal combustion class.
Every internal combustion class. Ansel Murray leads by 0.6 of a second. I've noticed Stanley Gill running in 5th position, just behind this group. He's got the Martini livery on his crash helmet. The white crash helmet with the famous Martini livery. Now, that Martini livery can either be from a Brabham in the 1970s. It can be from a Williams in about 2019, 2018. It can be, of course, from a Lancia rally car or Group C car, for those of you that really want your anoraks zipping up. Also, crash helmet, Arthur Thompson. His crash helmet is designed to look like a shoebox, an Adidas 3-stripe shoebox.
A trefoil.
As a person with a collection of Adidas DAPS 3-stripe trainers, I am certainly drawn towards that as a crash helmet design.
Time is up. Last lap board is going to be out in a moment then. And this is going to be a pretty special lap for the young driver at the very front of the field. 1.3 seconds is the advantage for Ansel Murray. He's holding the fastest lap in this one as well. But Ansel Murray, who has put in so much hard work from the start of the season, has a great record in electric karting classes, wins at pretty much 1 in every 2 electric kart races across the time of his young karting career. Well, he's done even better than that so far this season. He's rounding Oziers now onto the back straight. He is going to secure pole position for the final. but more so than that, he is going to secure his 5th maximum championship score so far this season. Ansel Murray is going to be your inaugural ROTAX E10 Cadet Cup champion. No one can beat his score now.
There's Mum and Dad. There's Mum and Dad.
He has got 5 65s. Brilliant work by this young driver from Oxford at his home race effectively across the course of this season. Job done for Ansel Murray, and he'll start on pole for the final. He could make it 6 from 6, Henry.
What better way to go to your first ROTAX Grand Finals than by saying, oh yeah, the championship that I won to get here, I was unbeaten. That's a marker to lay down. Buddy Hugo, Zach Andrew both give it everything. So did Heath Smith. Jamal Pumaram, very, very good drive from Jamal. Stanley Gill, Arthur Thompson finishes 7th after thinking he may not start at all. Leo Hartley, Arthur Etherington, and the rest. But we are waiting to see the number 96 Kart. There he is, unofficially, the first ever. Well, unofficially, he is the first ROTAX British karting champion in a non-internal combustion powered ROTAX kart. A little bit of history. Ralph Martin became the first driver to win any sort of British karting championship in an electric powered vehicle. Ansel Murray does it in the ROTAX classes.
We had a little chat yesterday, me and Ansel, because I sat in on the second of the media sessions with Neil Cole and Purple Sectors. We talked about this moment, and we talked about how sometimes, even in times of adversity, and you get a championship. We talked about Lewis Hamilton's first championship victory in 2007, and how in terms of the race, 2008, yes. That was not a good day for Sir Lewis Hamilton, but he still had to have that interview at the end about how the championship was his. Well, he's done it in style. We're not going to need that scenario here today. Because Ansel Murray needed a top 8 finish in the intermediate scores. He's got a top 1. And it's a 5th time that's happened so far this season. There'll be a great fight for 2nd place in the championship as well, just to note. Buddy Hugo will start 2nd on the grid for the final later on today. 1 place ahead of Heath Smith, and it'll still be very close between those two heading into the final.
There we go. There's Dad.
Sam Spinell on the right-hand side there. He's been doing a lot of coaching as part of this RCE team.
Yep, and it was quite interesting because you could see Ansel, he knows there's a camera on him, but he also wants to go and say, you know, congratulations to other drivers, shake their hands. The other drivers are not, they've just lost the championship.
Yeah.
So in this moment, they may, obviously they'll be happy for Ansel.
Yep.
But in this moment, they have just lost a championship they've all worked so hard for. And they would have known going into this race that the chances have gone. However, it's never confirmed until it's confirmed. There is the trefoil, the 3-stripe trefoil crash helmet of Arthur Rhodes. You can see the Martini livery crash helmet of Stanley Gill just behind this shot of Ansel Murray retaking the lead from early leader Buddy Hugo. Good battling back in the field. The number 27, that's the R1 Racing, or the Rookie Racing driver. It's either Rookie Racing, R1 Racing, that's Alfie Gallagher's team, based up at PF International. But there he is, Ansel Murray, and we're going to hear very shortly, I am sure, from Ansel, who is down in the pit lane.
Great result there for Zach Andrew. I'll check the results. I think that's going to be a first top 3 of the season. Well, he was 3rd in the points at Kimbolton through the heats. We're looking to get a first podium in a final later on today. But let's hear in Parc Ferme from Keol Lynch and our newest Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart champion.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are crowning our first British kart champion of 2026. Ansel Murray, the E10 champion for this year. How do you feel right now?
I feel amazing. Yeah, just amazing, really.
A little bit lost for words here right now is Ansel Murray. You have been faultless all year. You've scored maximum points in all of the finals. Was that something you were expecting coming into this year?
No, I think Heath was a big challenge towards the start, and he still is. He's really fast, and Buddy Hugo's doing well.
You're right, that they're now going to have to battle it out for that second position. Who have you got to thank that's been helping you all year for this?
I'd like to thank my dad, my coach Sam, and RCE.
Absolutely, but until the weekend is not over yet, we're going to see you back out for the final. How are you going to race now for the rest of the year?
Amazingly.
Absolutely, you're going to continue the winning streak?
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, best of luck.
Thanks.
Well, we're going to see more of Ansel Murray then later on today, but that is it for now. You can go and celebrate more with your family and your team. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the halfway point of today for Event 7 here at Whilton Mill of the British Kart Championships. What a day it's been so far here with the scorching weather and really grippy track. But we're going to take a short break now, and I'll see you for the main events after lunchtime.
Wera, what a start from the start, heading up into the top section.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from ROTAX parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're gonna need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Welcome back, everybody. You're joining us for the British Kart Championships Event 7. We're back at a scorching Whilton Mill today, right in the heart of the Northamptonshire countryside. This venue really does pose some stunning views across the county. The track is located right by the M1 and the A5, making it one of the most accessible tracks here in the UK. It's 1,200 metres long with 12 turns and 26 feet in elevation, established here in 1991. Offering everything from fast-flowing sequences to heavy braking zones. Starting with Oblivion, which is turn 1, this takes you through a sweeping left turn and into Crook. The drivers will then approach Fine Lady, leading them on the run-up to Christmas Corner, the gift that just keeps giving. They'll then be flat out through Inkermans, but it doesn't last long before a harsh break and right turn through Ashby. Here they will thread themselves through these two left-handers, Wilkins and Oziers, and along the back straight, which leads us on to, last but not least, the boot sequence, which has recently had some new improvements made to its heel here on the inside of the last chicane. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, that is the lap of the track here at Whilton Mill. The question is, who will be the first over this line?
Macaulay Bishop, thanks for joining us, thanks for your time. Let's go back to 2024 at a place that's very special for you. You did a lot of your club racing here. You just won the Junior ROTAX British Championship. You've done pretty much everything at the junior level of the game. You've stepped up into the seniors. Going into that O-Plate weekend, do you think there was an element of the other drivers looking at you as the new kid on the block and needing to spend a bit of time working your way up?
There was definitely a little bit of that. Obviously, all the senior drivers they was looking at me from the year before. Obviously, I won both the junior titles, so there was no doubt that I would be fast when I moved up. But I was kind of surprised myself how quick I was. Obviously, I moved straight up and I was straight on the pace. No complaints really, and it was really strong for the first couple of races. I don't think anyone really expected it, and it was really good.
If I remember correctly, the lead up into that final, you weren't that far up the grid for that final, so we were kind of thinking, oh, he's there, we'll see how he gets on. But were you expecting to get in amongst the top 5 in that race on that day? I want to say, was it starting about 18th or something like that?
Yeah, so I picked up a bad set of tyres for qualifying, and then we have to use the same set of tyres the whole race meeting, so I didn't have the best starting position for the final. And also halfway through the race, it sort of kind of slipped away from me, but I kept belief, and I picked them off one by one, and then eventually I made the move for the lead, and yeah, I managed to keep on to it.
Let's get into the move then. You've cut your way through, you're up to 3rd place, you've got Matty Higgins and Lewis Gilbert ahead of you. I think Kai was already out of the race at this point. There'd already been a lot of drama. You're heading up the hill, you're out of the crook. What's going through your mind at that point as you see Matty and Lewis pull to driver's right?
I don't really remember too much, but I was focused on getting past them. I wasn't focused on staying behind them for another corner. I saw that they darted to the inside, and I just used the rest of the track really, and just broke late, went in hard, and sent it around the outside. So, and it's no one's going to forget the move anymore. I pretty much got a move named after myself. So.
I was going to say, it's quite often a thing when we do see a move up there. We've seen it once already this season in these championships, that people look to replicate that move. Do people ask you about the move even now, 2.5 years later?
They asked me a little bit. Obviously, it was a lot worse when it just first happened. So 2024 and also a little bit of 2025 my phone was definitely blowing up a lot. But it was good to see the support from everyone, and everyone was pretty surprised, just the same as me, really.
Because that's one of the things that moment really went viral. I think it's something like 4.5 million views across all the various different platforms. I know for Alpha Live, one of their most viewed races of the week, and all of that. What was that like, dealing with that as well, and that kind of newfound attention?
I mean, obviously it was a very good race, and I was very happy after it. And then, like you said, you guys posted a video and it just took off. Obviously I saw it, reposted it, liked everything, and then I checked back like 3 days later, and it's 3.5 million views. I'm thinking, wow. And yeah, it really just took me from a big name in the UK to more of a big name around the world. So it's definitely helped me get opportunities and things for the future as well.
So since then, British Championships, Grand Finals champion. How much do you think that moment at that O-Plate influenced everything that came afterwards, and even into today?
It was important that we caught it on the video, because you didn't really see much of me through the race. You didn't see how much I was fighting for each position. And then obviously it gave me good exposure as well, so yeah.
Going into this weekend, we always have to talk about it a little bit when we come back to this place. You're looking good. Practice went well earlier on today. Do you think you could do something similarly spectacular this weekend?
I mean, we'll have to read the race. I mean, it's not impossible, but I don't think anyone will let me do the same thing to them again. I think they'd rather really willing to crash than to be posted on social media again. So, yeah.
And last question, in terms of the championship this year, you've got a slight thorn in the side of a certain Mr. Lloyd, looking pretty quick so far this season. But this is a good circuit for you. You know, and everything for Silverstone is a little bit unknown because we've never been there. Do you reckon you can still take the title this year?
I mean, it's not just one driver. Obviously, Freddie Lloyd's very quick, so is Matty Hingley, and so is myself. So there's a good 3 or 4 of us that can definitely take the championship. It's just I've just had unlucky moments this year. Yeah, qualifying at Whilton Law and starting last in the heats just didn't help. And obviously, like when you have a bad qualifying, it just sort of just sets the tone for the whole weekend. And then obviously the other rounds, we had some good points, but the whole weekend as a whole, it hasn't been great, you know. So that's what we're searching for this weekend.
Absolutely. Macaulay, thanks for your time. Best of luck this weekend. Let's have a look at that big moment once again from 2024.
For the last 2 years will not continue to 3, and it's 1, 2, 3 clear of the field. Gilbert defends the outside.
Bishop
round the outside. That
Oh
is
my
outrageous.
goodness me!
The junior champion from last year has done thousands of overtakes round Whilton.
Well, there you go. That is it. The most viral move that we've seen in recent years in the British Kart Championships. Could we see another one here this weekend? We're here with Lenny Barton. Lenny, let's go back to Kim Bolton, the last time the ROTAX classes raced. Tell us a little bit about your weekend.
Yeah, really good weekend. Made 8 places in Super Heat. But yeah, good weekend.
I say that heat win that you got, that was one of your best drives of the whole season so far. Tell us what it was like racing it in that one, particularly because it was a really hot weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the tent, just keep cool, and in the race, just when you do the move, you've got to, when you do it, you've got to finish it, but yeah.
And racing with Strawberry as well, it's such a big team, isn't it? Have they been a big help to you this year?
Yeah, really big help.
And you are Wera Tools Driver of the Day. That's an award voted by the public as well. How does it feel that the public have chosen you as the Driver of the Day from that race?
Yeah, really happy. Never got Driver of the Day at like a national thing before, but yeah.
Who do you like to thank for this award?
The whole team, the whole Strawberry team, my manager Cal, and Horizon and D&D Carpentry.
Fantastic stuff. Well, I'll introduce Keol in to present to you with the award. Lenny Barton, our Wera Tools Driver of the Day from Kim Bolton.
Our E10 cadet class is back with us here at Whilton Mill. We've got the whole grid right here. Introduce yourselves.
Zach Andrew.
Ansel Murray.
Leo Hartley. Cara Zubaida.
Jamal Pomeroy.
Stanley Gale.
Arthur Thompson.
Caleb Hiles.
Arthur Harrington.
And last but not least,
Buddy Hugo.
all right, favourite kart track, please?
Ray House.
Whilton Mill.
Shenington.
PFI.
PFI.
Silverstone. PFI.
Monaco. Silverstone.
Kim Bolton.
Now it's Friday practice here at Whilton Mill. What overtakes are we going to see from you this weekend?
A dive bomb.
No brakes.
Dive bomb. All of them.
Round the outside.
Switchback.
Dive bomb.
Dive bomb.
A lot of dive bombs.
Dive bomb. Wherever there's a gap.
All right, favourite Formula One team. One more time, back down the order.
I really like Haas.
McLaren. Mercedes.
McLaren. McLaren.
McLaren.
Oh, a theme?
Red Bull. Mercedes and Ferrari.
Ferrari.
McLaren.
There's some insight from our E10 cadet class. Drivers, who's going to be on the podium this weekend? Yay! Joining us here this weekend at Whilton Mill is Chris McCarthy and the team over at Purple Sectors. Chris, we all know you in the paddock, but for someone who may not, can you introduce yourself and what you're doing here today?
Yeah, so I'm the lead commentator for Formula 2 and Formula 3 and also the English commentator for 24-Hour Le Mans. But I also, away from commentating, have set up Purple Sectors. We are an organisation which are trying to bring people back into the sport who can no longer race due to the fact that they've been diagnosed with epilepsy, something that happened to me. I managed to stay in it through commentary, so we're trying to do the same for other people. And we've got 2 drivers with us today, one of them coming back into the paddock for the first time, Wilf, along with Ollie. And while we're here, Neil Cole is going to be doing free media training for the paddock, so it's going to be a really good day.
It's great to have you guys here with us.
Thank
We're
you
going to
very
learn more about Chris McCarthy and Purple Sectors as we go around with them for the day. Now, Chris, let's talk where you fit in with Purple Sectors. Of course, it's a charity that's very close to your heart, hence why you found it. Talk to us more about your journey.
Yeah, actually here at Whilton Mill has a big part of my journey. I began racing here in 2008, and then I had to subsequently stop racing here in 2012 in August because I had a seizure over on the exit of the boot, actually, which is right in my line of vision. But then to stay in the sport, I started filming races here as part of coursework for my college, and then that turned into a bit of a small business where we'd come down with college mates and film the club races. my races never got filmed, so I always thought it'd be so cool to see others get filmed, and so that's what I did. And then I started live commentary here when I finished college as well. That was one of my first jobs, which then led me to do Kart Masters. So it has a big part of my journey. I always love coming back, and I still host the awards for the club here every year, their end of season awards, which is always really good fun.
And it's nice to see how much this track means to you. Coming back now, being in a completely different position, you've of course been through that, the disappointment of having to not race anymore. You then found your new career within this track. What's it like now, kind of inspiring the next generation being back today?
Yeah, I mean, I always say my epilepsy was a blessing in disguise, really, because it led me into this whole career, which has been absolutely fantastic. But I was always very quiet about my epilepsy, didn't really like telling people. And then the first time I went round a paddock, actually with a charity T-shirt on, I was getting asked so many questions. I got such a good response from the paddock when I first posted online about the fact I had epilepsy. And so with that, I just wanted to try and get other people to come out of their shell, if you like, people that have epilepsy, because it's nothing to be embarrassed about, and there's lots of help out there. So I know how it feels to lose your race license because of epilepsy, but I know that there's another career out there as well. So that's what I want to try and do for the next generation now, is try and get them to talk more about it and come and work in the paddock, because there's so many opportunities here.
Yes, and that's exactly what you're doing with the two boys here today. But it's not only the two people that have been in the same position of you, it's the rest of your team here today as well. We've got media training with some drivers happening shortly. Let's move along though, because time's ticking and we've got to spend the rest of the day with Purple Sectors. Now, I know we've touched on the people you have here with you today, Chris, but these two drivers here in the McLaren tops are the perfect example of people that you're now helping, because when you maybe discovered that you had epilepsy, this wasn't a position that you were in to have kind of a community around you.
Yeah, exactly right. Nothing like this existed when I was diagnosed, so I didn't really know where to go. So we're showing Ollie and Wilf with us here today that there's different areas to the sport that they can go and seek careers in, even though the racing isn't working out for them. So, and we are, you're precisely right, we are trying to build a community within the sport that didn't exist a few years ago, and it's becoming very strong already in its third year, so it's really great. And we've also now got our first Purple Sectors ambassador as well, which is a GB4 race winner, Connor Willis, who's here with the drivers today. And that's another thing we're trying to do to really fly the flag both on and off the track, and that's now a new thing that we've launched for this year. So it's really great to have everyone here, and the community is here behind us.
And what you're now seeing is not only drivers that have been in the same position as you, but now you're seeing drivers advocate for you and teams with all the work that you're doing. Is that nice to see it kind of pay off?
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, having Connor is so great. There's going to be more Purple Sectors ambassadors, so keep posted for that. But it's just great to have a community within the sport. It's becoming so strong, and we just want to keep building on that now going forward. And the event we have on the 10th of November will be another big chance to bring everyone together and kind of had a celebration for the end of the season, but also celebrate what we're doing and have a really fun evening.
That's right. We'll touch on that event later, but the team here at Purple Sectors have media duties to get to. We'll see you there. Now, we're here at a Purple Sectors media session with Neil Cole here in the background. We've got some very familiar faces with us that are racing this weekend, like Finlay Lyons and Emerson McAndrew-Uren. It's great to have you guys here. It's a good opportunity for the drivers to get some more practice, really. But can you explain what he's really doing back there?
Yes, our second year doing this. Neil Cole is one of the co-hosts of Purple Sectors with myself and Jenny Gow. He's also the host of the FIA Awards, which is the biggest awards evening in motorsport. So he knows how to be comfortable in front of camera. He's a professional at teaching drivers to do that and broadcasters as well. He actually taught me how to be a presenter, so it's very valuable for the drivers to get a free media session with him this weekend. And also it shows that Purple Sectors, we're not just helping people with epilepsy, we're trying to help the whole paddock as well by doing things like this. So we plan to continue doing this and grow it going forwards.
Thank you, Chris. Before we move along, let's see more of what he's doing.
You transition to the message that you want to get across. So you've got something, you've got a story to tell. So it's like, yes, but this happened, and then at the end of it, something really positive. So whether the interview's been positive or negative, whether your experience has been positive or negative, at the end of it, the sell is, but I love the British Kart Championships, and I can't wait to get back out on track later on with my amazing kart and my team here at Whilton Mill. So what is it again? A answer T, transition. And give me an example of some transition words. However, but, brilliant. Any more? Because, the thing is.
Thank you, Chris, and the team for joining us here today and giving the drivers some education on the media. If people want to hear more, learn more about you guys, where can they find you?
Yep, you can find us at Setting Purple Sectors on the social media channels. We've now also got a website, gopurple.org.uk. And make sure you join us 10th of November, Simply Race in Milton Keynes, where we will be racing for a reason. You can come and have a lot of fun and make a big difference at the same time. So we'd really appreciate your support.
That's right, we hope to see you there.
We're here with Lenny Barton. Lenny, let's go back to Kimbolton, the last time the ROTAX classes raced. Tell us a little bit about your weekend.
Yeah, really good weekend. Made 8 places in Super Heat. But yeah, good weekend.
I say that heat win that you got, that was one of your best drives of the whole season so far. Tell us what it was like racing it in that one, particularly because it was a really hot weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the tent, just keep cool, and in the race, just when you do the move, you've got to, when you do it, you've got to finish it, but yeah.
And racing with Strawberry as well, it's such a big team, isn't it? Have they been a big help to you this year?
Yeah, really big help.
And you are Wera Tools Driver of the Day. That's an award voted by the public as well. How does it feel that the public have chosen you as the Driver of the Day from that race?
Yeah, really happy. Never got Driver of the Day at like a national thing before, but yeah.
Who do you like to thank for this award?
The whole team, the whole Strawberry team, my manager Cal, and Horizon and D&D Carpentry.
Fantastic stuff. Well, I'll introduce Keol in to present to you with the award. Lenny Barton, our Wera Tools Driver of the Day from Kimbolton.
We're here in the race centre with our Excellence Award winner from Kimbolton, Arthur Bowers mechanic, Joe Bleakley. Joe, we've also seen you as a driver. What was the transition like for you into mechanicking?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the driving in the British Kart Championships, the little amount that I did. But yeah, the transition into mechanicking has been very good for me. I've been working with KR Sport for 6 years now, since being a driver. And I really enjoy my job and working with the future talents like Arthur. So yeah, can't complain.
Like you said, we've seen you in this position for years now. Arthur is the youngest driver that you've worked with to date. What's it like kind of nurturing the talent right from the start?
Yeah, it's good. It requires sometimes a lot of patience and to build on his consistency and things like that, which comes with natural age and maturity. But his raw speed and natural talent's good enough for him to get there, definitely.
And it must be nice to get the recognition from the team here at Motorsport UK to win all these Wera Tools.
Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah, thank you, whoever nominated me. I think I know who it is. I think it might have been Arthur's mum, and she knows I'm not, you know, I think she's done a bit of a stitch up for me to be on the camera doing this. But yeah, I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We hope you two have a great weekend.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Hope so.
Wera, what a start from the so hard, heading up into the top section.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from ROTAX parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill. It's event 7 for this year's Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We're getting ready for this afternoon's finals here. It's a big stage of the season. We're properly in to the run-in now to find our champions of the 2026 season. And, well, across all 5 of our categories, many stories to tell. Junior ROTAX will kick us off in around 4 minutes time, less than 4 minutes before the formation laps in what could be a really key race in their championship campaign. Let's head down to the grid and over to Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much, boys, and welcome back onto the grid. We're going in with a bang here today at Whilton Mill, which is Junior ROTAX. Let's talk to your pole sitter, who is Cian Bernard, who is suited and ready already. Cian, let's talk recent times for you racing wise, because you just had Kart Masters. You kind of know how it feels now to be just short of that win at a one-off event. How do you kind of put that behind you and reset to go again today?
Well, all I do is just learn from the mistakes that I do and try, watch the races back. Just learn from what I can do in the similar situations in different races. So yeah, it really helps with my confidence and determined to win the race. So yeah.
So far, you've been really consistent this weekend, which is kind of not what you've seen too much for the start of your year. You've had a bit of a up and down year with luck-wise. How are you going to make sure that continues into this race?
Yeah, obviously it was really unlucky at the start of the year, but now I'm starting to get better results, so just keep on doing what I've been doing this weekend and yeah, should go my way.
Best of luck, we'll let you get ready then.
Thank you.
All right, joining Cian Bernard on the front row of the grid is Blake Southern, right here. Blake, you won here only a couple of weeks ago over in the club championship. How's that prepared you for today?
Yeah, it's definitely, I just think a bit of another club round, to be honest, just a bit more drivers and a bit more competitive.
Now, you've been all of the seconds so far this weekend. You were second in the heats yesterday, second earlier on today. What's it going to take to push that a little bit further?
Just get past them and just cross the line in P1.
Now, these conditions have been difficult. It's really grippy track today. How have you guys found that?
It's just another race. I think it's just all the tracks have been like that this year with all the Mojo rubber going down, so it's just no difference.
Best of luck, Blake.
Cheers.
There is your front row for the first race of our day, the first final of our day. Here is your championship leader, Charlie Wolfett, who was promoted to a win in the Superheat earlier on today after Finley Lyons got a penalty. We also have Emerson Makanju-Uren, fresh from Kristianstad over at the FIA OK Junior race, where he took the win. Now, do you feel the pressure to come back and compete just as well over here in the UK?
Not really. I think it's just I don't really know, just no pressure really.
Tell us what happened in that Superheat, because you led some of the Superheat after a consistent day yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we really had the pace in it, and then yeah, just got really unlucky and then didn't end it that well, but...
Right, best of luck.
Thank you.
That's it then from the grid down here with Junior ROTAX. Let's get to the racing.
Thank you very much, Keogh. Indeed, not too long before we see the start of this race. A little bit of news from the Superheat. Sadly, 4 drivers were always not going to make it. There's only 36 spots on the grid for this one, so good efforts from Ava Lawrence, Samir Paul, Max Douthwaite and Clark Naylor. Unfortunately, they will not compete in this final. They didn't quite make the cut-off today. We also saw a change in the results of Superheat B. Finley Lyons was given a post-race penalty, and that dropped into 7th place. It promoted Charlie Wolfett to the top of the order. Let's also just very quickly give you your championship scores before we go to the start of the formation lap. Wolfett 433, Southern and Bell both on 394, Clark 375, Chalk 369. let's get ready for it then. This is your grid for the Junior ROTAX final. Cian Bernard and Blake Southern on the front row. Charlie Wolfett and Emerson McAndrew-UN on row 2. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Finlay Lines on row number 3.
Row number 4, Zach Turner and Harry Taylor. Tom Reed and Lucian Smith round out your top 10. Josh Cormack and Ryan White, and all Scottish, row 6.
Row number 7 for this one then will be Sebastian Chown-Clark and Theo Bradshaw. Alex Shepherd and Aidan Clark go from 8. Fletcher Jameson and Ellis Bell there on row number 9.
Connor Large and Jensen Chalk round out your top 20 ahead of Riley Murrow, Alex Goodson, the recovering Alex Goodson from injury, Tobias Johns and George Fountain.
Karthik Kometa and Finlay Smith there on row 13. Nathaniel Gray and Harry Radcliffe row 14. Jack Beasley and Louis Radcliffe, who does make the final, there on row 15.
The final 3 rows, Ronnie Smart, privateer driver Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Thomas Jackson, Nelson Taylor, and after going back out in the superheat and gaining 2 points, Joseph Berkery makes it in P35.
Bailey Collins completes a 36 full capacity grid. Let's go racing in the finals here at Whilton Mill. Great start for Cian Bernard, who will lead through the first couple of corners. Charlie Wolfett, defending a 39-point championship lead, is straight up into second place. There's a move from Luca Holmes-Ballack looking round the outside. Oh, a bit of a touch there with his teammates as Zach Turner's in trouble on lap 1. Demoted down to the bottom of the order. Wolfett in more trouble, being overtaken by another of his teammates. Emerson McAndrew-UN has got through. Finlay Lines is getting involved. It's not a complete disaster, Henry, for the championship leader, but that's not what Charlie Wolfett would have wanted.
No, and oh, there's a spin. I don't believe it. Ellis Bell off again. The Scotsman has had terrible, terrible luck here today, and Ellis Bell, who came into this round in the top 3 in the championship, is seeing his title hopes go up in smoke.
Luca Holmes-Ballack has had a really quick start to this race. He's right on the tail of Cian Bernard at the end of lap 1. Emerson McAndrew-UN is about a second further back there in third. Wolfett starting to regroup, has 4th place on the road right now. Finlay Lines down the inside of Ryan White there. That was for 8th place, so Lines back up into the top 8. He knows how to win a big race around this circuit. He was Minimax O-Plate champion here at the start of 2024. 13.5 minutes of this race to go. There's Fletcher Jameson on the move, trying to find a way through past Jensen Chalk for 14th place. End of another lap. You just get the feeling here, Henry, that this is going to be a really fast-paced race. We've been saying it all week, that the track running mega quick, lap records going left, right and centre in comparison to previous years since the changes to the final corner in 2024. The fitness levels that the drivers are going to need for this race as well. It's warm, it's 25 degrees air temperature out there right now, but the physicality of this place will make it feel like 35 degrees for some of them in this race.
Well, just look at the onboard shot with Blake Southern. Talk about physicality. Look at the way his body is being thrown around in the seat as he negotiates the very famous, or maybe I should say infamous, bumps here at Whilton Mill. It's a test not only of driver, but also of mechanic and machinery as well. This circuit beats you up. Cian Bernard leads. There's a move from the number 244, Lucian Smith. Passes Harry Taylor up at Christmas corner. Finlay Lines recovering, trying to push his teammate through as well. Up the hill out of Ashby towards Wilkins. Now down the hill again. No, terrible bump there on the exit. Really physical corner through Oziers. Out of the Oziers over that curb into the boot we go. It is still Bernard leading. The gold crash helmet of Harry Taylor being chased now by the Hunter Motorsport Kart of Ryan White. 11 3/4 minutes to go. And Smith and Lines, P6 and P7, heading up towards the front. Lines makes the move. It was one out of position situation on the first lap that cost Finlay Lines a whole heap of positions. Cian Bernard, there's a move for the club champion here at Whilton Mill. No, that's Theo Bradshaw making a move for the Zip Factory team. Up at the front, Cian Bernard still leads, but he has not one, not two, not three, but four Dan Holland racing karts right behind him.
Probably the most eager of them, perhaps, is going to be Luca Holmes-Ballack. The record for Luca Holmes-Ballack of taking a British Kart Championships race victory goes all the way back to his Bambino days in 2020.
Rowra.
He hasn't had a win, but here's a problem for him. It's Emerson McCandy-Uren, and he knows how to win a race in this category. Your winner from Kimbolton has gone to the head of the DHR train. Here we are on board with the rear of the train. There's a little bit of a breakdown in there. Oh, a near touch. There was a touch between Blake Southern and Charlie Wolfett there. Luca Holmes-Ballack now started to go backwards. They may be teammates, but they've looked at the pace that Luca Holmes-Ballack has had over the last lap and a half or so and gone, it's not good enough. If we're going to get through past the race leader, Cian Bernard, we're going to have to make our moves now, especially with Finley Lines now at the head of another little train, the KR train, with Lucian Smith not too far behind as well. New fastest lap from Emerson McCandy-Uren that last time around. Pulls the gap down to just over half a second. He's not losing too much time to Cian Bernard through the first sector. Bernard has actually just gone and put a personal best in through that part of the course. There is Harry Taylor, Ryan White, Theo Bradshaw. They're squabbling here a little bit over 8th place.
Ellis Bell has got back into the race in 32nd position. Never give up. Joseph Berkery, who of course made it into the race by virtue of the fact that he went back out after coming in. Berkery is 28th, so that was a very significant little moment for Berkery and his team. Get back out there, we'll fix the car, get back out there and pick up a place. Berkery now taking full advantage. Already, Lines and Smith have caught Luca Holmes-Ballack. 9 minutes to go across the top of Inkermans, down to Ashby. Holmes-Ballack, it was the very first race that the British Kart Championship held after COVID. It was at Rowra, August 2020. On that day, the Motorsport UK Bambino Championship made their debut, and Luca Holmes-Ballack won. That was August 2020. Nicole Sutherland watching on, doing the social media for the championship this weekend.
Change for 6th place. Lucian Smith got through past Finley Lines there. That was a good move from Lucian Smith, the young man from Glapthorne. Is now the lead KR Sport driver on the road. Plus 5 second penalty for George Fountain. That's not good news for the driver of the 252. 8.25 minutes of this race remaining. Cian Bernard hasn't had a win in so long in the British Kart Championships. You've got to go back to PFI 2023 in Micromax. The last time the driver who flies the flag for both the UK and for South Africa that's the last time he took a win at this level. He's been there or thereabouts for a long time.
A former member of Team UK's FIA Academy, junior driver, based in London, but with South Africa parentage, and Blake Southern, with our onboard camera, moves past championship leader Charlie Wolfett into P3. Wolfett is driving with a degree of caution. Because he would have seen what has happened to some of his nearest title rivals, in specifically Ellis Bell. Wolfett now has Southern as his nearest title rival, but Wolfett still has a 30-point plus advantage, so he can afford to lose a place. And still, eyes on the bigger prize. Emerson McCandy-Uren's eyes are on one prize, and one prize only. That is the prize. The prize was the race lead, because he's not the full-season championship contender. He's missed a round. So McCandy-Uren leading this race from Bernard. This is the position that Cian Bernard has found himself in on a number of occasions since his last victory in the British Championship back in 2023. And that position is second, right behind the leader in the final stages of the main event. And Finley Lines, well, He did take a penalty for that brush with McAndrew Uren at the boot in the pre-final. He was caught out of position on the first lap, out of the race. The 2-2-1, Josh Cormack. Another Scotsman from Falkirk out of the race. And what is that? That is Luca Holmes-Ballock running wide, coming out of oblivion.
It's all starting to unravel a little bit, unfortunately, for Luca Holmes-Ballock. He's dropped down to 8th place now. Had such a quick start. As Bradshaw has a look there into Ashby Corner. Ryan White inside the top 10, and don't count out Fletcher Jameson for a strong run back up into the top 10. Second at Kart Masters at the British Kart Grand Prix 1 week ago. We know he's in good form. We know he's got good speed. If he can get a bit of momentum going, he could still maybe even get in the top 5 in this race. Had a penalty in one of the super heats earlier on today. 5.5 minutes to go then. Emerson McAndrew leads this race by 1/10.5. Cian Bernard second. Blake Southern in third. Blake Southern has never had a podium finish in the British Kart Championships, but he has been on an upward trajectory. 9th in the first final of the year, 6th in the second, 4th last time out at Kimbolton. The young man who has come through from being a novice, has come through from the arrive and drive ranks. There he is. Could this be the day where he gets a first national level podium? He knows this track well. He won here 2 weeks ago at the club round, which a number of the drivers used as preparation for this British Kart Championships race. What's the pace like last time around? I tell you what, I wouldn't rule out him still having something to say about the race win here today, Blake Southern.
You are
that
right,
was a
Andrew.
46.6 last time around for both McAndrew and Bernard. Blake Southern, a 46.5. That is mammoth pace at this stage of a weekend. But that's how this track is running here this weekend. That is not enough of a buffer for the top two, Henry, for them to start squabbling back and forth. If they do, Blake Southern will be on them in a flash.
Yeah, I can't imagine that Cian Bernard is going to sit for the next 4 minutes obediently behind McAndrew Uren. As I say that, though, good lap from Emerson, his personal best lap of the race, and it means that Bernard is going to, he's not, well, the slipstream effect up towards Christmas Corner is magical. Southern is on a mission. Yes, he's second in the points, but you don't want to be, second. You don't want to be a championship contender because you're just consistent in the top 5. You want to be a championship contender that can at least compete for wins and podiums. And I think that is what, would you trade Southern, a P3 in the country, or a British Championship final podium? I wonder what he would choose. It's not as obvious as you think.
3.25 minutes of this race to go. Another lap ticks on by, and Southern, who was a second back, is just creeping in a little bit more. Finlay Lyons has got some good pace at this stage of the race. Has just set the fastest lap of the final, 46.45 from Lyons, currently running in 5th place. Could he close in on Charlie Wolfett, who's having a championship building drive today? This is not the best drive we've seen from Wolfett so far this season, and that sounds like we're doing a disservice to him. What we mean by that is this isn't the dominance that we saw at the start of the season at Warden Law, at PF International, but it doesn't need to be. This is solid. This is more points on the board for the championship leader, and he's quite happy right now with who's ahead of him. One, a teammate with less experience, has not been in a position of a championship fight before. Cian Bernard further down the order in 7th place as things stand in the championship, and then Emerson McAndrew, who does score points. He is, although he only entered into Kimbolton as his first round, he's still a full championship entry. He was meant to do the whole championship this year, but because things changed, he got that Works Tony Kart drive. Those activities took precedent, but he's still scoring championship points and effectively taking championship points away from drivers like Ellis Bell, like Sebastian Clark, who could close in this race.
A 5-second penalty.
5-second penalty for Finlay Lyons. It has not been a good Sunday for Finlay Lyons. That will drop him out of the top 10 as things stand. It's just not got going for Finlay Lyons this weekend. It's not got going for the last 2 weekends. in this championship for Findlay Lines. That great weekend at PF International when he was on the podium seems a very long time ago now.
It's not as though his pace has dropped off. Findlay Lines' pace and his speed is never in question. It's a simple case of, yes, a black flag at Kimbolton. It was going up to Christmas Corner on the opening lap. Lines didn't cover, or was forced wide at Christmas Corner and lost 7 or 8 places. That move has precipitated his recovery drive, and unfortunately, in that midst of that recovery drive, Lines has incurred the wrath of the officials and be given a 5-second in-race penalty. And it's you do make your own luck sometimes. Sometimes just fortune does not favour you. The only thing that is not in question is the fact that Findlay Lines is one of the quickest drivers in this paddock this weekend.
30 seconds and counting. So I reckon there'll be 2 more laps here. I reckon they'll just get across the line before the timer hits 0. Track is running quick here today. And look at Blake Southern, he's still there, closing in, P3. Emerson McCandy-Uren has been in this position many times before. 8 times a race winner in the British Kart Championships. Can he go back-to-back? Cian Bernard got a really good run up the hill. Emerson McCandy-Uren covers off the move.
Look out for Blake Southern. Here is Southern. Our onboard camera cart has caught the 2 leaders, and now he can sit and watch. I would hazard a guess that Blake Southern, he's very, very close to Bernard. He's going to judge. He's going to judge to see if Bernard is close enough to make a move on McCandy-Uren. I would guess the answer is no. Bernard is not. So Southern has to go now. He has to try and make something happen. Does he risk pushing Bernard all the way up the hill to Christmas Corner? That might just get them in the slipstream. Let's see. Let's see. What can Southern do? Will he make the move? Bernard defends. That gives the race lead and ostensibly the race win to Emerson McCandy-Uren, but we don't know, Andrew Mather, who is going to be second.
This has been a great race from the junior ROTAX drivers. Can Blake Southern get a best result here today? In his time, he's got down the inside of Bernard into Oziers. He's going to run wide as Bernard. Through goes Wolfen into second place. Bernard's off the podium. Emerson McCandy-Uren, though, is going to take another win. This boy can just not stop winning. 2 out of 2 in the British Championships. He follows up his win in Kristianstad last week with another here back home. Emerson McCandy-Uren, for the 9th time, is a winner in the British Kart Championships. And how about this for a result for your championship leader? Charlie Wolfett will be delighted with that 2nd place, because yes, he may not have won this race, but the only driver ahead of him is not a championship contender. He will extend his championship lead, leaving Whilton Mill this evening. Blake Southern 3rd on the road, but that was a very, very close moment into Oziers on that last lap. Findlay Lines P4 on the road, but has a +5. Lucian Smith, that's a good result for Lucian Smith. Big improvements this weekend for him. It's going to be one of his best results of the year so far. 5th place on the road for Smith, 6th for Cian Bernard. Cian will be very frustrated with that. He had the pace today to be on the podium at least. In the end, it's P6. Harry Taylor, Fletcher Jameson, Theo Bradshaw and Tom Reed all in the top 10. Luca Holmes Ballack 11th ahead of Ryan White, Riley Morrow, Conor Large and Sebastian Chown-Clark. That's your top 15. Alex Shepherd, Jensen Chalk, Zach Turner, Ellis Bell and Harry Radcliffe all in the top 20. Bell, that's a good recovery, but that's not the championship points that he needed today. Needed more. Louis Radcliffe, P21. Karthik Mehta, 22nd ahead of Ronnie Smart, Joseph Berkery and Tobias Johns. Finley Smith, Thomas Jackson, Aidan Clark, Alex Goodson and Nelson Taylor all in the top 30. Great effort by Goodson there. That was not an easy race, considering he's nowhere near 100% fitness at the moment. George Fountain 31st, but has a 5-second penalty. Nathaniel Gray, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Jack Beasley and Bailey Collins the last of the 35 finishers. Only the single retirement in that final for Junior ROTAX was Josh Cormack.
For Jacob Ashcroft in 2025 Junior ROTAX British Championship at Whilton Mill, read Charlie Wolfit.
Yep.
Same team, same class, same circuit, different set of rivals, same result. The rivals conspire to eliminate themselves from contention, and as Wolfit driving very circumspect, you said something that said that was probably not what we're used to seeing from Charlie Wolfit. That drive from Wolfit was perhaps the most important of his season. I believe that is the drive that could end up being the clinching point of the title. Not mathematically, of course, but he just capitalizes on the situation around him with other drivers, does exactly what he needs to do himself, and extends his title advantage.
We've had quite a few football analogies today. I'm going to throw in another one. In a championship winning performance, you always need that scrappy 1-0 win, don't you? The day where you're not at your shining best, but you get the job done and get it over the line. That's what Charlie Wolfit has done today. He'll march on to Silverstone with a 45-point championship lead. Here are some of your highlights. Zach Turner had a tricky start. Finlay Lines as well, lost a number of positions. Fletcher, so it's Fletcher Jameson going airborne.
Bouncing over the curb into Ellis Bell. Not a lot that either driver could do about that.
No, fully agree. There was Harry Taylor on the move. Good drive from Lucian Smith today. That's one of the best I've seen from Lucian at the juniors. Another driver who's not the most experienced in this field with this size of machinery. Frustrating racing away for Luca Holmes-Ballack. It started so well, and then it just faded in the second quarter. Lucian Smith got back ahead of his teammate Finlay Lines. This was the move from Alex Shepherd. Alex has driven well here this weekend. Blake Southern, as things stand, third place. And if the result does stand, that is a first podium for Southern. That was the move from Emerson McCandy-Wren to take the race lead. There was happenings in the second half of the field. One of the Tooley Motorsport drivers. That was Nelson Taylor tripping over one of the Jax Motorsport drivers.
And we had 35 finishes. That's impressive and surprising, looking at some of that.
Bernard had a late rally. Just probably ran out one lap too short. That's the moment that's interesting, to say the least, between Bernard and Southern. But no denying, Emerson McCandy-Wren, well, it was a big win for him last week at Kristianstad.
Yep.
That's 2 from 2 here in the British Kart Championships now.
Charlie Wolfit drives Emerson off track whilst trying to give him a fist bump, accidentally. I'm not... Blake Southern, third on the road. I'm not sure if his wait for a British Championship podium will continue. Keogh Lynch is down in pit lane.
Emerson McCandy-Wren, you came back once and you won, and you've done it again. How do you feel?
Yeah, it was a really good feeling, great race really. Had some really good pace maps. We got in the lead and just held it.
You were under a little bit of pressure there at the end. Was that just a case of maintaining it for you?
Yeah, I just tried to push ahead, like I knew he was behind me, and then just had to defend up to Christmas, and after that I think I was pretty clear.
We know you've been busy recently, but are we going to see you again back in the British Kart Championships?
Yeah, so I'll be doing the final round at Silverstone, competing for the E-plate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is it then already for Junior ROTAX. Next, we're going to step it up with Senior, and I'll see you down on the grid.
Thank you very much, Keogh. Yes, indeed, we move to Senior ROTAX next for our finals here at Whilton Mill. And, well, stories developing all the time in this one. And we'll bring you up to speed in a few moments' time when the full grid comes in. In fact, let's give you the drivers who haven't quite made it on this one. So, unfortunately, we wave goodbye for this weekend to Rex Ashley, Arav Dewan, Ollie Miller, Leo Steed and Connor Tubby. Those are the drivers who haven't quite made it through today. We have had a change in the championship lead, as we half predicted with a level of confidence earlier on in the Superheats. It's a 4-point championship lead by Commons Box unofficial mathematics. We'll get that fully confirmed in a moment's time. But Freddie Lloyd, for the first time this season, has the advantage at the top of the order over Matty Hindley. Macaulay Bishop now sits third in the championship on 388. So 4.13 for Lloyd, 4.09 for Hindley, 3.88 for Macaulay Bishop. Leon Hasty up to fourth in the championship on 3.81. Ewan Charman fifth on 3.72. So that's how things stand going into this one. I think this is going to be a very different kind of race to what we've seen earlier on in the season. It's going to be different to what we saw at the Grand Prix last week. It's going to be very tactical. It's going to be long for the drivers as well with these conditions. Air temperature, if you're just joining us, 26 degrees. Not the hottest that it has been in the UK in the last couple of months as heat wave number 5 gets going. But we've been talking about it all week, Henry. I've talked about it before when we come here to Whilton Mill. It's the physicality, it's the grip levels. The track has gone Euro.
Yes.
And that is something for the drivers to deal with, especially with the longest race of the weekend for them. Let's head down to that hot, sticky tarmac, onto the grid and over. Not quite in a moment. Well, we'll go down in a moment to Keogh Lynch.
You notice one thing. You see that the motorway, the M1 at the side of the circuit. If you look back at the build-up show, it's a great example there of the central location of this venue, of why it is such an important venue in British karting, because you've got rail links, train links, road links, all, and those fields I've never seen. I've been coming to Whilton Mill now for over a quarter of a century. I've never seen the fields so golden. Yes, I would say yellow. Golden is a much better word. It's not great for farmers, great for excellent Alpha Live drone shots.
Indeed. So you could just see the drivers there in the pre-grid area. In a moment, they'll walk out onto the racetrack itself. And you could almost see, I know it sounds very, very boring to do talking about tarmac and all the rest of it, but just look at the tone of the tarmac compared to where we're now in the pre-grid. It's a much darker surface out there on this, and that's all the racing that's been happening here and will continue. As I was having a little pop into the Marshall's building during the lunch break, and the amount of race, there's I think racing here every weekend for the next 5 or 6 weekends, various different championships at various different levels.
And that's the same track crew, the marshalling team, the circuit team here, they are on duty every single weekend. A bit of news. We've not got a Maria Roberto in the final, just seen her part. I think, just a tweak of a wrist maybe has removed Maria. And quite rightly, she was like, it's just, it's not right. And this is a circuit that if it's not quite right physically, you try, you should there. So unfortunately, the youngest Alice in Wonderland fan in the paddock will not be out. But Keogh Lynch, I don't know if she's an Alice in Wonderland fan, but she is on the grid talking to some of our leading junior drivers. Take it away, Keogh.
Thank you very much, boys. It is time for Senior ROTAX already here at a scorching Whilton Mill, hotter than ever so far this weekend. And your pole sitter, for the first time we've seen him here in a while, is Harrison Crowther. Harrison, come this way. Now, you've not had a win in 5 years. This is the closest you're going to get out here today. How are you feeling?
I'm excited. It's going to be a good race. Hopefully we can see some good racing, keep it interesting, but we're just going to try and bring it home, really.
Now, Harrison, not only would it be your first win here in 5 years, but it would be Cole's first win in a British in 5 years. What would it mean for the team?
It would mean a lot. We've been working very hard this year. We worked extremely hard over the winter to get the package to be at the front here. So we'll just see how it all plays out, really.
You've won here before. You know what it takes. Are these conditions kind of a new challenge, being quite this hot, this grippy?
No, not really. We've had a lot of hot weather this year. Kind of used to it by now. Yeah, this is probably my best track overall, like statistics-wise. I've had a win here and a win on track the year after. So, yeah, hopefully we can do that again, but actually win, not win on track.
Best chance to go back to the top step then?
Yeah, I hope so.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, but joining him on the front row of the grid, once again this year, is Freddie Lloyd. We'll catch a quick word with now the 2 GP plate holder, but he's not running any of them this weekend because the championship is closer than ever. You're joined by Harrison Crowther on the front row. Not yet been joined by him this year. Is that going to bring a new challenge, kind of different driving style?
Crowther's been quick all year. You know, he's been unlucky, but I know he's a fast driver, and well, see how it plans out in this race, I guess.
Earlier you did just take the championship lead. I know you're running well in both halves of the British Kart Championships. Now that you're kind of in that lead position, is it kind of pressure for you to hold that spot?
I'm here to win races. Obviously, with the championship, I'd love to win it, but winning does help, and that's what I'm here to do.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll let Freddie Lloyd get ready. Let's now try and find, though, the driver who Freddie Lloyd took the championship lead off of. Matty Hingley did lead the championship all year so far. However, he just had it taken off him, and he's starting here on the 3rd row of the grid. Perfectly positioned for this. Matty, you've just lost the championship lead, but you're starting not in a bad position here at Whilton. How are you feeling?
Yeah, all right. I mean, we've struggled this weekend. We were really fast in practice, and then qualifying and racing just seems to be missing something, which is a bit annoying. But no, you know, still in 6th, and anything can happen.
Pressure-wise, heading into this one, are you feeling it a bit more now that you've just kind of lost that, or you've still got a couple of rounds left?
No, you know, no pressure. Even before this weekend, I was coming into it, going each round at a time. Anything can happen. It's a crazy sport, and you know, you can be anywhere in the championship going into the last round. As long as you're there or thereabouts, then anything can happen.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
There we go then. There's the front 3 rows of the grid. We've also got Macaulay Bishop, who of course we saw the viral moment from him back in 2024. Joining us then on the 4th row is Cian Geraghty. Cian, I spoke to you earlier. You said you were struggling slightly with this kart, this heat, this track. How are you feeling for this one?
Yeah, I don't know, we'll see now. We've not quite been there all weekend. We've had a chassis snap, we've had a few different bits for the setup and whatever, so trying a few different bits now, see what it does really.
You're no rookie to this class, this championship. What's the plan then to kind of try and regain those points, those places back?
Just see how the race plans out, see what happens ahead really. I think probably won't be quite as straightforward as some of the heats have been, so see what happens and go from there.
Best of luck.
Cheers.
All right, there's the insight then from the first couple of rows on this senior ROTAX grid. We go racing soon, so let's head back to the box.
Thank you very much, Kiel. And this is going to be a proper heavyweight race. 31 BKC wins is what I count across the front 2 rows of the grid. There is the young man who holds 12 of those 31 wins, Freddie Lloyd, with his mechanic, Marv Parrott, Marvellous Marv, alongside of him, who, quote, he just puts the kart together. He does a lot more than that.
He does a lot more. He's doing a lot more there, because even a British Championship driver, the last couple of moments before you get into a kart, Marv wasn't saying anything.
Yeah.
He's listening.
Yeah.
He's listening, and he knows if Freddie says this or that, that means, he's nervous, then he'll say something. So he's just there. And for these drivers, some drivers, they prefer look at the back of the grid there, the number 361, the number 375, Will Archer, who has made it in, and at the very back of the field, the 375 of Charlie King. They're happy to have a chat between themselves. Others are happy to be on their own. They want to be left alone. Whereas for someone like Freddie Lloyd or Marvellous Marv, he realises, and there's Ewan Charman and Ewan Charman's dad, Charlie, another driver, just close. Just to chat, a couple of little bits of, last-minute advice, what have you. Not every driver has their own individual preparation. There's the final word, the last burst, the final good luck from Marvellous Marv to Freddie Lloyd. And now Lloyd, interesting, Freddie keeps his visor down for interviews. He's in that zone. Every driver, some of them are quite happy to leave their crash helmets off, for as long as possible. Others leave their visors up so you can see them talking. Others, no.
And the little details. He's not got his GP plates on this weekend, but he has got one of those gold-tinted helmet strips just across the top to indicate that he is a race winner earlier on in the season. and the most recent of them 2 weeks ago up at Wera. Could he make it win number 13 in his time in the British Kart Championships here today? I'm just going to note as well, the man behind him has 14 wins already to his name. Hasn't had one, though, in over a year. Lark Hall last year was the last time Macaulay Bishop took a round victory. There is the view on board Jared Fox-Whiteley. Starts on the 5th row of the grid. The formation lap gets underway. Let's take you through the full grid then for this one. On pole position, looking for his first win in 5 years, Harrison Crowther. Alongside him, Freddie Lloyd, your new championship leader. Ewan Charman and Macaulay Bishop go from row 2. Harry Freeman, the only driver in the top 6 to have not won a British Kart Championships round before, starts alongside Matty Hindley.
Row number 4, William Webb, a wild card, and then Cian Geraghty. Joshua Graham and Guy Cunnington round out your top 10. Jared Fox-Whiteley, our camera cart, and Jack Lilly, who is a guest driver, I believe.
Row number 7, Joshua Smith and Albie Lapper. Row 8, Pearson Bullock Carter and Noah Barham. Row 9, Eva Morris and Oliver Liversidge.
Apologies, Jack Lilly's not a guest driver. Leon Hasty and Matteo Palazzo round out your top 20. Deacon Russell and Jack West. Rayan Gandor from Canada and Finley Jones.
Miles Roby and Oliver Smith up next on row 13. Hugh Moulton and Dan Kilpatrick go from 14. Joshua Turnbull and Mikey Walker go from row 15.
Club champion Victor Hansen, Zaki Hussain, James Tester, Charlie King, Oliver White, and right at the back of the field, Will Archer. He retired from the superheat but makes it in.
Here we go then, into the tram lines. No, not quite yet. The amber light is flashing on the Digi, which means we go round again for an additional formation lap.
Driver psychology, who does that favour more? Freddie Lloyd or Harrison Crowther? Has that, and does that make Crowther a little bit more nervous? Look at the left front tyre. That mojo has given a good service to Jared Whiteley. I fear that mojo it's getting towards the end of its life as a go-kart tyre. How can we say that anyway? Look at the rubber that is being laid down, the marbles on the outside of the circuit. That is chunks of mojo rubber just being abused and jettisoned off the karts, race after race.
So here we go for this senior ROTAX final. Crowther and Lloyd on the front row. What an opportunity this is for Harrison Crowther and Coles Racing. Are we going racing? You bet we are. We're away here at Whilton Mill for 15 minutes and 1 lap. Good start for Crowther. He'll lead up the hill to Christmas Corner. Checks straight to driver's right. Takes a good defensive position. Cian Geraghty's trying to go around the outside. Matty Hindley in a spot of bother. Then there was a little touch there between Geraghty and the former championship leader. There was a driver off towards the back of the field. It might have been Mikey Walker. It was one of the Jack's Motorsport drivers in biggest trouble. Crowther in the early stages. Clear tactic here, Henry. He's going to make it wide. He's going to make that Coles Racing, which it always, there's problems in the midfield there. Who was that spinning out of control? It was one of the DHRs.
The number 320 kart, I believe.
Dan
that
Kilpatrick.
would be Dan Kilpatrick, the Northern Irishman, back in the championship. Crowther, yes, we may see. Well, let's have a look. Macaulay Bishop and Freddie Lloyd. Oh, my goodness me, you can't. I was going to say Crowther isn't defending, but he may need to defend the next 13 minutes because if it's not Freddie Lloyd, it's Macaulay Bishop who is going to come knocking on his door. And by his door, I mean Crowther's door. And by the door, I mean the back door. That's because it's the rear bumper that is first going to get the attention of Bishop or Lloyd. What about Ewan Charman sitting there in 4th position? Joshua Graham. Charman and Joshua Graham, they were teammates. Oh, that's Harry Freeman up there. Joshua Graham in 7th. Charman and Graham, teammates of the Ambition Motorsport team back in Honda Cadet. They battled for a win here at Wilton Mills 6 years ago. And they're battling for a podium here in Senior ROTAX. Crowther continues to lead. There's Harry Freeman with a move. And that pushes Ewan Charman back. We've got a yellow flag up at Christmas corner. And I can't see the driver who has not come round.
I think it's Noah Barham. Noah Barham's fallen to the bottom of the order, so another of the DHR drivers in strife. Just to go back to lap 1, it was Oliver Liversidge, the Jax Motorsport driver, who was in trouble. So apologies, the Mikey Walker fan club. He's okay. And running at the moment in 23rd place. Here we go then. Bishop started to wind things up. Now the good thing for Crowther is he has already beaten these two in straight competition so far this weekend. That was in Heat 1 yesterday. This is a little bit different though, isn't it? With 12.5 minutes to go in this one. Here goes Bishop down the inside. Can he get the kart stopped? No, yes he can. He gets a really good bit of drive off of Ashby Corner to take the race lead.
Oh no!
There's a clash. There's a clash. Out goes Crowther. Guy Cunnington collects him as well. Guy Cunnington's out of competition. How has Macaulay Bishop survived that moment? He still leads this race. Freddie Lloyd now running in second place. But is there damage? Is there damage now to the number 6? That was a hefty blow, Henry, to the side of the Dan Holland racing machine into Ozier's.
It was a hefty blow to the side of Bishop's kart. That was one great escape. The greatest escape was Freddie Lloyd, because as Crowther's kart came back to the inside, Lloyd had a split second. Let's look at this again. Lloyd's on the inside. Look at that.
Wow.
If Lloyd wins this championship, that could be the deciding factor, because if oh, poor Harrison Crowther, poor Guy Cunnington. Crowther was like a pinball machine. Lloyd had a split second to make a decision. That was almost subconscious just to get away. And the front, I think it was the nose cone of Crowther's kart that hit the rear wheel of Lloyd's kart, but he hit it flush.
He did.
He hit it flush, not at a funny angle, which would have been catastrophic.
So I think Bishop will get away with that one. They build these karts tough these days. Here we're having a look at the battle involving Joshua Graham in 5th place. Cian Geraghty there as well, the number 7, the front-running Strawberry Racing team member right now. Matty Hindley just behind as well. Matty Hindley's just got up to 7th place ahead of Fox Whiteley, still holding 2nd place in the championship as things stand, but the gap is extending for Freddie Lloyd with him up the road at the moment in 2nd place. On board now with Jared Fox Whiteley. This is what the run looks like up to Christmas corner in a Senior ROTAX final. Jared Fox Whiteley going to the inside, trying to defend his position at the moment, and he's lost it to Guy Cunnington. That's great stuff from Guy Cunnington, who's still in this race. There is another move from Jared Fox Whiteley, retakes that position ahead of the former British champion. As they nearly locked together. Is there damage to the front? And Cian Geraghty's off. Cian Geraghty off at Ozier's. Gets things going again, doesn't lose the engine, rejoins, but a long way down the order, Henry.
Yeah, and again, we only saw the tail end of that accident, which tells me that Geraghty was looking for a move at the inside going into Ozier's, and maybe just got his left rear wheel on the grass as he needed to brake, which spat him off at the angle that we saw. Fox Whiteley having to defend from... So Matty Hindley has gone past Fox Whiteley, and Matty Hindley has now got past Joshua Graham. This is a championship drive. This is a very, very important championship drive for Matty Hindley. Yes, he comes into this race for the first time pretty much all year, not being the championship leader. That is William Webb's kart.
And that's why he was shown the technical flag. It's off the road. Off the road there is Fox Whiteley. Taking to the golden grass here at Whilton Mill. That is not good news for the driver who started on the 5th row of the grid, Macaulay. Bishop's in Bishop mode. He's just put in a 45.84.
Sorry,
he's
did you say
pulling
45?
Away. 45.84. That's how Cian Geraghty fell down the order. It was with Joshua Graham, who's a little bit wide, tried to get back across. Graham was there. The two of them touched. Geraghty spinning into the grass there, and down the order outside the top 15 as things stand. So 8 minutes and 10 seconds to go. we've talked about it earlier in the season, Henry, that Freddie Lloyd has looked as close to unbeatable as I think you can get in this sport.
Zen-like.
Is this the day where the balance of power in this championship just starts to shift? Because Bishop is moving away from Freddie Lloyd. That was a 45.8 last time around for Bishop, as there's a move down the inside from Pearson Bullock Carter. Good move.
Oh, dearie me. Joshua Smith's NASA panel. Well, one of the incidents that we have seen, Joshua Smith was involved in it.
Yep.
I think it's safe to say you don't need to be Hercule Poirot to deduce that. Finley Jones in front of him. I'm hesitant to mention Finley Jones's name because the first time I mentioned it, he promptly retired. Oh dear.
He's survived a second go of Henry's commentary curse here today. He's pretty quick at this stage of the race. Did not run in that superheat. Maybe has a little bit more tyre.
Yes, he will. The number 337, Jared Fox-Whiteley, just went round the outside of two people at the entrance to the boot. That was remarkable. With the onboard camera. Fantastic. Here comes Turnbull. I want to take you back to that shot. Oh, Miles Roby out of the race.
Dislodged rear bumper down on the right-hand side.
Yes.
That's no good. That's him out of this race.
I want to take you back. You looked at the side pod of William Webb's kart. It's an Evolution Racing kart. That could so easily have been the side of Freddie Lloyd's kart.
Yeah.
Same team. It just so happened that Lloyd, in the incident that could have taken him out, was able, a little bit of luck. You make your own luck in karting a lot of the time. That was a situation where Lloyd was lucky to be in where he was. He made the reaction and got away with it. Another situation, another day, you know, when maybe Lloyd isn't as attuned to what's going on as he is at the moment. There's Victor Hansen with a slide job on Oliver Liversedge at Christmas Corner. He gains in one place, it also costs him a place. And we will not say anything more about that, Andrew Mather, as Hansen gets dispatched.
Hang on though, Henry. That was a lot of detritus and dirt that was dragged onto the circuit by a returning Victor Hansen. That is going to be a situation for whoever comes across that next, and that driver potentially could be Macaulay Bishop.
It will be Macaulay Bishop. The team, Crowther still in the race in the number 317. He's not giving up. His nose cone is obviously taken a battering, so that'll be a penalty. This is the area of the track where, and it looks as though all the bits of, and the grass is almost like hay.
Yeah.
So it's very, very slippery compared to what, you know, a bit of grass would normally be like. That just sticks to your tyre. Crowther, the wait for a win or another win will go on. What I would say to Harrison Crowther, though, or to the people watching Crowther, is that the driver who is based in Southminster needs a sponsor. I think that it's a case of Crowther. He's got a lot to give this sport as both a driver and as a personality, and needs. A lot of these drivers need a sponsor, but I think that a sponsor will be well pleased with Crowther, both performance-wise and PR-wise.
The lad can pedal
and talk,
which is not always the case. Out of the race is Deacon Russell. That's a disappointing end to the day for Deacon, who becomes the 5th retirement from this race. We've lost James Tester, William Webb, Miles Roby. Chap West is out of this one as well. We hadn't noted that before. 4 minutes to go. So, the gap at the front was beyond a second. It's now down to 0.8. Is this... we didn't dare write off Freddie Lloyd in this race, but Macaulay Bishop hasn't got this one won yet. There he is. It's, we talked about in the junior race how Charlie Wolfett potentially has had a big day in the championship. I think back to here 2 years ago as well, and it was Macaulay's turn to seal the championship here, and he did it in style. He does like this place. Over the line once again, starts another lap. Oh, he's responded. Went back up to 1.1 seconds that time around. That was a 45.8 from Bishop, a 46.0 with Freddie Lloyd there.
Charman's not out of it either, though, Andrew. Neither is Ewan Charman in third. Harry Freeman in fourth. There's a big gap back to Joshua Graham, Matty Hingley, Harrison Crowther, running fifth, sixth, and seventh. This is we use the word statement drive quite a lot, but in the context of a season, Lloyd has put the hurt on Macaulay Bishop.
Yep.
There's been a couple of races this year in this championship and around the world where Bishop simply hasn't been able to handle Freddie Lloyd.
Including last week.
Now, this is Bishop proving, okay, there will be days, because he said how good Freddie Lloyd is. He said, look, he's a very good driver. He's also reminding Freddie, there are also days, Fred, my old chestnut, where you cannot beat me. And today, I think, is shaping up to be one of those days where the best that anybody can throw at him, Macaulay Bishop simply bats it away and is on unbeatable form.
Finley Jones up to 11th place, looking for a first top 10 in the British Championships. Well, he got a top 10 at the Grand Prix last week, and maybe just using a little bit of fresher pace at this stage of the day versus others. Here's the battle for fifth place, Joshua Graham and Matty Hingley. How does Matty deal with this situation, do you think, Henry? Because it's not an easy one. Joshua Graham's in good form as well. Joshua Graham's got his own ambitions this season of retaining at least a seeding, was number 8 seed last year.
I would say that Matty Hingley and the Ultimate R team, how do they deal with this situation? They do what they always do about Ultimate R. They go away, they look at their resources, and they work very, very hard. They just go back to work. The team from Abergele in North Wales, that's where Hingley and his family are from. It's where the team are based. They are the biggest little team in the paddock. They are a family-run team. And I think that's the best phrase. They are a big team, but they like to call themselves a little team, as in the family spirit. And yet, Team Evolution, you know, they have come out of, I won't say nowhere, but obviously the Freddie Lloyd's team, they've been revived, revitalised, and are taking it to the KRs, the Strawberries, the Dan Hollands, the Sam Pollitts of the senior ROTAX world. Same for Ultimate R. I don't think it will affect Matty Hingley as much as some people may think. He'll just think, yeah, okay, if you would have given me second in the points going into the last round of the season, I would have taken that.
Yep. Absolutely. We're on to the penultimate lap of this one. Macaulay Bishop has a solid lead, 1.2 seconds ahead of Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd, 3/10 clear of Ewan Charman, who's on for another podium in the British Kart Championships at Whilton Mill. He does like this place, as there goes Hingley down the inside. That's a big move, and fair play Joshua Graham, because he could have fought that very hard. Hingley back up to P5. That was brave. That was not 100% on at the point he hit the brakes, but he made it work. Harrison Crowther still there as well, running 7th on the road. We're on to the final lap of this senior ROTAX final, which, after a boisterous start, has got into a nice rhythm. Crowther pointing. That's very respectful from Harrison Crowther, who said to Graham, do not defend. I have a front fairing. I need time on the road. Please do not hold me up here, Joshua Graham. But Joshua Graham, I don't think quite knows that. He'll know it now, because he's just had a good look over the shoulder at the bumper. But Macaulay Bishop, here he is. Well, it's been a while since we've said this in the British Kart Championships. Form is temporary, class is permanent. Macaulay Bishop, for the 15th time, wins in the British Kart Championships and reignites his championship campaign here at Whilton Mill. This fabled circuit for this young man has delivered again. That could be a big turning point in the battle against the likes of Freddie Lloyd, who is second, takes the championship lead here today. Ewan Charman is on the podium again here at Whilton Mill. The good news continues for the Hunter Motorsport team, but Bishop wins at Whilton.
Can we go to Silverstone for the final round now, please, sir?
Oh, you gotta wait.
Oh, I don't want to wait, though. This is bubbling up perfectly. You're going to see Lloyd Hingley going for a title with Bishop, the four-man, third in the standings, a little way back, but with 2 rounds to make up the deficit. Harrison Crowther will have a nose cone. He won't finish 7th. That is the reason why I said, that driver would be an absolute addition to any sponsor that picks him up. That wherewithal, that level of... He had a chance to win his first race in 5 years. That chance went away. Does he get frustrated? Obviously, there's frustration. Does that carry on? There we go, having a chat. This is the new generation, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking at 2 of Britain's brightest young stars. And they respect each other immensely in terms of their talent. Are they the best of friends? Well, I'm not sure.
Acquaintances.
They're acquaintances. They don't need to be the best of friends. They don't want to be the best of friends. They want to beat each other very, very, very badly. And yet they have a healthy respect as rivals, which is so important.
Big smile on the face of Ewan Charman there. He's enjoyed that one. Getting on the podium. Here are some of your highlights then. Great start from Crowther. Absolutely nailed that one from lights out after the additional formation lap. This is how Oliver Liversidge's race was delayed. Lloyd, in the early stages, held ahead of Bishop, but Bishop was on an absolute mission today.
I mean, that was... I thought he'd run wide there.
Yeah.
He kept it. He kept it. Now, this was the key moment. Contact there. Bishop escapes. Lloyd just escapes. And they both gave each other room.
Yeah.
It was a simple case of 2 into 1 doesn't go. Guy Cunnington there, unlucky. Lloyd recovers and misses getting eliminated by inches, centimetres even. That's Cian Geraghty, exit stage left. Matty Hingley, no longer the championship leader, not swayed by that, continues to push forward. He would finish in the top 5. Finley Jones and Josh Smith having a good old ding-dong battle, and that's Victor Hansen going up the inside. That's a club move, and then, that also happens at Whilton Mill Kart Club now and again.
I think
but Ashby's the hardest corner. You're coming downhill, off camber, heavy braking zone. It's so easy to either miss your braking point or for the driver behind you to miss the braking point, and that's the result.
Just going to make this point before we move on in terms of the championship and how it's shaping up. So it's all going to Silverstone.
Yes.
All 3 of Lloyd, Hingley, Bishop have all had at least one score so far.
Yes.
A score that they will hope will be a drop at the end of the season, but nothing is guaranteed at this stage of the year. So yes, the points may look a little bit bigger than other championships, but trust me, ladies and gentlemen, this one's wide open.
Absolutely.
It's going to be an absolute brawl when we go to Kart Silverstone. Right now, though, let's head down to, I think, what's rather quite a warm Parc Ferme to Keele Lynch.
Macaulay Bishop, you are yet to have had a win here at the British Kart Championships, and you have done it here at Whilton Mill. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's amazing. We've had a tough season this year, but hopefully we're back on the bounce now, obviously taking a race win. It was pretty dominant, obviously with the overheating issues in this class and around this track. Track position was key. I had a good start going to third straight away, done Fred for second, and then done Harrison for first, and then managed to pull a gap, and then obviously keep the gap as well at the end. So it was really good, really strong performance, and yeah, hopefully we can finish the season like this.
Speaking of the rest of the race, what happened there near the start of the race when Crowther kind of dropped back? What happened from behind?
I'm not too sure. I went for a move into Ashby, and then we're still pretty close together in the middle sector, and then the race was long. I can't really remember that far back.
Congratulations, though. Safe to say Whilton Mill's becoming a favourite for you, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, this is my first big win this year. It was my first big win in 2024 as well, so this place will always have a place in my heart, so yeah, it's good.
Could this be the turnaround of Macaulay Bishop's season then?
Hopefully it's not too late, but it's better late to start than never, so we hope so.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll let Macaulay go and celebrate now after a long, hard year so far for him. Just like that, Senior ROTAX is over and out for Event 7 here of the British Kart Championships. We're not done yet though. Let's move along to more racing.
It's the best you've ever done. So let's move into Mini Max 950. And this will be another exciting race for us here, Henry, and a proper championship battle at the front of the field. Austin Oman and Joshua Cook at the top of the championship table coming into this weekend, and still at the top of the pile as we move towards the final. A single point between these two in the heat points there, Henry. What have you spotted?
Well, you are not looking through a funny coloured filter. The grass in the UK, for those of you watching overseas, that's what it looks like. There is a town near Guildford which has not had rain for 53 days. Now, if you're living in the United Arab Emirates or parts of Australia or parts of Africa, well, that's nothing. This is the UK we're talking about.
Not used to this.
Yeah, we are not used to this at all. It has been a baking hot summer. In baseball terms, they call these the dog days of summer because a Major League Baseball season, 162 games a year. And you get to this part of the season and the games come every day, sometimes 2 a day. And it's long and hot. So they call it the dog days of summer. For karters, this is also the dog days of summer. A lot of these drivers, in the last month, they would have raced at Kimbolton, gone to Le Mans, come back for the British Karting Grand Prix, and now at the next round of the British Championship. In between that, there was a round of the British Championship for the other classes up in Cumbria. It's constant. It's in and out. And these drivers, they do race in other series as well. And it is race weekend.
Travel.
Race, travel. Race weekend. Travel. Race weekend. Travel. Obviously, championships, they try to get as many events as possible during summer holidays of school, so that the drivers who are in school don't have to take time off school as much, which is a very, very important and creditable part on behalf of the championship organisers. It does mean, though, that you end up, you're getting, not burnout is not the right word, but certainly you get tired.
Yeah.
You get kart circuit tired.
Fatigued.
Fatigued is the one. You have paddock fatigue, I think, is the best way to put it.
Championship update.
Okay.
In terms of how we're looking into this one, we talked about the 6-pointer between Austin Oman and Joshua Cook earlier on today. At the moment, Austin Oman 4-4-1 is the score that we have on our screens. We'll get it 100% belt and braces checked and confirmed across the course of the race. We'll bring you further updates with a big help from our team in the motorsport timekeeping awning. But it's a 16-point lead then for Austin Oman over Joshua Cook heading into this race. Will it still be 16 points at the end of this? Will it be bigger? Will it be smaller? We're about to find out, but let's head down to the grid and over to Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much, boys. And just like that, we are back on the grid with Minimax. And the front row with us today is currently also the championship battle. Heading into this weekend, Austin Oman was the leader. Won both of his heats yesterday. We'll let him take a picture first. And then going into today, he fell just short of Josh Cook, who's joining him on the front row. Austin, we'll come over to you. Now, you have learned to win under pressure. You've learned to win at Le Mans. Last time we were out with you at Kimbolton, that was, again, a good win for you. Do you think that you're kind of used to these pressure wins at this point?
I think now we've definitely got enough racecraft and pace to go out and win the race, and I think we can do it.
once again on pole position. We know you have a really strong team behind you. Of course, your dad, former racer himself. What's the advice been starting on pole position here? It's not the easiest circuit in these conditions with how physical it is.
He's just said to try to get a good start and try to go lead the race.
Absolutely, we'll let you focus.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Austin. Right, let's move along though. Josh Cook is sat and ready for the start of this one. Joining him on the front row as well, and also in the championship battles. Josh, what's it been like for you this weekend? It's been you and Austin Oman for the championship as well. He beat you yesterday in the 2 heats, but you got him back today with a super heat win. Was that kind of filling you with confidence?
Yeah, it's given me a good belief that I can win this race, and we just got to believe in ourselves and just win, hopefully.
You said that you were finding it hard in these kind of conditions earlier on today. How have you managed it? Because that's not stopped you to keep trying to improve and battle for the win.
Yeah, I think the track's really grippy because it's so hot. It's really hot in the kart, but you just got to keep focused on what you're doing.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, there's your front row for Minimax. Let's go back a bit though, because we've got Flynn Grantham here on the second row. This is his first year here with us in the British Kart Championships. Not done too much karting prior to that. Flynn, you're in a much better position than you found yourself for the rest of the year. How are you feeling?
Just going to have to make our way through, got to stay cool.
Coming into this championship as a rookie, you're with a lot of drivers who have kind of done years in this now. Did you think that made this harder for you?
It could do a bit, but I just don't really think about it, to be honest.
Absolutely. We saw you on the track walk, Flynn. You said your experience might not be as much as some of the other drivers out here today. How have you found it here at Whilton Mill?
It's been a really good weekend. We've been running at the front all weekend, so just see what we can do in this final.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
There's Flynn Grantham on the second row. Joining him on the second row, ladies and gentlemen, this is Otis Cleary. Otis, thank you. We'll let your dad step out of the way quickly from cooling you down. You've had a really consistent run so far this weekend. How are you feeling?
Good. Hopefully I'll see the outcome soon. Hopefully it can be a top 3, but we'll see what we can get.
Now, you've had a podium at PFI. You fell just short of that win. What's it going to take now for you to push that a little bit more?
We'll see. I mean, I've just got to get a good start, be consistent, and we'll see what comes of it.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's keep moving further down the grid. If we take a look back at our big Mini Rats grid, we've also got Logan Rolfe. Now, Logan, I've got to talk to you because this morning when we started the stream, we heard a big old scream and we looked out the window and it actually happened to be you. Was that excitement for the start of today?
No. Well, yes and no. Yes, it was, and no, it wasn't. I was messing around with my friends.
Messing around with your friends, okay. If we talk about how the super heat went for you, how have you found it so far this weekend?
Yeah, it's quite tricky with a big grid like this, but hopefully we can try and bag some good points from this round in this weekend and go home on a high note and, yeah, hopefully get a podium.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is Logan Rolfe starting here on the third row. Let's go back further again. We're going to try and talk to James Roots. James Roots had a really good weekend last weekend at Kart Masters, falling just short of both GP plates in both his categories. We'll go the other side. Not at all. Not at all. The James Roots family having a little chill on the grid. James, how are you feeling? Because last time I saw you, it was over at Kart Masters. You fell just short of those 2 GP plates. How have you reset and gone again for today?
You know, I've kept my head up high, kept putting in hard work and feel quite good.
Absolutely. You're starting not where you did at Kart Masters, not where we've seen you so far this year. Do you think that's going to make for a bit more of a challenge on this one?
I mean, it's more of a challenge, but I don't see why I can't do it.
Absolutely. Best of luck.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, James. Further down this grid, we also have some unlucky drivers from earlier on today. The likes of Dean Singh Pahal will be starting from further down the grid. That's all the time I've got here for you today, though. Let's see how it plays out.
Thank you very much, Kiel. Not long to go then before the grid is cleared and we will be set for another final at Whilton Mill. This is race number 21 of the race weekend for event 7 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet ready and present in the commentary box for you. Some great interviews there with the drivers.
Oh,
I think
fantastic.
we particularly enjoyed Logan Rolfe's.
Yes, well, I was just messing about with my friends. But that is important.
It is.
It is. It's levity.
Yeah.
And it's a reminder that whilst we put the pressure, while these drivers are under pressure, you know, this goes out around the world, that they are still kids on board with Oscar Kenny. There is no other sport in the world at this age level that is competed at such a high standard compared to their adult partners. There is the Cookie Monster. These drivers will go and do what they do best. Here's your starting lineup, Andrew.
Austin Oman looking for 2 on the spin. Can he repeat the win that he had at Kimbolton? He starts in the front row alongside his championship rival Joshua Cook. Otis Cleary, Flynn Grantham, they're both on row number 2 for this one. Charlie Page and winner earlier on in the season at PF International, Logan Rolfe, on row number 3. Row 4, Oscar Kenny and Eddie Duncan. Dean Singh Pahal and Maximilian Aberhart go from row 5. James Roots and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer go from row number 6. Ethan Lloyd, Harris Barber, they're on row number 7. Teddy Murphy and Lewis Herbertson go from row 8. Ralph Martin and Thomas Laidler start on row number 9. Next up, Jackson Hilton won 1 week ago at the Grand Prix, holds that GP plate and starts this race alone on row number 10. Maria Roberto is a non-starter. Dimi Uzanov and Ted Hayward are on row 11. James Carver and Sam Dixon go up next from row number 12. James Devereaux will complete this grid. Jensen Skeffington had an incident yesterday, is not set to go racing here today, but we wish Jensen the best and hope we see him back on track when we go to Silverstone later on in the season. There is the view on board Oscar Kenny for the start of this race. It'll be 15 minutes plus 1 lap in the heat round Whilton Mill into those tram lines. Do we get going at the first time of asking? Yes, we do. And it's a great start for the pole side of the grid. Oman will lead from Otis Cleary round turn 2 and up to Christmas corner for the first time. Joshua Cook has slipped down to 4th place. Charlie Page has also had a great start. And the Thule Motorsport runner Flynn Grantham, who's not started in this position before in this championship, has had a great run straight ahead of Joshua Cook. Dean Singh Pahal, great start from last year's Micromax champion. Started on the 5th row of the grid, it's already up into the top 6.
Yeah, indeed. Dean Singh Pahal needs this good result. He's been very quick as the reigning Micromax British champion, but he been fast, now needs to iron out the little incidents that he finds himself in. And that's just a question, just a case of learning and learning how to not be in a situation where an incident might occur.
It was not the first lap that Joshua Cook was looking for. He was down to 8th place. He's just got it back ahead of Ethan Lloyd for P7. Dean Singh Pahal out in the marbles a little bit there. Loses out to Oscar Kenny. May lose out to Joshua Cook here. Cook's down the inside for a moment as they head down to Ashby Corner. Logan Rolfe going wheel to wheel with Teddy Murphy there for the Sam Pollitt Racing Team. They're all getting their elbows out in the early stages of this one. Back at the front of the field, Oman leads from Cleary, Page, Grantham, Kenny, Pahal. In fact, no, Kenny's up to P4.
Ethan Lloyd.
Round goes Ethan Lloyd. The 132 of James Roots, simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. James Roots is out of this one. Well, you kind of felt that was coming, Henry. It was so tightly packed in that midfield battle that eventually 2 of them fall out of the order.
Yeah, it was certainly, how should we say, it was busy. New leader, Otis Cleary. Otis, again, has taken a little bit of time just to get himself into this position over the course of the season. Austin Oman and Charlie Page sit 2nd and 3rd. Page, privateer entry. Very distinctive looking crash helmet. Kart, he's always got the line or the luminous green, the bright orange, the white, the little black flicks as well, in deference to his sponsor as they come out of the final corner. One of the Thule Motorsport parents looks on. That could well have been Flynn Grantham's dad sitting there, the number 126 in 5th position. Our camera cart, Oscar Kenny, runs 4th. The top 3 have not broken clear of Kenny, Grantham and Cook. Dian Singh Bahal is 7th, but a little way off the pack. Cook is the man on the move. He's just set the new fastest lap of the race. The Cookie Monster is not out of contention yet. This is Oscar Kenny. He's caught the top 3. You're looking at the rear bumper of Charlie Page's kart. You can see the body position of our driver hunched down behind the steering wheel. Try to create a little bit more maximum aerodynamic efficiency. Up the straight towards Christmas corner. No move. Kenny is going to have a problem in a minute, however, Andrew Mather, and you know what that problem is.
It's Joshua Cook as Page goes down the inside of Oman, takes second place. Driver who's not had a podium in the British Kart Championship since Warden Law last year in Micromax. Over 15 months a wait to be back in the top 3. But Joshua Cook, this is a potentially championship-defining race for Joshua Cook. He was on the back foot. Now he's on the attack. Oh, my goodness me. Joshua Cook has just done a double overtake round the outside into the boot. It's one of the overtakes of the season. And he's now ahead of his championship rival, Austin Oman. I have been at this circuit, Henry, for over 10 years. I'm getting 2024 O-plate tingles again. I have never seen a move quite like that.
Someone just turned the radio on, and guess who was playing? It was Slim Shady. That's a move from Joshua Cook. And Grantham to the inside. Austin Oman. Oh, he's going in the wrong direction, is Austin Oman. He is driving back. There is the number 135 KR Sport Machine of Logan Rolfe. Cook.
Look at this.
And we're going to go.
I cannot put into words how difficult that is. That is a sensational move. It's from Joshua Cook.
I'll say this, mark it down. In terms of the corner, the situation,
the braking zone distance,
or lack thereof.
Or lack thereof. It is not a long braking zone into that corner.
That is equal, on par, if not slightly more difficult technically to pull off the Bishop's move.
I'd agree. Technically more difficult. Yeah, I'd agree.
That was trickier for Josh Cook.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, there's still a race going on. There's 9.25 minutes to go.
We talk about the drive with commentary box reset, everybody. Minimax, the final of the British Championship. Otis Cleary leads by 0.8 of a second with 9 minutes to go. Page and Cook. Cook closing in. Sometimes the drivers will tell you that when they have to make moves, they use the word creative. That wasn't creative. That was an entire DIY shop. That was from Joshua Cook. But it only gives him 3rd place. Only 3rd place.
And this is where this could be a real champion. We said it before, a real championship-defining race for Joshua Cook. There is a move from Logan Rolfe through and past Oscar Kenny. That was for 6th place. Now for Austin Oman, this is not the time to panic. He's not panicking. He's a little bit further down the order than he would have liked, but he's still got the championship lead right now by 8 points. But here goes Cook down the inside, takes 2nd place away from Charlie Page. That will trim a couple of points out of Oman's lead. Now, if Joshua Cook could get up the road and catch up to Otis Cleary, who's not been in this position before.
No, he
Best
has not.
result for Otis Cleary in his time in this championship was a few rounds ago at PF International, where he finished 2nd to Logan Rolfe that day. Joshua Cook now has a huge opportunity to get the scores tied, maybe even level, going into the final rounds of the season, the double-header at Kart Silverstone. 7.5 minutes of this race to go. That's only the first half of this race, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a battle between Flynn Grantham and Dean Singh Pahal. Flynn Grantham is on for a best result in their time in this championship. Dean Singh Pahal looking to get back to the front for the first time since winning the Micromax title last year. Here goes Dean down the inside, wheel to wheel through Ashby Corner, and a good move. Good move there from Coventry's finest in this class, up to P4.
Yes, he's a Coventry City fan, is Dean Singh Pahal, and his kart was in the Coventry City FC shop earlier this month. Logan Rolfe in the number 135 kart over the curves, being chased now by Flynn Grantham. This is the battle. Well, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th on back. Maximilian Abrahart in the Coles Racing number 161, that red, white and blue machine. He is in 8th position, just in front of Teddy Murphy. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer has recovered very, very well. The MLC Motorsports kart, number 194, P10. I think we may have a problem for Austin Oman. I don't think all is well with that kart, if I'm being particularly honest. We've also had a problem for the GP plate holder, Jackson Hilton. Hilton, hero last week, 22nd this week. Oman has dropped to 17th. Austin Oman has dropped to 17th, Andrew.
Yeah, it's not going how Austin would have wanted here on this occasion, and the trouble gets even worse for him because Otis Cleary is being caught by Joshua Cook. Cook has just set the fastest lap of the final so far, 48.853. The gap is down to 0.2 of a second. Logan Rolfe has got ahead there of Flynn Grantham, has taken 5th place. Good scoring again here for Logan Rolfe, who does hold a spot inside the top 10 in the championship at this precise moment. But here's his teammate, Joshua Cook. Now, Joshua Cook has got plenty of time here. There's 5 minutes of this race to go. That is an eon in karting terms. Otis Cleary checks over the shoulder and goes, okay, Cook's not too far behind. They go up the hill once again towards Christmas Corner. Does Cook go for the move straight away? Yes, he does. Taking the race lead. Joshua Cook to the front of the field here at Whilton Mill, and with that will take the lead in the championship.
Cook is simply irresistible at the moment. A bad first lap, not a problem. I'll fight my way through. I'll put in one of the best passes that myself and my co-commentator Andrew Mather have ever seen, and then we'll just take the lead and the championship lead all in the first 11 minutes of this race. We've still got 4 minutes to go. We are not handing the P1 trophy to Josh Cook, far be it from that. Otis Cleary will have a say in the outcome of this race, although as I look at that, Cook is already easing away. Cleary isn't even close enough to get in the slipstream of Joshua Cook. Here's Abrahart, the crossover on Grantham. There, Flynn Grantham is now slowly fading back. Unsurprising when you consider things. A top 10 would be fantastic for Flynn Grantham. In front of Grantham, you've got Rolfe, Murphy and Kenny. Grantham defends from Abrahart. We saw Teddy Murphy move into 6th position on this lap.
Now 5th place, Teddy Murphy on for a first top 5 ever in the British Kart Championships. His best result before today was back up at Warden Law, a P12, but the young man from Essex having a bit of a breakthrough drive here. 3.25 minutes of this race to go. Cook leads from Cleary, Page in 3rd, Singh Pahal 4th, Murphy 5th, Rolfe, Kenny, Abrahart, Grantham and Fulbrook-Harmer. What a drive from Fulbrook-Harmer as well after problems in the superheat. He's running there in the top 10. Very good job.
You were looking there at Thomas Laidler.
Yes.
At the back of this group, number 697. The 600 numbered drivers are guest drivers. They're not scoring championship points, but likewise they're also not taking championship points off others, which is key. So if, for example, a guest driver were to come in for the final round of the championship and win, they would not score any points for winning, but also the driver that finishes second would take first place points. So there's no... It's just the fairest way to do it while still leaving the door open for people to come in and guest at a round.
What we will note, though, with this drive for Thomas Laidler, on debut, has never competed in the British Kart Championships before and is up there with names that are established at a national level
and international level.
This is a very good drive from Thomas Laidler. He's been working very hard on the club scene at kart clubs in the local area. This is a good track for him, one of his more familiar tracks. That's why he's testing himself against the national drivers, and he's passing that test.
Austin Oman has retired. Out of the race, out of the championship lead is Austin Oman.
This will be a really tough day for him. I almost don't like myself for mentioning this, that this is the same venue where the Micromax title slipped away from him 2 years ago. I think the most important thing for Austin is to know that he's in a very good position with 2 rounds to go, as that's a great move
and he also
from
has
Flynn
his
Grantham
ticket
down the
already
inside. And he's got his ticket
to the grand finals for winning the international trophy. And no, that is right. I mean, yes, there is the Austin Oman kart out of the race. Can we
oh, is that a
oh, it's a flat
okay?
tyre, yes. So, that is why Austin Oman was on the curb on the inside, and that's what gave Josh Cook the momentum to get around the outside. Here's Oscar Kenny for a move that is putting him back into P6 ahead of Logan Rolfe.
What I'll say about this for Austin, it is not his fault at all. There is not a driver in the world who could have overcome that situation, and I'm sure he'll rebuild ahead of the doubleheader at Silverstone, but he won't head there as things are looking right now as the championship leader. 10 seconds to go, or thereabouts in this one. Leader coming over the line, so there'll be 2 more laps in this race. There's Maximilian Eberhardt. Good fighting there from Eberhardt, looking for another top 10 here, and will be in the top 10 in the championship heading towards Silverstone. And you never know, with a good run, there's a lot of points to be scored when we get to that double header. 2 rounds, so 4 championship point scoring stages over the weekend.
So 260 points. Still up for grabs, effectively.
Fulbrook Harmer gets through there, so up to P9 goes MLC's young driver. But yes, Eberhardt's got some scores at the moment that he would very much hope to end up as drop scores at the end of that double header, and with that effect, some big scores could really shoot him up the table once we get to the autumn. We're on the final lap though, and well, what about this performance from Joshua Cook? Henry, we've watched this young man race for a good number of years now. This, I think, goes down as one of his best performances we've ever seen, because it could have all unravelled after lap 1. Lesser drivers may have cracked under the pressure, but if anything, it spurred Joshua Cook on to what will be a second victory at this level. He takes the championship lead out of the final corners. Joshua Cook wins at Whilton Mill, a brilliant result. He celebrates over the line. That is brilliant. KR Sports' 3rd win of the season in this category. Otis Cleary on the podium again will leave Whilton Mill 3rd in the standings. Charlie Page back on the podium for the first time in Minimax, and the first time in about 15 months here in the British Kart Championships. Brilliant run.
Yes, it's easy to forget, you know, that Page hasn't been on the podium at the British Championship for some time, because he's always there or thereabouts. And you'd automatically think, well, yeah, Page obviously would have a podium this year. Not so. No. Strength in depth. This field. Here is a look at your provisional finishing order. Joshua Cook, Otis Cleary and Charlie Page on the podium. Dian Singh Pahal 4th. Teddy Murphy, Oscar Kenny, Logan Rolfe. Still a very, very solid day. Solid weekend for Flynn Grantham. Should be very proud. And the Thule Motorsport team with Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Maximilian Abrahart rounding out your top 10.
Quite a few best positions of the season so far in that top 10. Thomas Laidler on debut, P11. Really good run there. Lewis Herbertson, P12. Eddie Duncan, Ralph Martin and Dimi Uzanov all in the top 15. Good run there for Dimmy. The kart's not quite been where it needs to be this weekend. He's still gained 6 spots in that one. Jackson Hilton, 16th, ahead of Ted Hayward, Sam Dixon, Harris Barber and James Devereaux. James Carver, Ethan Lloyd and James Roots, the last of the finishers. One retirement in that race, but it was a big one. Austin Oman, the winner at Kimbolton, doesn't see the checkered flag this time and will head to Silverstone with a 9-point deficit to this young man, Joshua Cook. What a race. You can tell by how red his face is. He's worked hard here today at Whilton Mill. Keogh Lynch will be down there to have a chat with our winner. 2nd win on the year for Joshua Cook, who wipes his brow. Job well done. Job not finished in terms of the championship. This one, it's going to go to the wire. I just know it. But he goes over to celebrate with his friends.
And that's the key thing. Look at that. Other drivers from he raced with. There's his mum, and there is his dad, Oliver, there, just handing the water bottle over. Now, the key thing is he has had his kart weight checked.
Yeah, hold on.
Now, obviously, nobody is out. There's Charlie Page's mum, and she also maybe wants to check if Charlie needs a drink. It is exceptionally hot. The drivers, you cannot come into Parc Fermé. It is a sealed area. However, Cook, who has had his kart weighed, so he's not underweight, now given a well-deserved drink. Let's have a look at the highlights. That means we get to see that move again, I am sure. It was a great start from Austin Oman. Can we unpick the moment where Austin got a puncture? I wonder. Because he was leading, and I think by the time Cook got up and made that move, Austin was already in trouble and losing air out of his right rear tyre.
I just wonder, has it gone already at that point? The rear right of the kart was bouncing around there into Christmas Corner. This was, well, that was Uzanov having a good scrap. Page got down the inside. You just see there the rear axle bobbing around a little bit. That was the move from Cook. Still, genuinely, one of the best moves I think I've ever seen around this circuit. And we've seen quite a few big moves here over the years, Henry. That was and he didn't stop there. That was the move past Page for 2nd place. You can just see off the corners, Austin's checking down. He knows there's a problem with the machinery at that point. Dean Sigbahala, best result at the British Kart Championships in Minimax, P4. Yep. That's a big step forward for Dean here today. This was Maximilian Aberhart going side by side with Teddy Murphy. Teddy Murphy also a best result of his BKC career. That was the move for the race lead for Cook. Otis Cleary equals his best result in the championship here today. And as we say, 9 points the advantage then for Joshua Cook over Otis Cleary, who's up to 3rd place now. And don't rule out Otis Cleary for the championship. It's 13 points between Cook in 1st and Cleary in 3rd. And with so many points still to play for when we get to Silverstone, this is going to be a mighty, mighty championship run. But we've got to hear from Keogh Lynch down in Parc Fermé. We want to know in the box, Keogh, how did Joshua Cook do that?
Josh Cook, congratulations. You did exactly what you needed to for the championship battle. You've put yourself now in the lead. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. That was a great race for me, and just we're ready for Silverstone.
Talk us through that race and those couple of laps once you'd got into the lead, because it's not easy to do that around here on such a physical track for you guys in this heat.
Yeah, it's a very physical track, quite bumpy. Yeah, once I got in the lead, I had to maintain the gap, first build it, and then just get home.
Playing off the double overtake very, very well. Have you got anything to tell us about that one?
Send it.
Send it. Thank you very much then, Josh. Now, some drivers at this stage of the championship, you kind of feel pressure or you feel relaxed heading into it. What kind of mindset are you heading into the rest of this year with?
Yeah, I try to feel relaxed, just not focus too much, just try and get good results, and then maybe last race, then you think about it a little bit more, but yeah, mainly just stay calm.
So for now, you're going to just try to sit at the top for longer?
Yeah.
Great job. You can go and celebrate.
Thank you.
There we go. We'll let Josh go and celebrate now with his family. And just like that, we're into our last 2 races of the day. It's time for Micromax, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to the box.
Thank you very much, Keel. Yes, indeed, penultimate race of the day. Race number 22, the Micromax final for the 4th time this year. We've been to Wardenlaw, we've been to PF International, we've been to Kimbolton. Now we're here at Whilton Mill around this 1,054 metre circuit with that new chicane. This is going to be a good race for Micromax with 25 drivers set to go in this one, Henry. And, well, a championship scenario that is building for Jayan Prakash in really good form. We saw him with a great result earlier on in the superheat. I nearly call it a pre-final then. It's not a pre-final.
It's a superheat.
It's a superheat. What do you think you can do in this one?
Well, we've had that slight little error. I think that JN will have reset.
Yep.
And I think that, you know, he will be as competitive, if not even more, at the start of the year. We find out in these moments which drivers can handle the pressure better than others. This is where we're going to find out about Jayan Prakash. If you have a little look, this great shot. The original circuit that was built in the mid-1990s with a combination of corners known as Zulu, which we don't use anymore. Well, not at this level of racing. It is still used. There's a very interesting story about it was going to be a straight down to the bottom, but then there was a dog, and the dog did something, which meant that they had to just put a corner in. That middle corner there, we could just see where the red lighting stanchion is, the bit of track running down the centre that is not currently part of the international venue. There is a curb there that wasn't supposed to be there, but there was a dog, and the dog did something, and I can't say what it is. But they decided to move the circuit round to remember said dog, who is, you know, no longer with us because it was 30 years ago. But this, and you can even see, ladies and gentlemen, the very, very first, some of the ridges, and in the grass, you can see the route of the very, very first circuit that was built here. It was a dirt track for dirt buggies. And that great overhead shot, can I say that the addition of a drone, and in the United Kingdom, permissions to fly drones over kart circuits is not the easiest set of paperwork to fill out. However, the combination of a lot of good work from, are we ready for this, Andrew? A lot of good work from Motorsport UK and from Karting UK to make these types of shots happen, because these are the greatest adverts for the sport in terms of to show how professional it is, the great facilities. The field that we just saw there, that's the field above Inkermans. It's the field in which the Battle of Inkermans was held back in the days of the English Civil War, believe it or not, which is older than me. There is the Dan Holland Racing awning. Dan Holland are based in the middle of those three. You can see them on the bottom left-hand side of your screen there. The middle, or they're the bottom buildings. That's the Dan Holland base. So Dan Holland have decided, the reason I wasn't at the first couple of laps of this morning's racing is I started walking to meet a driver at Dan Holland Racing. 4 days later...
You got to the opposite end of the awning.
Yes, I got to the opposite end of the awning.
There we go. Keel, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, boys. It is time for Micromax. Clearly it's getting windy down here on the grid, but our pole position once again is Jayan Prakash. Now, Jayan Prakash with his squeaky clean new GP plate this weekend. You have been on a brilliant run so far, Jayan. Talk us through how this has carried you into this weekend, because you had a good run last time you were out with the British Kart Championships. You went to Kart Masters, you got the GP plate for your first ever Kart Masters, and now you're on pole position.
Yeah, I've been trying my hardest. I've won quite a few big races, and I'm going to try my hardest again in this final.
Now tell me, are you starting to feel any pressure at this stage, because you've been really hard to beat so far for the other drivers?
A little bit, but I need to use it to my advantage.
Best of luck. How are you going to hold on this one? What's the mindset?
I'm just going to be like, I'm going to stay calm, and if someone overtakes, just...
Thank you very much. Just best of luck.
Thank you.
There is Jayan Prakash. She's got a 21-point lead to the championship right now. But next to him on the front row of this grid is Arthur Rhodes. Now, Arthur, brilliant job for you so far. Your best so far in the British Kart Championships has been a P5.
Apologies for the little technical issue there. Hopefully we'll be back down with Keol Lynch on the grid very, very soon. And yep, absolutely right. 21 points is the lead for Jayan Prakash ahead of his teammate Albert Farrow in this one. Caden Handley sits third in the standings. Is 40 points back from Jayan Prakash, but that could all change over the remaining races of this season. Hendrix Fallat is fourth. It's actually a really, really tight group for third place in the championship at the moment. Hendrix Fallat 3 points back from Handley. Arthur Bowers, you see him in this field, is 5 points further back, and Freddie Baker as well, 2 points back. So that's 10 points covering Handley, Fallat, Bowers, Baker, third through sixth. It's a tie at the moment for seventh place in the championship between Arlo Gamble and Ronnie Allen. Sebastian Crawford 2 points behind Benjamin Schlivar, currently also inside the top 10. I think now we can head back down to Keol.
Thank you very much, boys. Apologies there for our technical delay. Arthur Rhodes, we're going to start that one again. Now, so far, can you tell us what your best result has been here in the British Kart Championships?
I think it was, like you said, before this happened, yeah, P5, I think it was.
And you found yourself on the front row of the grid. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really confident for this final. I'm going to try my best and win it.
Absolutely. What have you made of this track so far here at Whilton Mill? You've got your best results to date so far, starting here on the front row. Is this a favourite for you?
Definitely a favourite.
And here in the heat, how are you holding up? Ice cream?
Yeah.
What's the favourite ice cream?
Probably the fruit pastels one.
Fruit pastel. How many have we had today?
One.
One? Oh, okay, not too bad. Good luck.
Thank you.
Best of luck then. There is Arthur Rhodes, powered by fruit pastel ice cream. Only one though today, not too bad. Now let's move along. We've got Sebastian Crawford here, who won the superheat, having a quick chat with his dad here in the aero suit once again. Now you've got the right idea with the fan. You don't have to turn it off. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling quite excited.
Excited for this one. Now, the fan's got to go soon enough. At this point, you're starting, of course, behind our pole sitter. Are you starting to feel pressure, or are you quite level-headed about this one?
A little bit of pressure, but I'm confident.
Absolutely. Best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll let Sebastian Crawford turn his fan back on. The wind is picking up here at Whilton right now. Let's keep going further down the grid though. We've got the likes of Freddie Baker right here for RCE. Let's have a quick chat. We've got the fan again. Not only the fan, but we've got the fan that's matching the colour scheme for RCE. Freddie, we've seen you recently over in the other half of the British Kart Championships. You've been going really strong. How are you feeling so far this weekend?
Feeling good. Hopefully I can win the final.
You know how it feels to get a win within this championship. You've had a really good start to your year. What's the most important thing, kind of heading into the latter end of your season as a whole?
Being confident and getting the moves done and getting to the front.
Absolutely. Best of luck.
Thank you.
There we go. We'll leave Freddie Baker for RCE once again. Let's keep going down the order though, because we've got a brilliant microgrid here with us this weekend. It is a really big grid for micro. Now further down, we've got the likes of Lenny Barton here for Strawberry, who was our driver of the day. Let's see how he's feeling after Kim Bolton. We spoke to you briefly. Hello. Lenny Barton, how are you feeling? You were our driver of the day after Kim Bolton. Talk to us how Wilton's gone for you so far.
Yeah, okay weekend. Had a couple of bad heats. Last one I had a bit of a crash at the first corner, but hopefully I can get to the front of the pack in this one.
Now, a fun fact about Lenny, you were also a camera kart at Kart Masters. I've heard that that's not the preferred way to run now. Are you happy to have no camera this weekend?
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, that's all we have time for here on the Micromax grid. Let's go racing.
Hair in the face, in the wind. We used to have that problem, didn't we, Henry, when you just can't control your hair outdoors?
There was a day in 1995 where it happened to me, yes. Here's your starting lineup, ladies and gentlemen.
Jane Prakash starts on pole position for the Micromax final. Arthur Rhodes alongside on the front row. Sebastian Crawford, Albert Farrow there on row number 2. It's Ronnie Allen and Freddie Baker going from row number 3.
Row number 4, Kyle Vieira and Ralph Ewer making his debut in this class. Hendrix Falat in the Pantano Racing White Knight, Benjamin Schliever. Tommy Lovejoy and Arlo Gamble on the 6th row.
Row number 7 for this one will be Lenny Barton and Jensen Darlow. Will Wainwright and Elliot Hitch on row number 8. Ollie Woodall had problems in the Super Heat. We'll start this one on row 9 alongside Arthur Bowers.
Arthur Bowers will be heading forward, I am sure. Jensen Drummond, Rio Pocock, Logan Edwards, Bobby Slater, Caden Hanley. Crossed the line first, did Caden at Kim Bolton, 23rd of the grid here, and Lucas Seabright. Lucas Seabright ahead of Oakley Howlett. Lucas Seabright, remind me, Andrew, when did Lucas get his national karting licence?
I want to say Monday.
Yes. In terms of experience, Lucas Seabright has
none
much of it.
None at a national level. No. In terms of any experience, started karting at the end of March 2026.
This year.
This year.
This year. And here he is. So, starting around the British Championship final. Prakash and Rhodes, Crawford and Farrow. Then it is the number 57 of Alan Baker. Lenny Barton may not like carrying our camera cart, but I have been told that he does have our onboard camera secreted away on his machine. The number 47, Tony Kart for Strawberry Racing.
Into the tram lines then. Micromax here at Whilton Mill are racing. In towards turn 1 they go. Good start for Jane Prakash. Good start as well for Sebastian Crawford, who's straight up into second place on that red and white Origin machine. Looks to the middle of the road. Nice calm starts for the Micromax drivers. They make their way through Christmas Corner. Downhill now towards Ashby. There's Albert Farrow looking for a gap. Albert Farrow 4th at the moment. Needs a big race. 21 points the deficit to his teammate Jane Prakash at the start of this race, and with only 2 rounds to go after this one, it's looking good at the moment for the GP plate holder, not the number 44 anymore.
Nope.
Because Jane got that plate 7 days ago at PF International.
Yes, he did. Coming through to the end of lap number 1. Prakash leads from Crawford, Rhodes, Farrow, Baker, Allen, Vieira up to 7th. Falat runs 8th. Then it is Ralph Ewer and Jensen Darlow. You can see an all-black liveried kart, the number 77. That would be Tommy Lovejoy. Looks like a very intimidating graphics kit. Now, I do wonder, you look at Lovejoy there, and that is, well, he's running, is Tommy, with the zip, no, he's running as a privateer, which might explain the all-black graphics, or the all-black bodywork. The lack of a graphics kit also says he's lacking a sponsor. And that could be something that somebody watching could help with.
Potentially so. End of the second lap then. Prakash leads ahead of Crawford. And then Arthur Rhodes there in third place. Crawford hasn't had a podium before in these championships. He's had good results in heats. Was second through the heats at Warden Law. 5th place, though, is his best result so far this season and in his time in Micromax. Could this be the day where he gets that first podium? Top 3 working together very nicely here, Henry. This is what I always like to see with the younger drivers, the cadet drivers. When they get that gap, they work together, start to work the clock down. There's Hendrix Falat going through. Now, if you were not with us last week, yes, that is a new livery for Hendrix Falat. The grey and fluoro yellow out. In comes the white and black. There's a little bit of blue in there as well for that livery that was run at the Grand Prix last week, and they liked it so much they thought, you know what, let's keep it on the wagon.
Yes, there was a competition to name the livery last week, and the White Knight was the viewers' decision. And there's a white race suit leading this race. It's Sebastian Crawford for the first time in his career, for the first time in Origin Motorsport's career. Origin Motorsport, the team set up. It's an Anglo-Emirati-based team. Elliot Surtees family setting it up to run over in the UAE and in the UK, and they were leading. I was going to say they are leading. They were leading because now Arthur Rhodes is leading.
Great stuff from Arthur Rhodes, who takes the lead at the end of lap number 4. There's a 5-second penalty incoming, unfortunately, for Ollie Woodall, who's had a really, really tricky day here at Whilton. Jensen Drummond is the fastest driver out there now. How does Prakash respond to this? There's an almighty scrap going on behind them for 5th place. Kaya Vieira looking to impress yet again after strong runs at Kart Masters and at Kimbolton last time out in the British Kart Championships. Well, he's just taken 5th place away from the driver currently second in the standings. That's not good news for Albert Farrow. It is better news for Jayan Prakash, who's going to be looking for a response to this next phase of the race, Henry. He's a couple of tenths back from Sebastian Crawford. This'll do right now. We've been talking about it in other categories across the course of the weekend, that if you're in the championship lead at this stage of the year, if you can't win a race, just keep those points ticking over, and that's exactly what Prakash is doing at this moment.
Yes, indeed. Prakash would have had, guidance from his regular mechanic, Scott Collins, who is back here. Scott was unable to do Kart Masters or the International Trophy at Le Mans, which Prakash won on both occasions. Sebastian Crawford again at the end, up the hill towards Christmas Corner, the fastest part of the track. That is where Crawford has been strongest all weekend. And there is a correlation between top speed at the end of a very long section of flat-out track and the fact that Crawford is in the new aero suit. And this is, I'm not against the manufacturers of race suits, but if you look, great, you can see the lapels and the shoulders on the traditional style of race suit. You can see the wind buffeting them. That's creating a tiny bit of drag. It's not minuscule, but it is a factor, and the drivers can feel it. You can feel, you want a race suit, Andrew. You raced, when you're driving along, and there's Benjamin Schliever to the inside of Tommy Lovejoy. You could just feel your race suit flapping in the breeze as it goes past, and it, of course, is creating aerodynamic drag. Crawford doesn't have that problem.
No, he doesn't as much as the other drivers. There's Ollie Woodall on your screens. And, really, really tough day for Woodall, who had a great run in the Grand Prix last week, but that's part of the sport sometimes. And some you lose some. And especially at this time of the year where you go from weekend to weekend. That's a beautiful shot through the track furniture here at Whilton Mill. Back with our front runners. Rhodes has the lead ahead of Crawford, then Prakash in 3rd place, and keep an eye on Freddie Baker. Here again goes Crawford, and this time Jay Prakash goes with him. That's a positive move. That's a good step forward for Jayan Prakash. Now he'll try and go with the race leader. Baker down the inside takes 3rd place away from Rhodes.
ROTAX Winter Trophy champion Freddie Baker, who is going to the grand finals for Team UK. So is Jayan Prakash, the international trophy winner. So the winter trophy, the international trophy, both going to British drivers. It does mean the ticket that would be reserved for the champion for the grand finals in the British Championship would go to the first driver in the championship that doesn't already have a ticket. At the moment, that would be Albert Farrow. But it would be Albert Farrow by only about 17 points from Hendricks Fallat. Sebastian Crawford would now be in a tie for 4th position.
He will be indeed. Shouldn't forget as well, Freddie Baker has had a finals win in the British Kart Championships at this very circuit. It was in the other half of the British Kart Championships back at event 2 earlier on this year. So Baker's got good form around this Whilton Mill track. In towards the boot once again. We're on lap number 9 here at the moment. If you're just joining us, 7 minutes of this race to go. Sebastian Crawford is your race leader, looking for a first podium in the British Kart Championships. Maybe even a first win. The trouble is he's got the young driver in form. As we mentioned earlier, no longer using the number 44 of one of his heroes, Sir Lewis Hamilton. Why? Well, that's because he joined the 7-time world champion on the list of winners at Kart Masters 1 week ago, and now will wear the GP plate for the next 12 months in Micromax.
Yes, Jayan Prakash was, I haven't got the exact number, he was about the 197th different driver to win a GP plate title. Sir Lewis Hamilton, Prakash's hero, was Grand Prix winner number 1, because the very first British Kart Grand Prix back on the 4th of August 1996, the Coma Cadet, as it was then known, final was the very first class to compete for a Grand Prix. It was won by Lewis Hamilton. Here is a move, the number 72 of Arlo Gamble, having a look at the inside of Hendricks Fallat. It doesn't work. Meanwhile, Crawford thought, well, it looked for all intents and purposes that Baker, who was just past Jayan Prakash, was looking for the lead. It wasn't quite the lead. Oh, and there is the White Knight. Hendricks Fallat on the grass. That is game over. Not race over, but in terms of a good result, game over. That could be important, Andrew Mather, in the terms of the championship. Pray tell why.
Yeah, Fallat was holding 3rd place in the live scores. He's going to lose that now to Freddie Baker. I think it was Arlo Gamble, the other driver involved in that little moment coming off of Wilkins' corner. There is Baker in the orange and black. Here comes Rhodes, but down the inside of Jayan Prakash once again. Drops Prakash off of the podium. Kaya Vieira's there again. He couldn't do it again, could he? He had his debut run in the British Kart Championships about a month ago at Kimbolton and got it on the podium at the first time of asking. He did it again at the Grand Prix 7 days ago. Could he make it 3 in a row at this level of karting? There, Prakash looks over his shoulder and goes, oh dear, not another one. Oh, no. Clash for the lead, clash for the lead. Crawford and Baker into one another, and through has gone Arthur Rhodes.
And somehow Crawford and Baker managed to save it. Crawford doesn't look very happy. This is where Crawford now has to forget about what just happened. You're still in this race, but they both are. Baker and Crawford could still win this race, unless, of course, Crawford starts getting a little bit too angry, a little bit overexcited, and starts making mistakes like he just did. Now this is where he's got to calm down, and calm down very, very quickly. Do not let the red mist descend. That is key. Baker leads this race. Rhodes led for about 3/4 of a lap. Prakash and Crawford within 1 second. Vieira right there in 5th.
A very smart thing to do right now, if you're Arthur Rhodes, is try and push Freddie Baker away from the rest of the order. We saw at Kimbolton, Jayan Prakash do just that, knowing that there was a potential for a post-race penalty later on. Not saying that that is going to happen for Freddie Baker, but Arthur Rhodes, if he can start to get a bit of a gap to James Prakash behind. It could even then, I mean, it is the way to win a cadet race round Whilton Mill, the most efficient way to do it. Get it down, the numbers game down to 2, and then go for the move on either the penultimate lap or the very last lap. Is that what Arthur Rhodes is going to try and do right now? Arthur Rhodes, his best result in the championship, not in this half, is another driver who's doing double duty this year, a P7. This is a big step forward for Arthur Rhodes in terms of performances in the finals. Off of the final turn, 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Still a lot of time remaining in this one. That time around, lap times, 52.3s. For the top 2, 52.6 for James Prakash, who I don't think quite has the pace today. Sebastian Crawford has identified that, and that's a good move through back into 3rd place. Kaya Vieira still there as well, running in 5th, but this is spot-on tactics at the moment, Henry, from both Baker and Rhodes.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, Rhodes in particular, being very, very smart here. He's thinking to himself, okay, Freddie's had an accident. That might be a potential penalty. So that could be, I could win this race without having to do anything. But just in case Freddie doesn't get a penalty, I need to push him away so that I can attack him and not worry about getting attacked myself. And that is the mindset of not only Arthur Rhodes, but everyone in this position. Andrew Mather.
Plus 5 second penalty for kart number 92. Freddie Baker sees the hopes of taking a second race win of the season at Whilton Mill. They are dashed. They are all but gone. All that Arthur Rhodes needs to do now is sit on the rear bumper of kart 92, and he will take a maiden victory in the British Kart Championships.
If I were Freddie Baker, I might be contented to say, okay, Arthur, you go, and I'm going to push you away. Because then there's no, you know, the digiboard over the screen would have shown plus 5 seconds. Number 92, you'll see the digiboard. Well, you will see the back of it. You've got the Wera branding on the back of the digiboard. So Arthur Rhodes would have seen that as well. These two drivers should both be aware of the situation, and they should drive accordingly. By that, I mean that Baker should just drive his line. If Rhodes can pass, don't defend and try and push him away. Rhodes, in the meantime, as long as Baker isn't defending, should just be content to push, 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 and continue to push away. Crawford is 9/10 of a second down, and Crawford will be seething under his aero suit. But it means he shouldn't give up. He can't give up, and you never know. He probably won't get, as they cross the line just before the clock strikes 0. 2 laps to go. That is about as close as you ever want to get it. That is a timekeeper's nightmare. So Crawford and Prakash, they are not battling because they think, they know they have got 2 laps and they can still make something happen for potentially a race win.
How calm are these young drivers? Baker's come over the line there. Maybe a little bit older of a driver would have been hands in the air. Oh, what is this for?
Yep.
No reaction.
No.
No reaction at all. New job, new mission. Try and get as many points as possible now. Right now, that 5-second penalty would drop Baker to 6th place. But if he finds another 10th or so, it will clear Arlo Gamble. And he has now cleared Arlo Gamble, so it's still going to be a top 5 for Freddie Baker. Last lap board is going to be out. Is it going to be another Dan Holland Racing victory on home soil here at Whilton Mill? Up the hill they will go for the 2nd race in a row. An RCE driver is at the very front of Micromax, but it doesn't look like they're going to take the race victory because of a 5-second in-race time penalty. Crawford now trying to hold on for what will become 2nd place. It will still be Crawford's best result in his time in the British Kart Championships. Kaya Vieira trying to get back onto the podium. If he can find a way through past James Prakash, that is exactly what would happen towards the last couple of corners. Arthur Rhodes should just sit here behind Freddie Baker, like we saw from Prakash at Kimbolton. Through the last couple of corners, Freddie Baker, for the 2nd time this year, will take P1 on the road, but because of that penalty, the win's going to go to Arthur Rhodes. Arthur Rhodes takes a maiden victory in the British Kart Championships. Crawford, third, will promote to P2. Kaya Vieira, the podium streak continues.
It was the last corner as well. He waited till the last corner to pass Jayan Prakash. Vieira back on the podium, Andrew.
What a result again for Kaya Vieira. That is 3 national level races, 3 podiums, brilliant stuff. Baker, good drive.
Yes.
Things happen in racing sometimes.
Now, you're looking at Freddie Baker. We've just called Arthur Rose as the winner, and you think, why am I looking at Freddie Baker as well? Obviously, that penalty, the timekeepers, the Motorsport timing, they apply that penalty at the end of the race. We take the graphics from the timing screen, so that is why Freddie Baker was your winner on the road, but he will not be the winner in the race.
So Arthur Rhodes, Sebastian Crawford, Kaya Vieira, Jayan Prakash, that is your top 5 on the road. Arlo Gamble, great run for Arlo Gamble. I'm just going to check. I think that's the best result. Oh, not quite. But 2 top 6s in a row now for Arlo Gamble. That is really, really solid progress.
Look,
for the young man from Swaffham.
Do you know, we had a fantastic, one of the most emotional clips was from Wilton Mill when Chloe McGill won a Micromax race here at Wilton Mill last year. Already we're seeing the same burst of emotion from Arthur Rhodes. It's Freddie Baker will have seen that. There's Sebastian Crawford next to him. That's the first podium for Crawford as well, which is great. Now, there we go. We'll follow this. Where's Dad? Where's Dad? Where's Dad? I need to see Dad. There's Dad. There he is. He went his mates first. There's Gold Chain Charlie. There's Dian Singh Bahal. There's Kaya Vieira, who is
That's great to see, isn't it? It's one of the great things about this Wilton Mill circuit. That you don't always get this kind of setup of a driver, yes, in parc ferme, and they'll stay there and go through the motions of the processes, but being able to share these moments with so many people. There is a handshake as well between Rhodes and Baker. Baker, understandably disappointed.
They were teammates, they're friends.
Yeah.
You just saw that, and there was not one voice that had broken doing the cheering. It was all high-pitched 10, 11-year-olds doing the cheering. And he comes back over, and he recognises straight away, my friend, my ex-teammate, has just had the wind taken off me. So he stops jumping up and down, instantly goes, and he's 8, and he's 9. I'm not sure I'm that self-aware, and I'm 45, Andrew. It just shows you what karting teaches young people.
It does indeed. Here are some of your highlights from that one. Plenty of overtaking. Of course, this was the move from Crawford on Prakash, which shouldn't forget, really good effort. That's a big step forward for Sebastian Crawford. Today, his best result before today in these championships was a 5th place. He's on the podium for the first time in his young career.
Looking at that, though, you just saw Sebastian Crawford take the lead of the race as Tommy Lovejoy loses out in that battle. Where was Freddie Baker in the image? Nowhere. He hadn't. So Freddie Baker worked incredibly hard. I think this will be now. You can see Baker in 4th place. Now he's there. Crawford and Prakash go back in to take the race lead. Baker starts picking them off. First to go, the 82 of Rhodes. Ironically, he was the first driver, and there. Well, you know what? He turned him round and then turned in the right way again, did Freddie Baker. Crawford, after I thought Crawford was going to react in a way that would befit his age. He had one little nibble at Jayan Prakash who didn't work, and then got his head down and came back and will still take both his...
That's what it's about.
Yeah, there must be some grit on the track that Rhodes got in his eyes there, I've got to say, but quite rightly so. Quite rightly so. This is going to be a very good interview, I feel. Keogh Lynch.
Henry. Arthur, your first ever win here in the British Kart Championships. We saw how emotional it was for you then. Tell us how excited you are.
Really excited. It's my first year in in cadet, and I'm really happy that I've won. So yeah.
Now, it's not an easy position to be in when something comes on the board and you kind of have to read it and take it in. What was your reaction when you saw that Baker had that penalty there in front of you?
I saw that Freddie got a 5-second penalty. I was like, I've just got to push and make sure he doesn't get away. And if he did, I wouldn't be this happy. So yeah.
Oh, well, great job. Tell us, are you going to celebrate with another fruit pastel ice cream after this?
Probably.
And who have you got to thank for you today? Who have you got to thank? Family, team?
My mechanic Jay, my dad, and my coach Sam.
Great job. We'll let you go and celebrate with all of them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arthur Rhodes. That was a lovely one to send us into this ad break. We do have one more race still to go today here at Whilton Mill with the British Kart Championships, but we're going to take a short ad break right now, and I'll see you shortly.
Wera, what a start from the second. Hard. Heading up into the top section.
So we're getting ready for the last race of the day. It is the E10 Cadet Final. And from the results earlier, we already know where the championship is going. This is the last race of the inaugural ROTAX E10 Cadet Cup. This 3-round championship held over the weekends at PF International, Kimbolton, and then here at Whilton Mill. It's best 5 scores out of 6, so everybody gets 1 drop score. But Ansel Murray, Henry, has already got 5 perfect scores of 65 championship points. He can't be beaten. We will, though, be looking at that second place battle between the likes of Buddy Hugo and Heath Smith. That is going to be a big topic of discussion in this race.
Yeah, the title fight over, but of course, this is its first season, so you still have some national seedings to decide, 10 of them in total. Every driver wants to be one of the first national seeded drivers in the history of a class. Again, fantastic overview of the circuit. One of the things I was looking at, underneath the big clubhouse here, there was the one bit of track that you can't see anymore. It's pretty much under where we're standing. When this circuit built its first 2 tracks, the idea was to have a link for endurance racing that incorporates both circuits. The first one, the circuit then turned left under the building that is now to join the Bambino circuit. If you have a look, there is a kink. There's a little piece of tarmac that connects both circuits. That was initially designed to be the return leg. You were going to go from the bottom of the Bambino circuit up and then through the kink and join the main racetrack on the exit of Crook into Oblivion and go up the hill towards Christmas Corner then. I, for one, would have absolutely loved to try that circuit layout, because not only that, it's different. I mean, this is tarmac. The Bambino circuit is concrete. Yeah. 2 different circuits. One very wide, one very narrow. There you can see on the right-hand side, you could just see that little kink. It's got a tyre barrier. You come up the hill from the back on the right-hand side of your screen. You would come up, and then you would take that kink and join on the outside of turn number 1 of the main track. And you would turn off, you would come past the start-finish line, and then underneath the red building, in fact,
just before the
you can actually see the tarmac colour change. At the exit of the pit lane, you've got the pit exit and then a dark piece of tarmac. That is where the circuit would initially come round and join. Thank you for stopping the overhead shot. That would have been the ultimate Whilton Mill track.
The Nordschleifer spec.
That would have been
24-hour spec.
The Nordschleifer spec of Whilton Mill. If you did miss the build-up show, there's a piece that we did about the history of this circuit, why it is one of, if not the most important track in the UK. I say that for lots of reasons. You'd have to go and watch the build-up show and the history piece that we did to understand why it is the most significant circuit, or one of, in the UK. There is our official championship photographer, Adam Gums. If you, and I know many of you do, you go on the social media and you see, it's not just the racing photos, it's the candid photos, the people, the personalities. Adam Gums has arrived on karting, in the karting scene, from a different background, which means he sees things differently, and the photographs are, as a result, very, very different.
And particularly here at Whilton, is that he started out down the road at Northampton Saints Rugby Club. And,
yes, he did, with our own James Fitzhugh.
He does a brilliant job. Can we head down? I think
yes, we
can head down to Keolinch for the last grid walk of the day.
Very much, boys. Like you said, for the last time today, you're here with me on the grid here at Whilton Mill. But this one's a bit different because our champion for 2026 has already been crowned, and he is on pole position, and it is Ansel Murray. Ansel, this one's got to be a bit of a crazy one because you're racing now. You're not racing for a championship. The pressure's off. How are you feeling?
I feel great. I'm going to try and win this to maximise my points, but I don't really need it.
Absolutely not. Now, we didn't see you that long ago, which was when you won your championship. Have you celebrated in between anything?
Yeah, I celebrated with my friends. Yeah.
And how much did this one mean to your team and your family? We know we spoke to your dad during the race, and we know how hard he's been working on the tools for you with your team.
Yeah, he's been working very hard. I'd like to thank RCU, my dad, and the team owner, Dave, and my coach.
Well, we'll let you get focused once again. Best of luck for this one.
Thanks.
It's going to be pressure off for Ansel Murray, a bit of fun. But joining him now is Buddy Hugo, who is still, thank you very much, in the championship fight. For starters, Buddy, last time I spoke to you on the grid, you told me you were tired. So let's just, how are we feeling today? Better?
Yeah, we're not tired, we're excited now.
We're energised now?
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant, that's good to hear. Now, this is a bit of a funny one for you because you're on the front row of the grid with someone who has already wrapped up the championship. What was was that a bit disappointing for you, or?
I'm not bothered about the championship. I've come to the British for fight for a ticket to go to Portugal.
Well, that is good to hear, and that is what you're doing here on the front row of the grid then. You have had some really good battles so far with Heath Smith back there. Tell me about some of them so far this weekend.
Well, they've definitely been tough, had to push, and I'm very grateful for everyone, well, Heath and Ansel to be my teammates, and yeah.
Absolutely, best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll go and chat then to another one of the teammates. This is Heath Smith with us right now. Heath, we actually missed you when we did a big feature at the start of the weekend. You weren't here on Friday, where were you?
I wasn't here on Friday.
What were you up to?
I was just at home, really.
Just at home. Well, Heath, on Friday we did a big feature and we asked you all questions, so it wouldn't be right to miss out a driver, so we're going to ask you right now. We're going to do a quick fire. Ready?
Yeah.
Favourite track?
Warden Law.
Okay. Favourite Formula 1 team?
Ferrari.
Now, originally, the question was, what overtakes are we going to see this weekend? You've got one more race to show us, so what overtakes are we going to see from you on this race?
A lot.
A lot. Okay, thank you very much. Now, Heath, let's talk a bit about the championship battle going on then with your teammate. You guys are fighting for now that second place. How's it been between the two of you?
It's been fun and also quite competitive. And it all comes down to this race, kind of.
Well, best of luck for that.
Thank you.
We'll see how it plays out then for the three teammates in the three top spots right now. We're going to keep going further down the grid. We've got the likes of Zach Andrew with us. Where is he? Because I wanted to have an update. There he is, he's right here. I wanted to have an update because Zach was new to the championship as of the last round you guys had with us. You were new to the E10 category. You said you were getting used to the whole boost button and how kind of this worked, and you were really enjoying it. How have you found it now?
It's just great to be in the kart, you know. Obviously now I'm used to the boost button and go head down push, you know, expect the unexpected.
Exactly that. Now this weekend it's been scorching for all of you. It's a very physical track here at Whilton Mill. Have you kind of seen the difference from the last time you were out at a new location?
Yeah, you know, last time I was at the GP plate at PF, and obviously we're going from very smooth track to a very bumpy track, you know, and it's quite nice.
Thank you for the insight. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time today, we are going to go racing. Let's go back to the box with Henry Baudet and Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Keol. Before we get started at this race, there are two very important bits of information we need to give you. The first of them relates to this particular category, the ROTAX E10 class. R1 Racing on Thursday the 13th of August are running a test day at Sheddington. It is £45 per driver, 2 sessions in an E10 kart if you want to come and sample the E10. So that you have to go to the Rookie Racing website, because Rookie Racing and R1 Racing are the same thing. So that is this Thursday, and that is how drivers can get into the E10 class. But Andrew Mather, we have another very significant date coming up for British karting as a whole, and that is here at Whilton Mill on August the 24th. Ollie West, a driver in the other half of the British Championship,
Who's been here this weekend.
He has organised a test day in conjunction with Whilton Mill. It is to raise money for Chris Lamar. Chris Lamar, the owner of the Evolve Motorsport team, who is battling cancer. It is £100 per kart for the entire day. If we fill every place in Bambino, Cadet, Mini, Junior and Senior, then it will raise an extra £7,000 for Chris Lamar and his family as he battles cancer.
I know there's also a lot of efforts going on, big thanks to Josh Mercer, who's driving, trying to get some bits together for an auction in the future. More info on that in the future, but our best wishes to Chris. You're in all of our thoughts here at Whilton Mill. Here's your grid for the E10 Cadet Final. Ansel Murray, could he make it 6 from 6 with this one? We'll start from the front row with Buddy Hugo alongside. Heath Smith will battle Buddy Hugo for second in the championship. Starts on row number 2, needs to win this race to overturn the points deficit. Zach Andrew starts on the outside of row number 2. Could it be a first podium for Andrew here today? Stanley Gill and Arthur Thompson there on row number 3. Row number 4 will be Leo Hartley and Jamal Pomeram. Arthur Etherington on debut will start alongside Caleb Hiles. That's row 5. Cairo Zubaida completes the 11-strong field here for the E10 Cadet Cup.
It's a new class, a new dawn, a new era. We've got a new champion. Let's see who wins the final race of the year. E10 Cadet Cup lights are out. 8 minutes of racing as we close out the season already. 2 karts sideways through oblivion. But our champion-elect, Ansel Murray, up the road leading, but he's got company. It's the 81 and the 47. The 81, oh no, it's Heath Smith at the 81. It's not the 47, it's the 17 of Buddy Hugo. Second and third as everybody else sort of sorts themselves out.
So that's the start that Heath Smith needed to try and take second place in the championship. Has got ahead of the driver he's looking to catch in the championship scores, but Buddy Hugo goes back down the inside and retakes second place. Good move there from Buddy Hugo. I think Zach Andrew might have been caught out in the first lap here. We saw one kart going backwards, and yes indeed it was the number 27, but still a good while in this race to go then. Murray leads from Hugo from Smith. That is the same order in the championship scores. Ansel Murray's score does not improve though. He's already got 5 holes of 65. The 6th one would then become a dropped score. Wouldn't matter. There's a good scrap between Zach Andrew and Stanley Gill. Andrew up to P6.
If you have to drop a score that is in fact effectively a maximum points haul, a race win, you've had a good season.
A very good season.
You've had a very good season. Long way to go, 6.5 minutes. There's Arthur Thompson with a trefoil Adidas crash helmet. I have to say, it's very, very good. Now, on board with our race leader. This is what an E10 power unit looks like, up close and personal. And this is what silence sounds like. Now, I wonder, you can hear bits of plastic scraping the tarmac. Can you hear the tyres squeal?
A little bit.
A little bit. Can you hear the curb?
A little rumble.
A little rumble. I've driven an electric car. I drove the E20.
Yep.
You sense all these things. It's quite spooky, if I'm being honest. But this is about as good an example as you'll ever get of what it is like sensually, as a sense in terms of sensory feeling of driving an E10. And you can see the rubber being churned. Now, these aren't Mojo tyres. They are Comet tyres, or are they LeConte tyres? They're not Mojo, but you can... They're Vega tyres. I knew I'd get one of them right, but we got to mention every tyre manufacturer as I was doing it. But you saw then, from the outside rim, suddenly it looked like a small black rope was thrown off. That is a layer of rubber moving and being thrown to the inside of the actual tyre carcass and then ripped off.
Battle for fourth place on your screens. This is Arthur Thompson in, I've got to say, one of the best liveries in this whole paddock.
Absolutely.
Work of modern art, if you ask me. Jamal Pomeram directly behind in P5. Jamal had problems in one of the first heats earlier on in the race meeting. But right now, looks pretty quick for the Jack Dex Racing team here, Henry. JDR, who know this circuit very well.
Yes, they do. If Andy Warhol was still alive, the number 47 graphics would be his favourite. Let's just say that. Modern art.
Up the hill once again. Is there going to be a move here from Jamal Pomeram? I think so. And now I wonder. There's a kick of speed there for Arthur. Did he get on the boost button there that these karts have?
Absolutely, he got on the boost button. And I think that it would have been Pomeram getting on the boost button as well that elicited that response from Thompson. Now Pomeram gets to the inside. Of course, Thompson's already used his boost button once this lap, can't use it again. Pomeram moves into P4, just one place off the podium. The podium at the minute is an RCE lockout. One of the very few British kart manufacturers racing at this level. The only other two, Project One and Apollo, neither of whom are represented in this class or this weekend. It is only the RCE chassis that are British built from the RCE factory near Coventry.
That move for fourth place has also given Jamal Pomeram fourth place in the championship as well. Has now got a 1-point advantage over Stanley Gill. Now, this is the stage of the year where drop scores come into play and can confuse even the most arithmetically literate of us. So it's not necessarily a case of one position in this race does equate to a 1 point. I think that is going to be the case at the moment for Stanley Gill, who runs 7th in this one, but needs 5th to start further increasing his score, because 7th would be a drop score, as would one of his 6th places from earlier on in the year.
Yeah, so that was live mathematics, ladies and gentlemen, and you can take that to the bank. That it's a top 5, that the numbers are right. Here is the move. Heath Smith on Buddy Hugo. Buddy Hugo on the outside hangs on. You see more and more of these drivers with, you can see the cable ties at the top of the steering wheel, which is dead center. It's a reminder to the driver, let's just make sure the wheel is straight. And it obviously helps, or else the teams wouldn't do it. So, the battle is on for second. It's no longer a battle for the race lead, Andrew Mather, because Ansel Murray is pulling away. Murray will extend his advantage. It will be nearly a second, crossing the start-finish line. 7.76 of a second, just over 3/4 of a second is the advantage that Murray, and then Hugo and Smith second and third, and again, the number 81 Kart, Heath Smith, jinks a move to the inside. Hugo holds him off. Pumaram is still in fourth, a long, long way back. They are now nearly 5 seconds is Pumaram and Thompson behind the race leader Ansel Murray, and just under 4 seconds behind Buddy Hugo and Heath Smith, who are side by side. Well, if there's anything that's going to help Jamal Pumaram close in and maybe challenge for a podium in the final 3 laps of this race, 2 3/4 laps, because they're going to cross the line now with about 35 seconds to spare. The next time Ansel Murray crosses the line, it will be for the last lap. He is 1 3/4 laps away from doing something in a championship that every single driver dreams of, and that is to take a clean sweep of points from every single round. Murray, we can start, well, this has not been the wacky races, I've got to say, but we are going to have to start calling Ansel Murray Peter Perfect if we're not careful.
Indeed. He's got the fastest lap in this race as well, has Ansel. Very talented young individual. He does many sports, in fact, not just karting. He'll throw himself
Cricket.
He does cricket. I think he's done a bit of gymnastics. He's done a little bit of everything, has Ansel. And, well, in karting as well, he loves both the internal combustion and the electric. He really does seem to have found his stride in electric racing. There's still a great scrap going on for second place. Buddy Hugo holding that one ahead of Heath Smith. It's an 8-point advantage right now for Buddy Hugo in the championship. Further down the order, Pumaram holding P4 right now. This is going to be a special moment again. We've already had one today for Ansel, who took both of the heats earlier on in the morning, but is going to do the clean sweep again and do the very, very rare clean sweep on the season. 6 times we've said this across the course of the 3 weekends, 3 times in the finals, that Ansel Murray wins in E10 Cadet Cup, finishes the season in style with a brilliant celebration over the line there. Buddy Hugo does take second place in the championship. A really good run there from Buddy Hugo, back-to-back second places after the results at Bolton. Heath Smith is on the podium again, has been on the podium at every single race so far in this season. Does a clean sweep in that regard for podiums on the calendar, with third place, will be third in the championship. Well done to all of our drivers. They've been a credit to themselves,
yes,
their families, their teams. Brilliant stuff, but that is how the E10 Cadet Cup of 2026 finishes. In terms of the championship, we'll have them back again at Silverstone for their E-plate later on in the autumn.
That's not part of this championship.
No,
it's on the same bill, but it's a standalone event. It's always tough committing to a brand new class. We've had 11 karts at most of the E10 rounds, there or thereabouts. It is a difficult decision for a family to make, but it has paid off handsomely for Team Ansel Murray.
So that is the job done for Ansel. And for Buddy Hugo, second place today. Heath Smith, Jamal Pumaram and Arthur Thompson all in the top 5. Zach Andrew 6th, Stanley Gill 7th. Just misses out by a single point on 4th place in the championship. Still holds in that top 5. Arthur Everington, Leo Hartley, Caleb Hiles and Cairo Zabida all got to the end of the race. Good improvements this weekend from both Caleb Hiles and Cairo Zabida.
Yes.
We've talked about it a lot this season, about drivers getting quicker and quicker and quicker, not just by tenths but by seconds. And that was really good to see from both Caleb Hiles and Kara Zabada. They were both in the 56ers in terms of their lap times. And there, I think, is a sigh of relief almost for Ansel. Full credit, you know, he didn't have to go and race in that final, but went out there, got the win, and takes a third P1 trophy of the season home up the A40 and the A43 back to Oxford. This was the race start. Unfortunate there for Zach Andrew. Zach Andrew was able to recover back into the top 6 after that half spin. This was the move from Buddy Hugo down the inside of Heath Smith. Zach Andrew fought back. This was one of the moves. This was past Stanley Gill. Ultimately was this was a problem for the number 32 of Kara Zabida and the 21 of Caleb Hiles. This was a good drive as well from these two drivers, Henry. Arthur Thompson in the number 47 and Jamal Pumaram turning things around after a disappointment in Heat 1 this morning to fight back and pinch 4th place in the championship right at the end there.
Yeah, very, very impressive indeed. As the battle for second would rage on between Smith, but
that's one of my favourite celebrations of the whole
really
year.
Good. That's sort of, you know, it's like a steam engine pistons pumping up and down as you cross the line. It's like he was going to Zumba. But that was a fantastic way to open the life of E10 karting in the UK over the last 3 rounds. We're going to see them at Silverstone for a different event, part of the E-Plate, but their British Championship is now over, and your champion and winner is down with Keogh Lynch.
Thank you, boys. Now, Ansel, before we even get into the championship, once again, another lights to flag victory for you. How do you feel?
I feel great. I mean, I clean sweep the whole championship, so...
You did. Coming into this year with RCE, your family, you cannot have been expecting for it to have been as smooth sailing as it has been.
No, it's just the best that it could be, so I'm really happy.
You have your family here cheering you on. Tell us how you guys are going to celebrate tonight.
I'm not really sure.
Still to be continued. Well, before we let you go and celebrate, Ansel, who have you got to thank this weekend?
My mum, my dad, my friends, especially Ethan, who has given me signs on the racetrack.
Now, Ansel, you guys still have the E-Plate to go. It's one standalone round at Silverstone later on in the year. Are we going to see you there?
Yeah.
Well, best of luck. You can go and celebrate now.
Thanks.
More from the E10s later on in the year. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps Event 7 here at the British Kart Championships. Thank you for joining us this weekend. We've seen championships develop, some familiar faces come in and take all, and once again, a champion crowned. You're going to see us very soon over at PF International with the other half of our British Kart Championships, and once again with our ROTAX classes for a double header at Silverstone. From myself, Keogh Lynch, Andrew Mather, Henry Bidder and everyone here at the team at the Wera British Kart Championships. We'll see you again shortly.